never want to hear that again.
Turn that off, will you?
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Victorian health authorities say they're concerned by a new cluster in the Port Melbourne area as they work to find the source of 15 of the 64 new local cases. The state's COVID-19 response commander, Jerome Weimar, says 7 of the new cases are linked to the Shepparton cluster, and he's confirmed an aged care worker from Echuca who originally tested positive has now returned a subsequent negative result. He says an additional 21 cases are linked to the western suburbs clusters, but he's calling for anyone who has symptoms or who went to new exposure sites in the Port Melbourne area to come forward immediately and get tested.
But in Port Melbourne, we have a cluster of 4 cases around the Woolworths at Fisherman's Bend and an auto mega warehouse, car wash, car dealership complex. We've not seen that crop up before, so we're very keen to make sure that that doesn't become anything else.
The Health Minister, Martin Foley, says coronavirus fragments have been detected in wastewater at an industrial area in Sunshine in Melbourne's west. He says there have also been detections in southeastern suburbs, including Aspendale, Bonbeach, Carrum, Chelsea, Seaford and Mordialloc.
If you've been in those suburbs and have displayed even the slightest symptoms of COVID-19, you need to come forward and get tested, and we need people to help us use the wastewater detection as the early warning signal to make sure that we stay ahead of the virus.
Meanwhile, the Mayor of Shepparton in Victoria's North says around 18,000 residents have accessed an online community forum to get much-needed answers for support and services during the city's coronavirus outbreak. Kim O'Keefe says around 5,000 people have had to isolate as a result of the cluster, and there are plenty of volunteers and people from outside Shepparton who've arrived to lend a hand.
So please reach out if it's your neighbour or a friend that's needing help. Help each other, get connected to the support services. We are overwhelmed with what's happening across our community. We are getting supported. Everyone's rolling their sleeves up and just getting in there, and it's incredible.
There are 1,035 new locally acquired COVID cases in New South Wales, a new daily record for that state. Tanuta Kozaki reports.
It's the largest number ever recorded by an Australian jurisdiction in a 24-hour period. There were 2 deaths in Western Sydney, a woman in her 70s and a woman in her 80s. New South Wales Health Minister Brad Hazzard says there were 4 new cases in the state's far west in Wilcannia.
This means that we now have a total of 69 cases in that far west local health district.
Dr Jeremy McAnulty from New South Wales Health says a healthcare worker is in Westmead intensive care.
And it just stresses the importance that a vaccine is very effective in reducing severe disease, but it's not 100%.
5 people will be allowed to attend weddings from September the 3rd with an easing in COVID-19 restrictions.
A no-fault compensation scheme has been established to cover those who suffer adverse effects from a COVID-19 vaccine. It will cover the costs of anyone who suffers injuries or loss of income above $5,000 due to a proven adverse reaction. It applies regardless of where vaccines are administered, including GPs, state-run clinics, pharmacies and Commonwealth clinics. The Australian Medical Association has welcomed the scheme, suggesting it a vote of confidence in the safety of the vaccines. A series of covert missions has resulted in many Australians being evacuated from Afghanistan. The ABC understands that dozens of Australian nationals and visa holders stranded in Afghanistan were rescued from the suburbs of Kabul this week and taken to the airport. Since the Taliban swept into the Afghan capital earlier this month, other countries such as the US and UK have conducted operations outside the airport to retrieve stranded nationals. However, until this week, Australians had to make their own way into the terminal. Meanwhile, the head of the International Rescue Committee is warning an invisible crisis is brewing in Afghanistan. David Miliband says 20 million people in the country are reliant on humanitarian aid. Mr Miliband fears the military evacuations will be followed by an international diplomatic, political and humanitarian withdrawal across the country.
There's the visible crisis around Kabul airport, but there's also an invisible crisis. Tens of millions of Afghans who need humanitarian aid, but who are desperately worried that the military withdrawal on the 31st will leave them at the mercy not just of political events, but of a collapsing economy, of COVID running rampant, of drought in 80% of the country.
To the weather now. There's a strong wind warning for the west coast for the state. Showers across East Gippsland, clearing by early afternoon. Cloud increasing from the west. For Melbourne, a mostly sunny day. There's slight chance of a shower later tonight with a top today of 18 degrees. Tomorrow, showers 14. Monday, partly cloudy and 17. Right now in Melbourne, it's 16 degrees. ABC News.
Hi, I'm Kurt Fernley.
Wait, I'm Kurt Fernley.
All right. You're Kurt Fernley. I'll be Georgie Dunny today.
We've got a podcast and it's everything you'd want to know about the Paralympics and probably a little bit more.
We talk to so many of our wonderful athletes and we have a fair bit of fun along the way.
You Little Ripper, your ultimate Paralympic podcast with Kurt Fernley and Georgie Tunny.
You Little Ripper!
Download for free from the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Bailey Williams goes for Bruce. He couldn't, could he? He could!
The Lead.
It was one of those nights that you dream about as a little kid, and the reality's kind of sunk in this morning as I've woken up, and yeah, the phone's still blowing up.
He might have had 39 hitouts, but it's not $1 million a season player at 39 hitouts, but only 10 possessions and not much around the ground.
I think Sydney exposed something in Richmond that now other clubs are looking at very, very closely.
Given the magnitude of Alistair Clarkson's achievements, would you understand if Carlton made a phone call?
Oh, as long as they're transparent and clear with me, I'm comfortable. I understand it.
The Lead.
The best trick you've ever pulled, bike into a dam or anything that you've done over the years?
Oh, gee, there's have you guys heard of tree parachuting?
Tell us more. Please tell us more.
The players have said, right, it's time that we really need to have success and to start building something that's really sustainable, and I think there's a real selflessness that's been brought in by the playing group.
Bolton! Oh, wow. Up he goes! He's taking his game to ridiculous new heights.
This is The Lead on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The lead items this Saturday. Rising power. Port's flick of the switch sparks a premiership surge.
They're going to hit September fully charged. They demolish the Cats.
Another first-up finals flop for Geelong. The well-trodden hard road ahead.
Yeah, it was a poor performance. Virtually everything that could go wrong did go wrong.
Ross the Boss is Lion to Carlton a mere formality. Collingwood narrows its coaching search. Alicia Mewling will have the latest. We'll look forward to this afternoon's elimination final between the Swans and Giants. Leon Cameron is our guest. And look back with a Melbourne great of 64 to join us. Hello and welcome to The Lead on ABC Grandstand AFL. What a time of the year it is. Finals underway. Port Adelaide, an enormous statement. Almost the complete performance, the complete mauling of Geelong last night in the qualifying final. The Cats live on. Port Adelaide through to a home preliminary final. Huge finals coming up today. Tasmania getting the chance to host finals for the first time with Sydney and the Giants doing battle this afternoon. You'll hear that on Grandstand AFL. And tonight at the Adelaide Oval, the minor premier, the D's, the winners of the McClellan Trophy, they will take on the Brisbane Lions in the other qualifying final. Then tomorrow, the Dogs and Essendon down at York Park in Launceston as well. Aliir, All-Australian star of the game, at least for the first half last night, really setting things up for the Power. He's going to join us very shortly on The Lead. And Tom Harley from the Swans, another of our guests today. Cameron Ling is here. G'day, Lingy.
Hello, Al. Good to be here. Yeah, what a night it was for Port Adelaide. They were brilliant last night. The Cats were ordinary, and now Port have set up a beautiful road to potentially a grand final. And we know its number one choice is the MCG. No crowds, it goes to Perth, but with a little bit swirling in WA at the moment with potential COVID cases. Who knows? It could still end up at the Adelaide Oval. Port would be loving that little journey, grand final at the Adelaide Oval.
We'll wait and see. Certainly it seems like the situation in Perth is in hand at the moment. Mark McGowan saying, the Premier, that there was no need for any lockdown, but the case situation there being monitored with those two truck drivers testing positive. Adam Ramanauskas, hello to you. Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. Well, we're never surprised in football, but I was surprised by the ease that Port Adelaide were able to do that. Last night, the score probably flattered the Cats in the end.
We're going to look at the Cats. We're going to look at the Power. And straight off the top, though, one of the stars of the competition, what a recruit he's been for Port Adelaide. Aliir for a future second-round draft pick. That's looking like an absolute steal. Let's take it in. Some of the highlights from last night.
Trying to get both hands at it. Reading it best off his hands is Robbie Gray.
Kick goes inside the 50 for Henderson. It comes off the pack to Motlop, who kicks for his second and makes the Cats pay for an error again. Bonner, a squaring ball. It's off the outside of his boot. Henderson back with a flight, tapped it down. Front and centre row. Fantasia pumps it through and punches the air as he runs off in celebration.
Swans with the penetrating kick into the pocket. He goes over the head of Dixon. Waiting at the back was Marshall, and he snaps casually off a foot and he buries it from the right forward pocket.
Dangerfield dropped the sitter in the end, uncontested. Grey Rose gave it to Fantasia from 55 out. Oh, the power absolutely on fire. Orazio Fantasia on return has kicked 3. Ball picked up in congestion by Boak. Hand pass to Motlop. Off to Fantasia for 4. More and more. It's the Port Power heading to the prelim. Attacking a college athlete, his bootlaces and ricochets the way of Butters, who gives to Powell Pepper, who might just bring Adelaide Oval to its feet.
7 days ago, they hadn't beaten a team inside the top 4. Now they've downed the Dogs and the Cats. It's a power home preliminary final for the second straight year.
I guess we're gonna find out. Let's see how far we come. Let's see how far we come.
So Port Adelaide getting that opportunity to host a prelim again. Last year they fell short in a thriller against Richmond. What awaits the Power this year? Well, Aliir has been an enormous inclusion for Port Adelaide in the back half this season. I'm very happy to say he joins us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL. G'day, Aliir.
Hey, how's it going?
Really well. Thank you for your time today. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Can you take us firstly into the rooms last night after that win? Obviously, the crowd was so loud and vocal for you, albeit a limited capacity. What was it like celebrating that victory last night?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Everyone got pretty up and about, just the way we performed. I think, the first half, the scoreboard was our way, but we felt like we were all over them. And then I think to come out in the second half and go another level was just, I think, extra special. So, it's good. All the boys enjoyed it, so a week off, and then we look forward to whoever we play next.
Your pressure last night was immense right from the word go. You got in the face of Geelong, didn't give them the opportunity to build the ball up at all. There were a lot of hurried kicks. Was that your focus going into the game?
It's always it's always our focus going in, pressure, because you need to bring that pressure week in, week out, and just allow us to be able to play our game. So it was good that the mids have come out and they're pressing, the fours doing the same thing, and then it allowed us defenders to be able to take aggressive position, and that's where we're able to get the mark and then go back straight through them.
Aliir, footballers are proud people, are proud performers. Jeremy Cameron, the last time you guys played, beat you comfortably. This time you didn't get the opportunity to play against him. When Ken came to you during the week and said to you, this is the role that we've got for you this week, were you hesitant at first, or did you say to him, no, Ken, I want another crack at Jeremy Cameron? How did you react to Ken and all the other coaches when they said, no, this is the role we want you to play this week, Aliir?
Yeah, it was all right. I'm flexible. I feel like I can play on the tall and the small. It doesn't really bother me too much. So when him and Monty sort of brought that to me, and then they sort of flagged it. If we do this right, obviously, it's probably the way we're going to win. Where you're going to come off and try to help out as much as you can from the small. But there was obviously times where I couldn't do it. I have to defend. But it was. I wasn't hesitant or anything like that, because I know I can play on the small and I can play on the tall. And there was a couple of times towards the back end where I wasn't Hawkins, I wasn't Jeremy Cameron. But I think just because Jeremy Cameron obviously terrific player, likes to get real up high on the ground, and so we just thought maybe that matchup with Jonas might have been all right for it. And the coaches did what they needed to do, and I think it worked out. Credit to everyone and the playing staff.
Well, it definitely worked out. There's no doubt about it. Your first half in particular was simply stunning. Some of the best intercept work that we've seen this year. The positioning of that is really critical, because Geelong love to move the ball fast. Was your instruction really to sit back and play as the wicket keeper, or did you have basically free rein to go and to roam where you wanted to?
I actually had an opponent, but I think it was just the pressure that the midfielders were putting on, just put that pressure in Geelong's head, and they were able to either get the ball, kick it straight away when they might have had a little bit of time. So I think the pressure inside and the forwards, but then also the defenders. TJ was huge, chatting to me from behind, allowing me to be in a dominant position. But I thought, probably some of the marks that I took, that worked off the body, and then a couple, obviously, I was just a couple of meters ahead and just had to run and jump at it.
Ali, 64 games at the Swans, and you made the move to Port. Now, we're all raving about how good a move that was from Port Adelaide's perspective, and clearly All-Australian in your form last night from your perspective. When you made the decision to leave and to go to Port, what were you searching for? What were you looking for from your football that was going to take you to this next level?
That 2020 season, I probably wasn't my best season. I couldn't find form. I was playing in the right, played midfield, played forward, played back, and then just every week I just really struggled to find that form. And I know I played my best football as a key defender, and then if the coach may need me to go in for 5 or 2 minutes to give a ruckman, or if we don't have too many tools, then I'm happy to jump in. And that was probably one of the reasons, just wanting to play down back. And I was very surprised when Paul rang me, because it was towards the back end of the season. And I only been to Adelaide twice. I played 2 games there, and I flew straight out the night after the game. So I didn't know Adelaide at all. So I wasn't too sure. But they said they were looking for a key defender, and I'm that type of player that fitted them. So the fact that they came after me when I didn't have a great year was probably a risk in their hand. But I think it's paid off all right now.
And your opinion of Adelaide now? I imagine Adelaide moves a hell of a lot faster than Sydney does.
Oh, yeah. The traffic, it only takes me about 5-6 minutes to get to training, which is the best thing. Where in Sydney, you can sit in traffic for 25 minutes when you live 10 minutes away, or even longer sometimes. So the traffic is good, but with the whole COVID restriction, I haven't been able to actually go out and see Adelaide that much. So, we're on a tight load of things, so we can't do too much. Even today, we're isolating for about 48 hours. So I'm just at home here, becoming a barista, so I've got a new coffee machine, so I'm trying to make as many coffees as I can. But I'm enjoying Adelaide, so I'm sure I'll eventually get to go out and see it.
Alir is with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL with Alistair Nicholson, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling.
Alir, just to follow on what you're saying with that move to Adelaide and to play at Port Adelaide, I'm just intrigued in the way that a coach, perhaps over pre-season, perhaps in the off-season, just pulls you aside and talks to you about what your role's going to be, what he expects, how he's going to help make you the best player you can be. Can you tell us your early interactions with Ken Hinkley and the way that you two together came up with this role and pushed you to have the year that you've had this year?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of strange because I had jaw surgery, so I didn't do much. I didn't do much training, so I was running, but couldn't really do any contact work. So it took a while, but once the new year kicked in, and just sort of had that conversation. He just sort of said we're aggressive football club, and we want to be aggressive. So I think from the moment he said that, I'm an intercept marker. I read the ball, and it just sort of kind of click. And the more preseason training games that I got in, the more comfortable I got, and then playing with the new boys. Obviously, I was so used to playing with Dane Ramping and a few of the other boys at the Swans, and then sort of those early games allowed me to adjust and be able to play and understand the way they played, and I think it's working pretty well. But he just sort of told me, we're an aggressive football club, you're an aggressive player, and I think it's going to work out. So, and he's been good from day one with me, Kenny and Monty. So, and I'll go up to them whenever I need a hand with anything or don't understand anything. So, yeah, they've been terrific.
Ali, you've got an amazing life story and an amazing footy story as well. Your path to Australia well documented. Growing up in the refugee camp, you lost your father at a young age, got the chance to move to Australia. Didn't start playing footy until about the age of 16, and now you're an All-Australian. Have you had a moment this week where you've reflected on your journey to football a little more, given that personal achievement?
No, not really. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm chasing that flag, that cup. It's what I really want. But there are a few people that remind me, a few mates that have called and contacted me, and just saying how big this is. You don't understand how big it is for the community, but I haven't really had a time to sort of sit down and kind of reflect on the things that I've done so far. But it's probably just chasing that flag, and then I think as soon as I get that, then I'll probably be able to, sit down with the family and sort of, understand what I've been able to do for the younger multicultural kids that are coming through, and I think wanting to strike. But I haven't really sort of had a time to sit back and think about the All-Australian and all that yet.
How important to you is that role that you've found yourself in as a role model, as a community leader?
Yeah, it's very important, and I say every year, I love it even more. I remember my early days where I was quiet. I was just about playing football. Never thought myself as a role model. I didn't really see myself helping other people. But I think the older I get, the more games you play, the more people watch you, and kids come up to you, they send you messages. They want to be like you, and I don't know, just to be able to help, the younger kids that are coming through wanting to play. It doesn't necessarily have to play AFL, but if I can help them to be able to go on the right path, and I think I'm doing my job pretty well. But I'm loving the role I'm in. It's a bit hard at the moment to be able to go out to communities and do some stuff with the whole COVID situation, but hopefully once I settle down, I'll be able to do that as much as I can.
Lee, you mentioned last night after the game on the broadcast that you haven't been able to get your family to Adelaide yet. So is your family in Australia? Where are they at the moment? And what's the status and what's the approach of... I know with my dealings with Majak Dor how important family is for the South Sudanese people. What's the status there for you?
Yeah, so my family's in Perth, and then there's some in Canberra. So I don't think Perth borders are open to Adelaide yet from last I checked. And then I think Canberra's in a lockdown. So they're here in Australia. It's probably just hard with COVID. So I'll chat to them weekly. But I just bought myself a house here, and then I told Mum, if we make the granny, hopefully it stays in Perth, and then you guys can come and watch me over there. But I think just being able to communicate with them every day, I thoroughly do enjoy that. But yeah, it's just, I think I'm not the only one that's struggling with COVID. There's a lot more people struggling more than I am. I just don't have my family here, but I've got the phone to be able to connect and FaceTime with them and talk to them every time. But yeah, there's obviously times where you do miss them. So yeah.
Now, over your journey so far, we've seen some terrific hairstyles by you. Can we expect something special for the prelim final?
I think Zach Butters asked me that, actually. He wanted to pick a colour next to my hair, and I think, I don't know if I agree with to his terms or not, but yeah, I'm thinking of bringing the colour back, so I think I might be too wild to bring it back to the prelim. But,
maybe a bit of teal in there.
Get a bit of teal, you reckon?
Yeah. We all know redheads are the best. Just go red.
I'll have a little think about it, but yeah, I might put a little bit of colour. Probably nothing too much, but...
Would you consider getting the ABC worm at all?
I'll have a think about it. I'll probably I'll put out a poll on Twitter or something like that.
Fantastic, Aaliyah. Mate, terrific to chat to you. It feels like we could spend an hour with you chatting about your story in life and football, and hopefully we might get the chance to do that down the track later on. But you've got big games to come this season. You're an All-Australian. You're a wonderful role model for your community and a damn fine footballer. Thanks for your time on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL.
Thanks for having me, boys.
Aaliyah with us there. What an influence, what a rise, and what a recruit for the Port Adelaide Football
That was
Club.
the big change last night, Lingy. Yeah. You look at the game and you saw the impact that Hawkins, Cameron and Rowan had last time they met. Ken Hinckley and his coaching staff change it up slightly. They change it up. They go, okay, Jonas, you need to go to Cameron. Shut him out. Jeremy only kicks one goal. Aaliyah then, he mentioned a couple of times in that interview, it looked like he had no opponent. He had an opponent last night, but I'm just wondering where that opponent was.
Well, the Geelong opponent was trying to keep him out of the game, and they just couldn't. There was enough pressure up the field. Aaliyah was reading it perfectly, and his first quarter was enormous. His second quarter, I think he maybe had one possession, still had total influence on the game.
Yeah, correct.
Geelong had to change everything that they were doing. They were trying to go around him via somewhere else in the whole world other than kicking the ball to Alir. So it goes to show, when you're that good a player, you can have massive influence without possessing the football.
Ken Hinckley obviously delighted with the performance last night from Port Adelaide. Here's a little snippet of what he had to say in the post-match.
It's really hard to play at that level, clearly, all the time. And we always look at that and we go, yeah, pressure was great for 2 quarters, 3 quarters. Tonight I would suggest our pressure was enormous for 4 quarters. That takes a lot of effort and a lot of work. But for the boys, they had a lot that they wanted to play for tonight. We had a lot going for us tonight with the game. We got it home here in Adelaide. We earned the right to play in Adelaide. We thought if we can bring the pressure that we could, the great fans that were here tonight, we're going to make it feel like it was even more pressure. And I think that was really important for us, that we played our part for the fans. Well, it's big in the overall goal because we get the perfect preparation for what we would like. And, we've haven't had a pre-finals bye. This is a bye that I feel like is a bonus to us. It's a benefit to us, clearly, when you've played a lot of games in a row. And, that's probably what the old system looked like a little bit. And now it works, pretty favourably for us. We get to play at home again. We get to play, after being a bit fresh, but there's some risk with that. But it's the perfect preparation, hard, tough game of football and a bit of a rest.
So Port Adelaide in such great shape. They have the advantage of another home final and a chance to progress to the grand final. So one step further than they went last year. What about Geelong? What does it mean for the Cats? The scenario, and we saw the stats, 2016, the only time in the past 9 attempts when they've won a first final. So it's the path well trodden for Geelong that they're going to have to go the hard road again to try and make it through to a grand final. Obviously, teams change, personnel changes, but that stat, 8 out of 9 times they have lost in the first week of the finals. Pure coincidence, or is there more to it?
No, when it happens that often, it's not pure coincidence. A couple of times, I think there was talk it might have been because of the bye and they don't play well off the back of the bye. We'll put that one to bed. There was no bye this time. I think even in the first quarter, Rammer, there were probably half a dozen to 8 Geelong players who were rattled by the pressure and the situation. There was coughing up of the footy. There was a lot of fumbling. There were players who were found out of their depth in that first quarter, and then it just got worse and worse as the game progressed. So the challenge to Chris Scott now is, does he back that group in again and say, well, that was a poor performance, but I'll back them in to bounce back next week? Or does he say to 3 or 4 of those guys who did fumble and didn't handle the situation well and were really, really poor, no, I'm not going to trust you again. I'm going to go with someone else and go with younger players and see what they've got. Do you get a sense of which way he might go with that? Do you back the same group in next week if you're Chris Scott?
It's too late not to. That's the issue. It's just like Zach Tui will come back in next week.
Yep, he will.
So
Chris Scott's confirmed that.
That's critical. That is absolutely critical because they lacked so much run last night. Their uncontested game was horrible. They were smashed in that area.
But that's O'Connor for Tui, so that's a done.
Quinton Narkle is another one that they could potentially look at.
Has to play, doesn't he?
Well, you would say so because you can usually tick a box with Geelong contested footy, okay? So Port Adelaide clearly wanted to break even last night in that area, but it was the uncontested game that they were just hammered in. It was constant seeing a Port Adelaide player out on their own free. Their backline needs run. At times they tried to put Gary Rowan down there last night. You're scratching that. Mitch Duncan played there at times when, he was on Fantasia. So Duncan's getting plenty of the ball, but Fantasia's kicking goals. It's just they were trying things to almost reinvent the wheel.
Well, and with Mitch Duncan, as you said, when you think of Mitch Duncan at his absolute best for the Cats, you think of 30 disposals, kicking the ball inside
50
to Tom Hawkins. Great ball use. He's an outstanding ball user. Last night of his 33 disposals, I would say 27 or 28 of those were back of centre and sidewards or just on the 45-degree forward. There was no penetration. And then on the flip side, we spoke to Darcy Byrne-Jones after the game. He said they wanted to put speed on the game because Geelong wanted it controlled. Yeah. And when they did put speed on the game,
Geelong love tempo football. Yeah. That's what they dine on. We control the tempo. If we want to go fast, we'll go fast. If we want to go slow, you're going slow as well. I look, you talk about massive changes. If I'm Chris Scott, I'm looking Cam Guthrie, Danger, and Selwood straight in the eye and saying, hey, guys, you got mauled last night. Mauled. Guthrie's had 17 possessions. Dangerfield's had 23 and Selwood's had 17. Then you look at the other side. Boak's had a massive influence with 32. Wines has had 33. Dersma then on a wings had 24. Willem Drew was really good in the way he went about. He had 11 tackles in the game.
Yeah, yep.
So that's the one area where you go, it's usually a tick. It's another tick. Geelong will win the midfield battle.
Chris Scott, the coach of Geelong, said just about everything that could have gone wrong went wrong last night. Here's the coach.
It was uncharacteristic for us how easily Paul were able to get the ball from our forward 50. I think we had 3 forward 50 tackles for the night, which is diabolical, really. We obviously kicked the ball to Alir. He played well. And then in the second half of the game, we had no choice but to go away from the way we normally play to try to generate something, but that didn't work either. Equation in front of us tonight was to, and for the rest of the final series, was to try to win 3 games. So that's where we are now as well. We've got to try to win the next 3 games. And not many clubs get the opportunity to be in this position. So we clearly don't take it for granted, and we've got an opportunity to dust ourselves off and find a way to play our best footy. It's definitely within our control.
That was Chris Scott last night. So the Cats get ready to go to Perth. They'll face the winner of this afternoon's final between Sydney and GWS in a sudden death semi next weekend. So the thing that strikes me about Geelong is over the years their capacity to bounce back from a bad performance. They've done it time and time again, but last week, the disappointment of Melbourne, you would think the way they capitulated in that match, it would have been enough of a jolt to the system. To play the way they did last night, though, how worried would you be about Geelong's prospects from here? And you said at the start of the season, Cameron Ling, this had to be it for this group. The way they'd recruited, it was a premiership year.
And I thought it was. And it, you know what? Last week, Al, at half time, I thought it was definitely a premiership year. And that wasn't even just with my Geelong supporter hat on. The football that they played in the second quarter against Melbourne was unbelievable football. But then, Rama, the last 5 quarters has you thinking they're going to go out in straight sets. Now, I don't know if that will be the case. They may bounce back as they've shown that resilience, but their last 5 quarters of football have been horrendous, and their second quarter against Melbourne last week was a thing of beauty. So it's hard to know where these last 5 quarters have come from when you see them play like that against Melbourne. I don't know. I think they will bounce back. I think they have it in them to bounce back and get through to a preliminary final, but I don't know if they go much further than that now, the way they've played these last 5 quarters.
Melbourne turned the heat up on him in the second half, and Port Adelaide, it was boiling at the Adelaide Oval last night.
Yep.
15 more tackles, and they've had more possessions. Like Geelong they didn't have a moment spare to control tempo, which we've spoken about so often with them. You put the heat, so Geelong have got to somehow, in a week's time, learn to, when the heat's coming, you just got to steady. You got to compose yourself still.
To handle that heat, to handle the opposition wanting speed and throwing things straight in your face, and not just saying, here, I'll kick it to you, I'll mark it, and we're controlled and everything's fine.
Look, the reality is, too, guys had some really ordinary games for Geelong. So it's up to them. It's up to the individual to look themselves in the mirror and go, not good enough, bounce back.
We're going to speak to one of Lingy's former teammates, Tom Harley, in just a moment, the CEO of the Sydney Swans. On the text, Graham on 0437 774 774 says, Lingy, what's Narkle got to do to get a game? When he gets a run, he plays as well as anyone on the ground. Is he important in the twos? Says Graham.
Yeah, Graham, it's a really good point. Every time I've seen Narkle play, he's played good football. So I don't know the element. I haven't yet got a straight answer on what the element is that he doesn't do, which keeps forcing him out of the team or to the subs bench. I think he's what they need. I think he plays this week.
Well,
I think they bring him in.
He can play both midfield and forward.
Yep, inside and outside.
It just doesn't make a lot of sense, that one.
I think he comes in.
It's a big day of footy down in Tassie today, the first final ever staged in Tasmania. Next on the program, we'll speak with the CEO of the Sydney Swans, Tom Harley.
This is The Lead on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Well, the Sydney Swans' rise this season has been quite superb. They made finals year after year, had a couple of down years, blooded a lot of players, recruited, and now find themselves back in the top 8 after a fine season. They're ready to take on their rivals, GWS, in an elimination final at York Park this afternoon. The CEO of the Sydney Swans is Tom Harley, and he joins us on the lead. G'day, Tom.
G'day, Al. Rama, Lingy. Thanks for having me on.
It's a pleasure. Great to speak with you. Where are you at the moment? Can you set the scene in Tassie for us today? What's it like down there?
I can. This probably sounds a bit dramatic, Al. I'm literally standing right in the middle of UTAS Stadium in the centre circle. We've both teams had to arrive early to get out of the hotel for it to be clean for the two sides coming in. Perfect conditions down here. I'd say it's probably about 13 degrees. There's not a zephyr of breeze. The ground's in great nick, so it's going to be a good day.
I'd expect nothing less,
Hang
Rama.
on, Harles. Hang on. Let's just... Last time I checked, your CEO. CEOs don't get on the green stuff. Now, I'm not sure what you're sort of doing out there. You're not playing anymore. You're not GM of football anymore. CEOs are sort of behind the glass with the Chardonnay.
Lee, you know, we're in extraordinary times, and it's all hands on deck. I've even stuck down on the bench a couple of times this year and held the magnet board. So no, I enjoy it, but I'll leave the match day stuff to the coaches. But a stroll out on the ground, particularly when you get here a few hours before the game's okay.
When you look at it, Tom, this season, all the challenges thrown at you, and combined with the fact that you were coming from a low base to work your way back into the finals, has it been, in your eyes, a significant achievement just to make the 8?
Yeah, look, we both publicly and internally, we were really clear not to necessarily put expectations on what we might do. We had significant turnover in our football department staff last year coming into this season. COVID soft cap cuts were obviously a significant part of that, but we also needed to get better. We were hopeful that the people who came in gelled well, but we certainly recruited very much based on character, and we've got a fantastic off-field group that works with our playing group. And I think last year we had a positive year despite finishing 16th. We were able to get some games into some players who played critical roles, and that was really due to some unfortunate and significant injuries to some of those senior players. Now, we were able to touch wood to get them fit this year, and it's like deposits in a bank with young players. There's no substitute for time on the block, and players like McInerney and the like have been able to continue to get games and are key contributors for us. And obviously an injection of youth has been positive too. So, we sit here proud of what we've done at this point in time, but also very focused that it all starts again. And I couldn't be happier to be playing the Giants in our first final. It's just a great opportunity.
Well, Hales, it is a remarkable year, given, as you said, where you finished 16th. You also gave up the All-Australian centre-half back as well, sent him off to Port Adelaide, and you've improved as a group. Some of those young guys that you found, what have you seen there? How do these young guys just keep becoming good players at the Sydney Swans?
Yeah, look, and first acknowledge Alia's season. It was a tremendous individual season, highlighted with his All-Australian jack, and he was really good last night, I must say as well. But look, we had to invest in youth, and we went to the draft heavily last year as well, and picked up some really good young players. But one of the things that, I've been at the club now for 7 years, and from afar admired the culture and the leadership of the playing group, and I think when our young players do come into the club, they're inducted extremely well. John Longmire's a fantastic coach and teaches the players to play the right way. So we give them their best opportunity to develop a career. So so it's not foolproof, but certainly we have the level of confidence that we induct, train up, and teach our young boys when they come in to be good young men and good young footballers.
Tom Harley, the CEO of the Sydney Swans, is with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL with Al Nicholson, Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanauskas.
Tom, obviously tricky today. Not impossible, but what's the status on both Josh Kennedy and Cal Mills?
Yeah, they're just not quite right, Rama. So Joey, firstly, he's been doing some training out on the park here this morning. Look, he was a grade 1 hamstring. He's 2 weeks into it. So just the reality is he's probably a week short. And, if we're good enough to get through, we'd expect him to be right back in the frame next week. And Cal Mills is the same. I think we've seen everyone's seen what he's been dealing with the past couple of weeks with his Achilles, and those of us who have had those sort of injuries in the past, it's that balance between load and rest, and recovery from games. And he trained maybe not fully, but certainly did the main training session on the Thursday, and just felt, and he was involved in this conversation as well, obviously, just felt he wasn't quite right. And, you need to have as close to as fully fit a team as possible going into finals, and Millsy just wasn't quite there. So I'm optimistic both will be available should we get through this week.
So we understand we're living in different times at the moment, and a Battle of the Bridge final in Tasmania. But an SCG would have been full, there's no doubt about it. So what's the difference in bottom line now from playing a final in Tasmania or going to the SCG for you guys?
Yeah, it's interesting. Without getting into the details of the finances, the home and away season is where clubs make their money in terms of ticket revenues, etc. And finals, the gate primarily goes to the AFL. So there's finals prize money. I'm sure most clubs have finals bonuses in corporate partnerships and the like. But from a bottom line perspective, this particular game is not material. If the game was to be the SCG, the benefit obviously would be, to your point, a full house and a distinct home ground advantage. We don't have that. I think someone told me the other day, Melbourne's the only place where we haven't played the Sydney Derby in the past couple of years. So it seems fitting that we're down here, and 10,000 strong crowd. We're told the ticket sales are 10 to 1. So we're expecting a really strong red and white crowd here in Lonnie.
But for example, Tom, I understand the ticket side, but food and drink and stuff like that, does that still go to the AFL even if the game was at the SCG?
Yeah, it depends. Not that wouldn't go to the AFL. That would, again, without getting into the details, goes to the sort of feeds into the venue hiring agreement that we have with the SCG.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, so we're a tenant there, and make no mistake, we would love to be playing at the SCG for a whole host of reasons. Financial upside's one of them, but just providing opportunities for your fans and members to come along. But as you say, we are in extraordinary times, and we haven't played in front of a crowd for a while. So 10,000 will feel like 100, I reckon, for our guys today. And great that we can give the people of Tasmania a taste of AFL finals footy.
How many security staff have they had to employ down there, Tom? When Buddy kicks his 8 goals, it could be quite the scene down there.
It could be. Look, I'm sure they'll do their best, and good luck to them if that happens. So it'll be interesting. We did come out here yesterday, and Lance has obviously played a lot of footy here with his time at Hawthorn. The Swans, we haven't actually played here since 2012, which was a really strong game against the Hawks, and it was Adam Goods' record-breaking game.
Yes,
so we've got good memories down here, and Lance certainly has some very good memories down here.
Now Lance has got one more year to go on his contract. In all likelihood, could you see him playing beyond that, Tom?
Oh, look, I could. I mean, as soon as you say something like that, it becomes a headline. But I think credit to Lance this year, and I know our coaches and GM of footy have been asked this a lot about Lance's season and what has been the key drivers to turning his fitness around. It's never been a question of form with Bud. But he really put in the hard yards when the decision was made midway through last year when the team was in Perth that he would need to not rebuild per se, but really focus in on core strength and leg strength to get himself right. And he's committed to that 100%. And so he had a rest a fortnight ago, and I think everyone saw the benefits of that rest with the game last week. And so we would expect him to finish this season strongly, have a good pre-season, and see what next year unfolds. But certainly not beyond the realms of possibility if that's what Lance wants to do.
Is there a way you can smooth out the contract financially so that you have more of a balance over 2 years?
Yeah, look, he was recruited as a restricted free agent, so we're aware of the rules with regard to that. And the primary tenet of restricted free agency is the incumbent club, in that case Hawthorn, needed to know exactly what they were matching. So no, we can't. But look, I think there's always a lot. I understand a lot of focus from all clubs on salary caps and all those sorts of things. But we know what we've got in front of us and what we're playing with, and certainly with Lance, and we'll continue to play those things out behind closed doors.
Tom Papley was an All-Australian during the week, which is an amazing effort for him. A couple of years ago, Tom, he wanted to leave. He wanted to leave the Sydney Swans, which is a rarity because players don't leave the Swans because of what you created up there.
Yep.
Who was the work needed to be done by Tom or by the club when he came back, when the trade didn't go through?
Oh, look, it was. I mean, Remy, you know this really well with your work in player management. That it was, Tom had his reasons for wanting to explore a trade, and he had a long-term contract that he's now coming up to the halfway mark of. And look, we worked with Tom during that period. We were very clear at the time that we wouldn't do the deal unless we got something very significant in return, and we didn't get there. To Tom's credit, he worked on the things that I guess he was challenged by in Sydney, and again, most of that to the family reasons in Victoria, and we always have to respect that. But he came back, he fronted up the first day of pre-season, addressed it, and then just ripped in as he always did, and he ended up a significant contributor last year, and remains an unbelievable contributor. And I think his All-Australian jacket was just reward for it'd be sort of 3 or 4 really consistent years now, and he's a barometer for us. And when he speaks to the group and he speaks about what the club means to him, there's nothing faux about that. He is all in, and we're a better club for it.
He'll have a big role to play today. Tom, all the best this afternoon. We're looking forward to the final down there in Tassie.
Thanks for having us, guys. All the best. Look forward to it.
Good on you. Tom Harley, the CEO of the Sydney Swans, with us on Grandstand AFL on the lead with Al Nicholson, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling. Will have the full build-up this afternoon. The Swans and Giants. Leon Cameron's going to join us on the lead in around about 15, 20 minutes' time. We've got a great of the Melbourne Football Club on the program as well today. And in the build-up to the match this afternoon, Stevie Johnson's going to join us from the Giants, assistant coach, and also Josh Kennedy, co-captain of the Sydney Swans, who's trying to force his way back into that lineup should the Swans progress and he can prove he's over that hamstring injury. Joining us now, though, is our lead journo, Alicia Mueling. Alicia, welcome to you.
Hello, guys.
Great to have you with us, mates. And a fair bit going on in football, as there is week to week. Let's start, though, with Port Adelaide. So Orazio Fantasia came off the ground late last night. He had what we thought was a broken nose. He had a bit of a knee issue as well. What's the latest there, and any other niggles around the place at Port Adelaide? Mitch Georgiades, one that missed out last night through injury.
So we know that Orazio Fantasia has had some knee issues this year. He had surgery in June and missed almost 2 months, and came back in round 20. So subbed out late in the game after playing such a pivotal role for the Power overnight. Ken Hinkley, though, not too concerned heading into the preliminary final.
Clearly, they gave it a knock, and we weren't going to take a chance. He was complaining it was a bit sore, so we were in a position where we certainly weren't going to take that chance, and we didn't need to. We've got 2 weeks now, so we've got plenty of time to get over that, I'd imagine. But again, we'll see how he pulls up. But obviously, it was a decision based around him was sore, and we didn't need to take any more risk.
So you would expect him to be fine in a couple of weeks. I know Robbie Gray also copped a knock to his knee. So I guess with both of those 2 blokes fit and firing, can we expect Mitch Georgiades to push his way back into that forward line, which is operating so well at the moment?
That's a really tough question there. And Sam Palpepper, does he play or does he play as a sub again? So they've got some great selection conundrums. I think Georgiades does play. I think he's been terrific all year. So if he's right to go, he would get a game. Alicia, just on the Geelong side of things, they're going to have to back up straight away and play again next week. Mark O'Connor was subbed off. Sean Higgins came on. It didn't look good as a hamstring. Is there any update there?
Yeah, so it is a left hamstring, Lingy. This is the second time he's hurt that hammy this year, so he missed 6 weeks earlier in the season. So, I don't know, I would think he might struggle to get back, and we know it's such a huge blow given Tom Stewart's absence. So, hopefully Zach Tui, with his own hammy, has a chance to come back next week.
And Alicia, Collingwood, the race to be Collingwood coach is narrowing. We're going to talk in a moment about the Carlton situation, but Collingwood's narrowed its focus, it would appear. Who's the likely coach of Collingwood, do you think?
Well, I think it is Hawthorn assistant Craig McRae who is the front runner. So we know it's down to 4 candidates, and I think we touched on this last week, guys. So Craig McRae, Michael Voss, Adam Kingsley and Jamie Graham. But you do expect that Craig McRae is in the box seat, so the Pies hopefully will make an announcement on Nathan Buckley's replacement, you'd think, in the next fortnight.
And a big recruiting coup for the Crows, albeit one off-field, but a very significant one.
Yeah, Neil Baum, who is currently Richmond's senior club advisor, he will next year be Adelaide's new head of footy. So I think the move was on the cards last year, but Barmy had a few health problems which prevented him from taking the job. So a very experienced and calm head heading to South Australia next year.
Yeah, that's a great acquisition.
By the Crows. He's brilliant, Barmy.
He's got the Midas touch.
Yes.
Bit like you, Alicia. Good to chat. Enjoy the footy this afternoon.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you.
Alicia Muirling with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL. I get the sense that position at Collingwood is narrowed even further. Perhaps it's really only Kingsley who's still in the mix to displace the raging favourite, Craig McRae. Moving on to Carlton. So the events of the week, two parts to this. The events of the week, what went down, the handling of David Teague, the way he went back into the club for basically a stay of execution, then was given his marching orders. Alistair Clarkson withdrawing from the race, James Henderson, his manager, making it clear that he would not be taking up a position next year, and the games going on behind the scene with Ross Lyon and the new president, Luke Sayers, saying that he's had a 45-minute conversation with him. How have you summed up this scenario, firstly from David Teague's perspective, Rama?
Oh, I feel incredibly sorry for David Teague. I've said that a couple of times, but how do you get him back in this week to do reviews and the like? It was like, you know what, just do those reviews and then we'll let you go. Like someone might have leaked it out to the media, he might stay now. Was that buying a few days just to fully suss out the availability of Alistair Clarkson? No way.
Was it to try and make it look as though they were going to go through a legitimate process, or Ross Lyon's just the coach?
With David, right, when you know, right, you don't just hold somebody there for the sake of holding somebody there. They've known for how long now? Okay, now I'm fully respective of Carlton keeping David to the end of the season. I think that's a good thing. But then to hold him again for another 4 days after that, they knew exactly what was going on. They've had the review for a number of weeks now. Then you hear Luke Sayers talk about speaking to Ross Lyon for 45 minutes. He's speaking to Ross Lyon for 45 minutes when David Teague's still in the chair. That's not fair.
What did they expect of David Teague?
Exactly.
Someone needs to tell me that. They're the ones who set the expectations at the start of the season, saying premiership's not beyond us, now's the time. That was ridiculous expectations because they were nowhere near that. What did they expect from his 2 years, his first 2 years as a new coach, a new senior coach, with the 2 COVID-affected years?
If I'm Carlton, I go underground now. Albeit, okay, they've got to appoint a new coach, but I don't think it's been their proudest second half of the season by any stretch of the imagination. The way they've just handled a whole range of issues within the football club. There's not just the coach. There's other issues that are bubbling away under the surface. So they need a head down, bum up over this off season, over this summer period now, and just build some respect back, some goodwill back within a football club.
Greg Williams comes in now as the football director on the board. There are changes happening behind the scenes there, but he has said, Luke Sayers, that Diesel's expectation is that a coach will be appointed within 30 to 45 days. You'd have to think it'll be a little quicker than that. Is this going to be a proper appointment process? Is this a sham process to appoint a coach? And would those being sounded out by Carlton be reluctant to participate in the process, given I think everyone knows that Ross Lyon is the raging favourite for that job?
Of course. Why would you put yourself through that? I think the sense is that it's already a done deal and now this process just needs to appear as though it's happened after David Teague's been given his marching orders to appear proper. But it's Ross Lyon. He'll coach Carlton, and why would you bother having any part of that process if you were a Michael Voss or any type of assistant coach at Blake Carousella who's got senior aspirations? You're not going to go through that process.
There is that perception that when you go through the process and are seen to be going through the process and don't get the job, you become damaged goods. And I think Michael Voss in particular had a very negative experience a couple of years ago when everyone was aboard the Teague train, went through the process, didn't get the job again, and felt like that had tarnished his reputation to a degree.
It does. Like you go back all the way to Brian Royal. Brian Royal was involved in every single process and never ever got a job. So you've got to be very, very selective of which ones you go for as an assistant coach because, yeah, you're right. People do start to question what's going on.
And Lingy, it would appear that Michael Voss, who was part of the process for the Collingwood job, and we spoke to him on Grandstand AFL a week or so ago, and he said he was still part of that process. It would appear that he is no longer. He's missed out again.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that. And that's not to say that the person who ends up getting the Collingwood job is not the right person, anything like that. I just feel that Michael Voss would be an extremely good candidate. He was a great leader as a player. He then has senior coaching experience, which didn't go well, but he learnt from it.
He did make a final series.
He did, true. And then the decision of him to say, no, hang on, I'm going to go and take my time, relearn to be a coach again. Be an assistant coach under a very good senior coach in Ken Hinkley and not just do it for 2 or 3 years and go, okay, bit of success now, give me my next shot. He's taken his time. He's had 6-7 years, I think it is, as Port Adelaide assistant coach. And right now they're sitting in a preliminary final and maybe winning a premiership this year. He must be doing something very, very right as an assistant, having all that other experience. So I think he'd be a wonderful candidate.
Now, Rama, we've got an extended version of the lead today on Grandstand AFL. You and I.
Yeah.
Lingy has got an early pass mark today, so we've had to restructure the show a fraction.
Whoa. Where's his priorities like?
Well, we can get to the bottom of that because you're about to put Lingy through hospital handballs.
It's a hand pass away to Vaughan, and then a heavy bump. Sydney Stack bouncing straight off Viney.
Hit me with your best shot. Why don't you hit me with your best shot?
Baker has been completely flattened.
Hit me with your best shot.
That is a definition of a hospital hand pass.
Watch me filibuster my way out of this one. The 1 o'clock news is on our doorstep, Al.
10-second answers from you.
Right. Our listeners are loyal.
Yes, Adam.
They appreciate us. Where are you going?
12-1, we're on the lead. We just happen to have a little extended one, and I'm off to work on Channel 7 doing the Sydney versus GWS game.
So Channel 7 are more important than the ABC?
He even wore a jacket and a
He's got
shirt
a
when
shirt,
he came in today.
I dressed up for final. You're in your tracky pants. Have you got Ugg boots on or moccos?
Please.
That's all Rama wears.
Now, okay, right. You were semi-aggressive at the start of the show on Geelong. You're at selection right now. Who's in, who's out?
Well, O'Connor's out. Zach Tui's in.
Right.
Nice, simple one for me. Stanley's out. Radagalia's in. I've seen that movie before. I don't need to watch it again. Narkle has to play. It's probably Sean Higgins out. Would you make another change, bring in a runner like Jordan Clark, perhaps? I'm a little bit, maybe him as the sub. Jordan Clark as the medical sub.
Not bad.
Big changes. I
Not
like
bad.
that.
Now, we heard at the start of the year when we were doing hospital hand passes, we had a little interview with Brad Close.
Yes.
Okay. And Brad spoke about the impact that you've had on him through his career so far, which was, fair to say, 0. 0.
Yes.
Can you name any of the other number 45s at Geelong that have played games?
Joel Hamling went there. I don't think he played a game as cat. Went on to be a premiership Bulldog. Wonderful player.
Yeah, we're talking senior games of football.
Ryan Abbott.
Ding, ding, ding.
Senior football.
Got one.
What, are you talking before me?
All of them.
All of them.
How many have there been, Rama? He should be able to get all of them.
Yeah.
There was no one else on the locker, Rama.
Any others that played games?
Oh, hang on. What, after or before?
Before.
Maybe game.
Oh, okay. Did somebody wear it who's well known and then change jumpers?
No.
Sean Baxter, he was on a rookie list?
No. He wouldn't have a clue.
So you talk about being a real historian, custodian of the football club, and you don't know who came before you. So you got no respect for the jumper. Is that what you're saying?
What was the most?
What about Scotty Morford?
We should get Scott Morford on the program. We'll try
Played
and do
one
that
game
next
in
week.
1985. And you don't know who he is.
No respect.
This
for
is
history.
why Geelong are losing finals.
Who
No
else,
connection
Rama?
with the past.
Scotty Morford.
No respect for
I'm
history
sorry,
whatsoever. Now, we've got a text. This will make you feel a bit better here, Lingy. It's come in from North Queensland. Scott in Cairns. Just want to say thanks to all the Grandstand team for all the calls this year and now into the final. Shout out to Cam. Despite his affinity with the Cats, he just keeps calling it as he sees it. Thanks from Scott. So there you go, Lingy.
Thank you, Scott.
Go off to greener pastures this afternoon.
Scotty Morfitt.
Scott Morfitt,
45 brothers.
Number 45.
Good luck today, Lee. Have a good call.
Have a great time.
You too, gents.
Rammer and I will take care of the rest of the program. So Lingy's going to depart and Leon Cameron's going to join us on the lead on ABC Grandstand shortly.
G'day, Australia.
We're here to share some Vax facts.
If you get vaccinated, you're less likely to get COVID-19.
But they also reduce your chances of passing the virus on to others.
We all have to get vaccinated.
The vast majority of us.
I'm looking forward to making people laugh in person.
I'm looking forward to going dancing.
I'm just really looking forward to never having to watch the daily press conferences again.
When it's available to you, please get yours.
This is The Lead on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Nice to have your company. We'll see how it goes as a duo, The Lead, and I know there's some cost-cutting going on, so perhaps just Adam Ramanauskas and I can get us through in future years on The Lead, and Cameron Ling, he's got other things to do. He's got ads to make. He's got broadcast to do.
We're team players.
We'll have him back, Rammer. We'll have him back. Leon Cameron, the coach of the GWS Giants, is going to join us very shortly on the program. It's been a superb season from GWS when you think about it. The way they've found, it seems, that little ingredient, that chemistry that's so key to successful teams, the way they're playing at the back end of the season.
Well, through injury, it's forced Leon and his coaching staff to play different players, play players in different positions that he wasn't sure about. You look at Connor Iden in that team. You look at Isaac Cumming, who's had a terrific season. You look at Zach Sproul that's came into the team. Daniel Lloyd's played more football. Tom Green's played more football in the midfield. You've had to play Tim Taranto in a different position at times. The Steen is someone that we don't even know about. He was an athlete before that. He's come into the back line at probably Phil Davis's expense. So it's through a bit of trial and error, I think now that GWS going as one of the informed teams to a final series.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have the broadcast of that match coming up for you this afternoon. Leon Cameron to join us in a moment. Later on today, the co-captain of the Sydney Swans, Josh Kennedy, in the build-up to that clash.
Jeez, I'm disappointed.
Yeah, it's a really difficult thing for Sydney when you have the quality of Mills and also Kennedy not available.
They find a way, the Swans. But to find a way without Kennedy and Mills, it would be one of the most unbelievable finals win of that great club.
And coming up after us this afternoon, Rammer, on the lead, no excuses with Sellers and Clinchy. They've got Mark Harvey on the program.
It could go anywhere with Sellers and halves.
Yeah.
So it could be football talk. It could be racing talk. It could be footy trip talk. It could go anywhere with those two.
And have you got a sense of the excitement around the Bombers? I think most feel like it's bonus time for the Bombers now. They're sort of a step ahead of where they were expected to be this year.
Well, my expectation was 6 to 8 wins. So, 11-11 after the home and away season is a terrific performance. I was really, really excited, obviously, throughout the week. And then you see the out last night of Nick Hind, and it's just like, oh, really?
What a terrible piece
of luck. The football guy's against the Bombers still.
Yeah.
He's just going to get his lunch. He lives obviously around the Altona area, going to get his lunch, and it's a Tier 2 exposure site. He's tested negative, but because of the Tasmanian border rules, he's not allowed to
get into
the state.
Tassie. Yeah, that Ryan Gardner was in a similar boat a few weeks ago ahead of that match down there.
So all you can do is respect that and feel disappointed, but you just got to get on with it.
Leon Cameron is the coach of the GWS Giants. A huge final coming up in Lonnie this afternoon against the Sydney Swans, and the coach of the Giants has joined us on the lead with Alistair Nicholson and Adam Ramanauskas. G'day, Leon.
Alistair, how are you?
Really well, thank you. How are you going down there today, and can you give us a sense of the mood in the group ahead of this clash this afternoon?
No, we're all good. Mood's good. I mean, we're sort of we've arrived at the ground a lot earlier just because there's a few challenges with just getting in and out of the hotel. So we've got here about 4 hours beforehand, along with the Swans. So everything we do, we just mirror each other. But we're here. We're sort of really slow build up at the start because clearly we're a fair way out from game time. And then probably in about another hour or so, we'll start to crank it up and get ready to roll.
So what do you do, Leon? It's not like the Adelaide Oval where you've got the nets and you can, there's room to lie around and set up a few bits and pieces to amuse yourselves. Launceston's doesn't quite have the same level of facility.
Yeah, so we're just in the change rooms. There's also another change room attached to us where, they've thrown a few things in there. The boys can just sit there and relax and do a little bit. But, it's only a shorter period of time. My understanding, if in the past when sides have gone to Adelaide, they're probably there for 4 or 5 hours in those conditions, what you just said. So, no, we're all right. We're ready to go. We look forward to the game. No doubt it's going to be a massive, huge clash.
Has something clicked for your group, Leon? Is there something that you've noticed about the way the team's conducting itself in the latter rounds of the season? As just a casual observer watching them, it seems like there's so much energy and enthusiasm and a chemistry that perhaps wasn't there before.
Look, there's no doubt winning 4 of your last 5 games has put us, in more consistent form. Probably since we've been on the road, I think we've been for 9 weeks. It's been pretty good, but we had a couple of really heartbreaking losses. And probably people look at that and say, well, you shouldn't have lost those games. And we're disappointed that it was on the back of a quarter here or, something that you just didn't get right. It wasn't glaring like, you failed in 3 or 4 areas. So we've probably tidied up a few things. No doubt a number of our younger fellas has provided energy in playing with a sense of freedom. It's disappointing to lose young Xavier O'Halloran and Adam Kenny for this clash. They've been providing lots of energy and lots of run for us. But it's probably not one specific thing. I think it's just we've been on the road for a long time. They've come together, and 5 weeks ago when we sort of went into the Essendon game, we sort of had a choice. We could either let the season sort of just roll out and finish in the 10th, and we've played a bit better footy, a bit more consistent.
Leon, with those young players that you're talking about, they've had to come into the side due to injury. It looks like the team's reasonably settled now. You mentioned those couple of injuries, which are clearly bad luck. But how long did it take you to fiddle with the team to get the right chemistry, and particularly playing those players in roles that they were really comfortable and capable of?
Yeah, it's a good question, Ramo, and I think you're always trial and error. I think you sit here and say, oh, look, give me 6 weeks and I'll nail it. It's just, you're kidding yourself. Because so many different variables just get thrown up. If there's another injury or a young fellow might excel in a better position that you mightn't think that he is ready for. A classic example is Lockie Ash. He came to us as a halfback flanker. And he was struggling. He had probably had 3 or 4 early games that were really good, and then he just lost his way a bit, and then we just sort of threw him in the middle of the ground. And he's just, been really good for us. He's played wing and on ball, and we were probably thinking that might be another year down the track, knowing all these traits we're heading towards that explosive on baller that we're probably chasing. But it's come a year earlier, so that's probably just through a little bit of luck through injury. So. Yeah, it's an interesting one, remember, because you can't always put a time frame on it and say, righto, in 6 weeks' time we'll nail this because we'll try A, B, C, D, and E in these positions, and we'll think we'll get a few right. We might shuffle a couple of it. It's sort of like trial and error, and we still haven't got it fully right now, but we're in a better position than we were probably in the start of the year.
Last night, Port made Geelong play a different style that they're not comfortable with. Finals tend to do that. Now, with a young team, do you go after what you're good at, which needs to be spot on, or is there a particular area, and you don't have to tell us what that is, that you're really looking to take away from the Swans early today?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you've still got to acknowledge the opposition, but you've still got to, and you've got to weight it pretty heavily to what your list is about and what your 23 are about. At that particular time, and what you're about from the start of the year, what you've practiced all over the pre-season. Now, you tinker with 1 or 2 things as you go along. Our ball movement probably started at a ball at the gate at the start of the year. It's a lot more measured now. So we've tinkered with that. We've always had that contested brand because that's what, we've got a lot of big mids that play a tough brand of footy, so that really hasn't changed. I mean, the challenge we've got today is, stopping Sydney going from one end of the ground to the other.
Yeah.
And, we defend the back 50, back 60 really well. But if they have 60 inside 50s and they come through the middle of the ground, then we're going to be in a bit of strife. and you can't expect anyone to stop Franklin or Hayward or Heaney or Gilden or Papley if that's happening. You're lucking out. You're just looking for luck. So our defence has to be on. We need to make sure, that they're not going through the corridor. I mean, it's good conditions down here, and there's not much wind, so the ball's probably going to go up and down, but we need to make sure that we've got to take a bit of speed off the footy.
So Sam Taylor will obviously get the job on Franklin today. He's been terrific. Did you have to rebuild Sam Taylor after the effects of the illness that he went through last year? Was it a matter of rebuilding him, both physically and mentally? Because that was horrible and a horrible experience what he had to go through as a young man last year.
Yeah, it was. Credit to himself. He's and our medical team and all the people that are involved in starting from scratch and then getting him back running and then getting him stronger and then putting some speed in, giving him some agility, and away he goes from there. So credit to everyone's involved at the footy club. He's a determined young fella. He wants to be the best player he possibly can be. So that always helps because you've got a driven young fella that makes it easier on our team. But it was. Last year we missed him. We missed him from round 4 onwards, and we had a lot of key backs out last year as well. So you just can't replace him. We had Davis out for a long period of time. We had Taylor out. And so having those guys out really hurts your structure. But, Sammy's been in, he's in great form. He knows he's got a huge challenge today. He'll go about it in his own way. He knows Franklin's a superstar, but he's not going to worry about it. He sort of doesn't worry about footy too much in terms of if someone kicks a goal on him, he shrugs his shoulders and away he goes. And so he just backs himself in. He's a really popular young fella, and no doubt having him back in our team where he wasn't there last year because of that really nasty injury has made us clearly a better side.
You've had a couple of different captains this year. Obviously, with the injury to Cornelio, you've had Toby Green, and then Toby was out and Josh Kelly took over. But what's your expectation with Steve today? Does he come in and play big midfield minutes? Does he come in and play a half-forward role? Where's your expectation, and how much time can he possibly handle going through a midfield?
Yeah, so he'll play, probably he's probably about a 70-30 split forward mid. So he'll get his opportunity in there in spurts in the midfield. But equally, we feel as though in the last couple of little practice matches we've played, he's been doing a fair bit of damage down forward line. So we're always preparing him to come into that role. And pressure forward, equally creative forward, who can obviously hit the scoreboard from ground level or marking ability. So we're really confident. He's ready to go. Probably 2 weeks ago, we were a little bit worried, thinking he'd missed the boat, but he turned the corner. We got a 60-minute session in a game, and then we got an 80-minute last week on back of the 15 minutes of the sub role. So he's ready to roll, and we expect him to just step up. It's been really hard for him because all he wants to do is prove his worth as the captain of the footy club. And when you're injured, as well as I do, it's always hard. But behind the scenes, he's done a lot of work with Toby, a lot of work with Josh Kelly, a lot of work with Phil Davis. These guys have been bouncing off each other. And, we see Green perform on the game most weeks, and Kelly's had really good years, these two. But equally, their leadership has been helped by Stephen Cornelio, and we're rapt to have him back out there.
Leon Cameron's with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL. Leon, you mentioned Phil Davis, and you've spoken about your back six. You've got some wonderful young players coming through there, and it feels like that the baton's being handed over in a way. How has Phil coped with not being in the team?
No, it's definitely tough in the first few weeks. It's been really tough on him. He wants to be out there. He's a competitive player. He likes playing in big games. He likes playing, well for his club. He's been a wonderful servant, but it's one of those real, spots where, we've just got this back seven sort of humming along at the moment in the last 3 weeks, and we didn't want to sort of break it, and that's hard for him. But equally, if you had a camera in our footy rooms today or yesterday's training, he'd spend 10 minutes with Taylor, he'd spend 10 minutes with Ide, and he'd spend 10 minutes with Steen on positioning, everything about structures. So his leadership has been absolutely first class, and and he'd be hurting inside because he wants to be out there. But equally, he's been wonderful for these young fellas who are, progressing through their careers as well.
Leon, just lastly, take us into the opening minutes of the game as a coach. What are you looking for? What are your cues to know that the team's on today?
It's always interesting with final. I mean, because sometimes, if you're too over the top early, you got to find balance. If you're giving away, a free kick or two because you just got so much energy, or you pull the wrong rein, or you just want to play on too quickly. I mean, everyone's looking for that, your side to settle. We just got to get a good method around the contest. It's not just about cracking in. I no doubt Hopper, Ward, Kelly, Perryman, Taranto, these guys will crack in. Parker, Hewitt, Rowbottom, Warner, they'll all crack in. It's just they'll go as hard as anyone. It's just getting that right method. Don't be too close to the footy. Sometimes you've got to have some really good balance around it. And then just capitalise on your possessions that you win early, because it's going to be 50-50. They'll win their fair share, we'll win our fair share. If you can just capitalise early and just have some settling moments, then no doubt there'll be a big deep breath from some of our younger lads that haven't been in these finals type atmosphere before. So looking for that, hopefully get it, because and then you start to get into rhythm after that.
Leon, we can't wait for it. Really appreciate you giving us so much time. Well, you've got a bit of time to kill, I suppose, but a big day for your football club today.
Good on you guys. Thanks for your time.
Leon Cameron, the coach of the GWS Giants, always fantastic with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL.
Interesting with Canelio, how they play that, because De Boer's been playing a lot forward as well. So I sort of was thinking and looking then at the team, well, does Canelio play the defensive forward role or does De Boer play the defensive role? Because I imagine they'll want to shut down Jake Lloyd.
Yep.
They'll want to stop his ball movement, because Leon mentioned there in that interview, the Swans love to take the ball from one end of the ground to the other. So that's a clear build-up from half-back where they start from. So stopping Jake Lloyd today, I think maybe mission number one for GWS.
Coming up on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL, we will speak with a great of the Melbourne Football Club. Hear a little bit of commentary as well from a famous game back in 1964. It was amazing, 64. Melbourne won the premiership for the last time. The Beatles were out in Australia. It was a wonderful time to be a Melbourne supporter, but the drought has been significant. Could that drought come to an end this year? They're playing some superb football. Grant on the text in Hobart says he's enjoying the show. Sydney will make the grand final, says Grant. Go Blues in 2022. So Grant's bullish about Sydney's chances. 0437774774. Tim from Wodonga. Why have Geelong not played Josh Jenkins more over the last 2 years? He's been languishing in the reserves, says Tim. What was the point of recruiting him? I think they did recruit him as a top-up player, essentially, didn't they? And he got a few opportunities, but he hasn't played much senior football at Geelong, that's for sure. Andrew, footy gods still against the Bombers? Hoping they crack the 7,000 days, says Andrew. Andrew, what is it? Nearly 6,200 since Essendon won a final. It does seem like something's gone wrong with the footy gods, the way Nick Hines been ruled out due to going to a Tier 2 exposure site and he can't get into Tasmania. Harry says, why would Carlton go down the line path? 4 grand finals, 1 draw, 3 losses. They are joking, says Harry. And was there a coach put under more pressure than David Teague by the football media this year? Is the sudden love by media fatigue some sort of recognition that they share some responsibility for what has transpired? Surely no good judge expected Carlton to make the finals this year. Their list, a coach in his second year, COVID, they had everything against them. They underperformed and should have probably won 2 or 3 games that they let slip. With those wins, they finish about where they should have, still outside the 8, says Matt in Broadford. That's a good point, Matt, and I think the media's scrutiny heightened when the review was publicly announced mid-year. It put enormous pressure on David Teague, and every press conference he attended, he was forced to answer question after question about his future. I'm not really sure why that was allowed to happen with no support.
Correct.
And David was left there to continue to answer those questions. The whole thing made you feel really uncomfortable watching it week after week.
They just hung him out to dry and said, you deal with it. And that's wrong for a young coach. A more experienced coach, a guy that's won premierships and, had years and years of experience with the media can handle that, but not a not a second, well, effectively a second-year coach.
Mills and Kennedy, massive outs for Sydney. Bigger GWS midfield could overpower them, says Peace. And I'm a Swan supporter, and I think GWS have hit their straps at exactly the right time. Losing Kennedy and Mills may well be the killer for the Swannies. Sitting outside with my greyhound, Mozza. Great day here. Both really looking forward to the ABC call, says Mike in Kyneton. Mozza the greyhound. The way we're going, Mike, with the Drew Morphett Memorial Quaddie, we might be having a crack at the greyhounds at some point, although Sellers I can see in the next studio shaking his head. He's still got some faith
It's finals time. We'll come good. We'll come good this week.
Dapto Dogs, that's where we're going if we don't have any luck this afternoon, and I'm tipping we'll end up there, Rammer, the way things are going. Melbourne got the final against Brisbane tonight. It is so disappointing. Naturally, we understand the way the climate is and why things have to be the way they be, but it's so disappointing for Melbourne fans. Their team has performed so well. They finished the season on top of the ladder. They win the right to host a home qualifying final, and they have to play it at the Adelaide Oval. And Brisbane's found a bit of good form of late as well. Have you got a clear read on how that match might go tonight?
This is the best attack in the competition in Brisbane versus the best defence in the competition with Melbourne. So, can Brisbane create enough opportunities through their attack to score against the D's? The D's have proven that hard to score against this year. So they've completely changed their game around. Like, you look from last year, they for points against, they'll rank 8th. They're first now. Just so many of the key indicators which demonstrate a good team, Melbourne have been able to improve. But I think the one area that we really focused on, we've been lucky enough to have Simon Goodwin a couple of times. We've spoken to Christian Petrarca this year on the lead. It's that selflessness that they continue to talk about, continue to want to make their teammate better. You listen to the guys that made the All-Australian team during the week. You listen to Clayton Oliver. And it's all about thanking teammates, thanking coaches, being humble. And I think that's been a real change. The Lions, on the other hand, they're very interesting because they went through a little flat patch when Eric Hipwood went down, but then they found their mojo again. So when they played against Geelong and Tom Stewart, because there's a big key to this game tonight, and that's Jake Lever with his intercept mark. We saw Aaliyah last night, how effective that was.
Yep.
How can they make Jake Lever accountable tonight will be critical to the result for Brisbane.
So that's what's coming up tonight for Melbourne. We're going to take a trip down memory lane, D's fans. You're going to love this commentary and you're going to love our guest. A great of the Melbourne Football Club is about to join us on the lead.
It's a time of the season. Love runs high.
Back goes Dixon, there's his kick. Bring the ball right up in front of goal. They fly for it. Barassi goes high, couldn't hold it. Crompton picks up the ball, slams it goal, and puts it through, and Melbourne hit the front. And it will amaze you when I tell you that Crompton came up from the back pocket.
Of the season for loving.
Well, what a remarkable thing.
Out it goes. Melbourne defenders come out. Misjudge the run of the ball. It's hand pass. Goes out towards Dalton. Dalton tries to get hold of the ball again. He's got it on the half-forward flank, being hotly pressed. Still got Dalton. Runs in. His kick is kicked out towards Graham. Graham's got the ball as centre half-forward. He's hit by 3 Melbourne players. Down he goes with players all over him. And umpire Brophy's calling for the ball and he's going to bounce it. This is about 25 yards out. And there's the siren. Melbourne premiers for 1964, defeating Collingwood by 4 points.
It's the time of the season for loving.
Oh, what a special time it was for the Melbourne Football Club. They were the giant of the VFL in those days. 1964 was the year, and Melbourne in a tight finish after Ray Gabelich's famous goal. Neil Crompton kicking the winning goal for Melbourne. We are joined on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL by a great of the Melbourne Football Club. He played in 5 premierships. He's in their team of the century. He's in the AFL Hall of Fame. He played over 250 games. Brian Dixon joins us. Brian, welcome to you.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here.
It's a real pleasure to have you with us. Before we look back on your career and that famous year of 1964, how excited are you about Melbourne of 2021?
Well, I'm very excited, particularly it's taken so long since 64. So, over the years, it's been a bit of a struggle for the Demons. But anyway, we're there now, and I believe that we've got very, very good chance of winning the premiership.
Now, what are your strongest memories of 64? We heard in that audio that it was your kick that sent the ball forward for the Crompton goal.
Yeah, I think possibly the thing that I remember most is the kick out from the by the fullback of Collingwood, which I marked. And it was that mark which enabled me to kick the ball towards Neil, who had made his way up the field, because he was normally in the back pocket, but this time he was much closer to the forward pocket. And I kicked it in his direction, and he did the rest.
Now, what did Norm Smith... I mean, it was unconventional for a back pocket to go up the ground at any stage. What did Norm Smith think about Crompton going from the back pocket into the forward line?
Well, I think that the normal Norman Smith would say you should not have done that, because that's not the position or way in which we play. But, of course, the result was overcame everything else.
Brian, what's your when you think about it? So you played a premiership in 1964, obviously, and you're a 5-time premiership player there. But when you players now get together and you talk about the last premiership, is it with a sense of pride, or you're upset that the club has taken this long to get themselves back in some sort of position to potentially win?
Well, you have to understand what we do. We have owned the Bentley Club for many, many years. I understand that now it's been sold, but we meet once a month at the Bentley Club for lunch, and our discussion is more about the current day than it is about old times.
And Brian, going back to those old times, you played in your first season, you played in a grand final in 1954 when the Bulldogs won their first ever premiership. And then in 55, you weren't part of the Melbourne premiership winning team. You did play in the flags of 56, 57, 59, 60 and 64. I understand there is a story behind you not being part of the 55 team.
Well, I was captain coach of the Commerce faculty at Melbourne University, and we were playing in the grand final, and I think from memory it was against dentistry, but I can't be absolutely certain of that. And Mick Aylett was captain coach of dentistry, and all of my fellow Commerce colleagues said, Dicko, if you don't play, we'll lose the premiership. So, notwithstanding the fact that I'd been told not to play, I played. And actually, Commerce happened to win. But anyway, I got dropped. So there you go.
When was the grand final? Was it close to the VFL grand final?
It was on the Wednesday, and the grand final was on the Saturday.
And how did Norm find out, do you know?
I told him.
You played anyway.
Well, I had to. I mean, I didn't want to keep any secrets. That's what happened.
And Ron Barassi, obviously, after 64, he was your captain from 60 to 64. And the following year, he went to Carlton in a move that stunned the football world. What do you remember about that time and the decision of Barassi to make the move to the Blues?
Well, I was, as far as I was concerned, Ron was my best friend. And I was staggered that is what had happened. But, I mean, we all had to accept it as a fait accompli. And I was very, very disappointed, because I knew that Barassi was such a wonderful player, notwithstanding all of his other attributes. And it was a shame that's what the decision that he made.
So, Brian, with this current team, 2018, it was just an incredible ride. Why do you think this team's different and they can go all the way?
Oh, I think the team has exhibited great form. I think that they've basically have defeated every time they've had to really win a game. And I think that all being well, without any disasters, that they'll win this time.
And Brian, one last one. We need to clear up the history books. I think Ken Dakin in the ABC commentary says it was about 100 yards. I've seen newspaper reports it was 70 yards. How far did Ray Gabelich run to kick that goal in the last quarter?
Oh, I don't know the answer to that, whether it's 70 or 100. I mean, the fact is that he did what he did, and then, thank goodness, Neil Crompton came up from the back pocket and kicked the goal, which absolutely was fantastic.
Sensational. It's wonderful to chat to you, and we hope, for your sake and every Melbourne fan's sake, that the Demons can give you a superb ride this September. Thanks for your time, Brian.
Okay, thank you very much.
A pleasure speaking to you. Brian Dixon, Melbourne great there. For most of you, no excuses next. If you want to touch base and speak to Sellers and Clinchy, get on the line. 1300 222 774.
ABC Sport now has its very own newsletter, and we'd be pumped to have you on board.
The ABC of Sport will provide a wrap of all the best stuff that's happening in sport every week.
Simply go to abc.net.au/connect
and get ready for a sport hit. In your inbox every Friday, starting soon.
Get on board with the ABC of Sport newsletter.
For content that makes you think.
Or allows you not to.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
They've got players who looked lazy last night, didn't look interested. You know, there's lots of blokes getting lots of money there and not much output. You want to challenge Richmond? Good luck. Bring your best game or you just get rolled over like everyone else does.
Paul Kelly's with us. Brownlow medal. Do you have it on display or is it tucked away somewhere safe?
No, it is on display.
Sid Jackson, welcome aboard.
Thank you. To be put alongside some other great players, it's a great honour.
Jim's given us a call from Warrnambool.
I want to speak to Sellers about St Kilda.
I'm here, Jim.
Marilyn's given us a call from Shepparton.
I want to speak to Mark and ask him if he remembered leaving a big photo of himself in White Bailey in a house in Mornington when he was in his 20s. A very show-off one it was.
I hope maybe, Matt, you can adjudicate because I think that Mark's not going to like what I got to say.
I like it, Ian. You bounced out of the corner. Righto, Sellers, over to you.
Stay there, Ian. Stay there, Ian. Hang in there.
Now here's Matt Clinch and Mark McClure on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital with No Excuses.
Hello, welcome to the finals edition of No Excuses. The search for answers is never more needed than off the back of final results in a week in which, well, Carlton have appeared like deers in the headlights when decision time has loomed. There's more questions than answers. So coming up on ABC Sport today, elimination final action from Launceston and Tassie as Sydney take on GWS for the third time in a final. And tonight, the qualifying final from Adelaide between Melbourne and the Brisbane Lions. I'm Matt Clinch alongside Mark McClure. Sellers, welcome. It's normally a time where footy fans are gathering, getting together, preparing themselves to head in. This year has been similar to last. It's different, and we're all going through it in a different way. Welcome. Finals footy is, different.
Yeah, it is. It's extremely different, and it's not what we know. To me, it's been really tough for some, and tough for people with businesses and bits and pieces around the place. And we hope they're going okay. I hope this is a little light relief for them, so that they can actually start to get back towards normality in some stage of the game. So, for me, last night's game was predictable, I would call it. Again, the Geelong side play a short chipping game of football, kick it backwards so many times, probably kicked 5 goals against them because they kicked it backwards inside and fumbled and made mistakes. That was extraordinary for me. This is a time when the coach should be saying, these blokes aren't easy to play against. You've got to play a tough brand of footy. You've got to play and contest with them and get to kick it down the line and over the boundary line, start again. You've got to have a territory game. You cannot sort of let someone run over the top of you. Their smalls absolutely destroyed them. Fantasia, Motlop, Powell-Pepper, Butters and Gray. Spectacular. They were the ones who destroyed the team. And the smalls in big games usually work. In grand finals, and because it's easier to block off the tall guys, punch it away, do all that. But that's where the work comes from, and they were great.
It was the same result as last year, Port Adelaide prevailing, and yet it felt like it was completely different. The Power feel like they're more equipped than what they were last year. And for Geelong, the question around experience, premiership tilt, and looking old were all brought into the conversation last night.
Oh, well, they are old. I mean, they're one of the older sides in the competition, and we understand that. But they also got a lot of talent. But their style of play does not suit finals. You got to get territory ground. You got to have ground. You have a contest. You need to actually tell the opposition that you're actually out there. They didn't do that at all. I didn't see that at all. And anyway, I thought Aaliyah was a great inclusion. They got him for almost nothing, and he's turned into an All-Australian player for me. Aaliyah was just super. He strengthened their defence. They got their midfielders in Boak and Wines. Gee whiz, not too many better than them.
No, and the contested footy which Port Adelaide were able to play, it does sort of pose the question for Geelong. 8 of the 9 occasions they've lost in the first week of the finals, third year in a row. They've bounced back though, so that's the optimistic part for Geelong fans. They reloaded this season with Jeremy Cameron, Isaac Smith, Sean Higgins, and yet last night it felt different. I mean, they've lost 3 of their last 4. They weren't going as well as what they'd like leading into a final series, but there's got to be some familiarity in terms of why they keep falling short in finals when their home and away footy is so good.
Well, last week they played one quarter against Melbourne, which was the second quarter. So they played one quarter in 2 weeks. Seriously, they kicked 2 goals in the first quarter, 1 goal in the second quarter last night, none in the third, and 2 in the last. I mean, seriously. And they kicked 5 or 6 or something like that in the second quarter last week.
So their last 5 quarters, they've kicked 5-14.
Atrocious.
Their opposition has kicked 18 goals, 14.
That's the difference. So for me, I mean, that is just incredible. Sometimes they play players. There's a few players out there who don't play well in finals. I don't need to name them. It's just ridiculous. But everyone can tell who they are and they know who they are. And they repeat again. So they need to dust themselves off, stand up again, have another crack with a different style of game, because the one they're playing in finals just doesn't work.
Coming up shortly, Mark Harvey's a man who certainly knows a bit about playing in finals and playing in premierships, played in 3 premierships for the Bombers in a dominant era. In your mind, what was the key to playing well in September?
Well, you've got to be combative. You know, I mean, I look at Chris Scott. He's one of the most combative players I watched with Brisbane as a player. He doesn't want to contest with his team. So for me, you've got to be combative. You've got to send a message to the opposition, we're not going away. That's one of the first things you've got to do. You've got to stand there and deliver that to them. And then things get a little easier, because sometimes they don't want to be in the battle. They don't want to be in that contest. Port Adelaide did that at the start. They actually pushed them, shoved them. 18 free kicks they had in the first half, given to Geelong, to 5. And they were still in front because of the power against them and the pressure against them, and pushing and shoving them, and pushed them off their game. Game was over. It was done. It was gone. So that's the biggest thing for you, is you must start with some haste, because most finals are won in the first quarter and the second quarter, and it's a mental game from that moment on.
As always, we'd love your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. We might have a few Carlton fans who need a bit of counselling. Sellers, given the week that has been.
I do too.
Jeff in Bendigo, Geelong were also lucky to beat the Saints in round 22
they were.
as well. And Mick in Mulgrave, quality small forwards in finals, run amok with the Geelong back half, who have been turning circles like the Queen Mary. So thanks for your thoughts, 0437 774 774. But the week has been dominated by the events of Carlton. It got to Thursday and they finally made the decision that they've been trying to make, that David Teague wouldn't be the coach after this season, and that they would start the process of a new coach. Or would it just be the biggest name in which they could lure to the club? The incoming president, Luke Sayers, spoke on 3AW last night and posed these answers to the questions.
Yeah, so I had a general conversation with Ross about his interest in putting his hat in the ring for the process that we're about to embark on. So it was a good chat, and he says that he's keen to be involved in the process. And as soon as we decide as a board what that process is going to be, I'm imagining he's coming forward and putting his hat in the ring. Look, I've talked to lots of people over the last 4, 6, 8 weeks. You guys will appreciate, as the review was being undertaken, I was also looking at potential other scenarios that may play out. As the incoming president, I have that responsibility to my members to have lots of different options depending on what is uncovered during the review. And I talked to lots of people in footy, over that period of time. As I said yesterday, Kane and Brad have a power of work to do to get after implementing the 20-odd recommendations that have come out of the review. They're both terrific Carlton people, both professional people, and I'm imagining that they're going to pin their ears back and start implementing the findings.
But can you guarantee they'll be at the club in 2022?
I'm not sure anyone guarantees anything in life. Yeah, I think there's lots of learnings out of it. Definitely would have gone internal. I think way back when it was first announced, I think it was unfortunately a leak again. So I would have tried to have kept that more in house. I feel terrible that David felt, over the last couple of weeks, not as supported as he needed.
So the thoughts of Luke Sayers, the incoming president, as a former captain of the club, Sellers, it does pose the question as to how you can handle a period so poorly over the last couple of weeks. You heard there from Luke Sayers saying they started an independent review. They had probably misgivings now that in hindsight maybe that should have been internal. They've chatted to Ross Lyon. It would have made it incredibly hard for David Teague as all this is happening in the background, and yet he was asked to do exit meetings and then told he was sacked. How have you seen how they've handled this?
I think they should have done it earlier, much earlier. I think they should have done it well before the last game. They would have known their findings before that. Don't tell me they just came to their mind on Monday afternoon or Tuesday afternoon or something like that, or whatever day it came out. For mine, I think they handled it poorly in that area. They given the opportunity either coach the last game against GWS or you don't. If you don't want to, that's fine. Sometimes it's not easy to sack people. It's just not easy to sack people. And the other thing about footy clubs is sometimes you don't like your footy club. And sometimes I feel like that about my footy club. At the moment, a lot of people just think, wow, what sort of footy club have we got? And that for me is, I understand. You got to understand your audience is another thing. Your audience is your supporters. It's the world. It's the media. It's everyone in this business, and your players, and the people who you want to recruit in the future. So what do they think when they come into recruiting? Come in as a junior player and say, gee whiz, they don't handle those things very well. So to me, it should have been done well before the end of the year. Done. Finished, gone. And then it's fish and chip paper in 2 or 3 days' time. But it festered and festered and festered. And in the end, they came out looking not so smart. To me, you can't have a review and get rid of one bloke. He's the whole problem? I mean, seriously? I'd love the Carlton supporters to ring in or text in and tell us exactly what they think about it, because that's not right. I know for a fact that if in fact, we knew that his defensive area was poor, okay? It was really poor. So 23 times in his 50-game period that he played, 23 times they kicked 5 goals or more in a quarter against them. Now, let me tell you, after 5, you'd be going to someone, the CEO or the footy manager or the director of football will be going and say, hey, mate, I think we need a little bit. Do you need some help?
Yeah.
Can I help you? Then at 10, you'd be ringing a bell. What's going on? And then you'd be at 15 or 20, you go, this is a joke. This is ridiculous. So that's how you lose. Now, let me tell you, he's not the worst. Carlton aren't the worst. St Kilda are the worst. With 26 times, they've had 5 goals kicked in a quarter against them. So he's not the only one that's happened to. But that's where your management group comes in and says, hey, look, mate, I'm here to help you. What do you need? Did they help? I don't know. You better ask them. That's the point. So there's, as I said, there's a few things that they're going through, and Kane Little and Brad Lloyd are looking at those things. But they should have had a look at some of the things to help David as well. And interesting time for our footy club.
There's separate issues. The coach and the club are separate issues. Whether David's a good coach or not, and you've just made a very good case as to the failings in his coaching, is separate to list management. It's separate to the administrative side of trying to make sure there's a senior mentor, having the right assistant coaches to come up with a game plan. They're not all one problem. And in the same time, you commission a report to provide you the evidence as to why the club is not reaching the potential, keeping in mind that the club has said they're not rebuilding. We're in finals contention. We realise we have a lack of defensive intent. And the one conclusion you come to is, righto, it's the senior coach who has to go. 30% of the players felt he was the right guy and the rest didn't.
Well, sometimes players like and don't like. I didn't like too many coaches I had either. But it didn't mean I had to bellow about him and tell people that, he's no good. Most of the time it was my fault. So that's what you've got to understand sometimes. But the biggest thing for me is they have overrated their list. That last year, thought they were going to make the finals. So they didn't make the finals. Now they're starting again. We'll make the finals again. I mean, seriously? I mean, how? So if they lose the first 4 games next year and the new coach comes in, what's going to happen then? So this for me has been a very interesting and I look at sometimes how you operate as a footy club and the culture for me is the most important thing. Just it is. If you haven't got the right culture with people and the right actions amongst each other and the accountability for player to player, you got nothing. I'm telling you, you got what you got, and I think there's a lot of that in there. And as I said before, it's sometimes good for not good, but sometimes you do fall out of love with your club. Doesn't mean you leave them because it's almost a religion. If you've got a blue and white jumper or a black and white jumper, whatever you got, that is you forever. Sometimes unfortunately and sometimes great.
There's a lot of correspondence coming through on the SMS, as you'd imagine. I'll give you a little snapshot of it. We do not want Lion in capital letters. The best thing about the Teague debacle is it's managed to make Hawthorn's succession look smooth and professional. Thanks, Peter and Eaglemont. Bruce from Belgrave. The learnings emphasised by the Blues president superior to lessons. So learnings versus lessons. Carlton are the basket case that keep on giving. 17 clubs love it. Thank you, Muzz. So I guess the challenge around the poison chalice that has been the Carlton coaching position is that would you have trust if you're going to go through that process, or do you feel like they're just trying to get the best name? First they started with Alistair Clarkson and now who's the next best?
I sometimes say look past the obvious for me. There's people out there who want to coach, people out there who can. Because Ross Lyon's available, does that mean he gets the job? He was sacked from his last job at Fremantle. He was completely sacked from his last job. So let me tell you, he's had the opportunity to play in finals and been to 3 grand finals as a coach, but lost most of them. I lost them all, or half one, I think, and then lost the other 2. So to me, look, he can coach okay, but is he the style of coach that you want for your football club? He's he actually consumes the whole club in a sense. He does. That's what he does. He's powerful, he's strong, and all those sorts of things. Does Carlton want that? Well, they want it if they get success. But are they going to get success with the same group? Because let me tell you, the best coaches have the best team. And we haven't even got a team yet. We're sort of still floundering around without the team ethics and things that I see that should make a team. I mean, the coaches don't coach players. They coach a team. And the team has to work themselves to get themselves into the fitness and strength and all that sort of stuff. They're poor in fitness. They didn't finish a game. They can't finish a game. They're uncompetitive in some times. To me, there's a lot more issues at this football club than what David Teague put through, I can tell you. And David wanted to go his way, coach his way, and he did. And it didn't work. So he gets a chop. Good on him, did it his own way and gone. So the next coach, there's some talent there, but you've got to build a culture first. And if you don't build that, you're going the same way.
Yep. Mark McClure with his thoughts on the Blues. I'm Matt Clench. This is No Excuses on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Today on the radio, you'll get to hear Sydney and GWS. Tonight it'll be Melbourne and the Brisbane Lions. And I just want to cast an eye forward to tomorrow. The Western Bulldogs taking on Essendon. It's been a while since the Bombers have won a final. There's a Twitter page that keeps tally of it for fans that aren't of the red sash, and they take great enjoyment out of that. A man who was a part of such a successful era for the Bombers, Mark Harvey, played in 3 premierships, and he's been good enough to join us on ABC Sport. Harves, welcome. How are you feeling heading back to another elimination final?
Good afternoon. It sounds like Sellers should be on the selection committee for the coach of Carlton, by the way he was talking.
No, thank you.
No, look.
How you going, mate? All right? You good?
All good, mate. Yeah, we're going really well. We're training this afternoon, flying out tonight. We've got a young team that's really evolved quite quickly, new coach. You mentioned culture before, Sellers, and what Ben Rutten's been able to do is create the Essendon culture again, and that's mattered for a lot. And that's the reason why we're in the finals.
Actually, I think we're all surprised, Harv, is how quickly the turnaround has been from last year, the transition between Ben and Woosha to the transformation of this young side. Have you been surprised seeing it week in, week out?
Probably thought maybe next year. But having said that, when you get young talent in and they hold no fear and and you pick the right players. Adrian Dodoro's done a very good job in recuperating the loss of 4 players from last year, and Adam Saab was one of them, and Connor McKenna went home, Joey Danaher, Fantasia, and all these sort of guys. But they've been able to fill the void, these young kids, and along with that, I think over the last 2 or 3 years, if you have a look at it, really, I mean, Jake Stringer's been injured up until this year. All of a sudden, he's playing. Sam Drape has emerged. Now, we all thought he was going to be what he is doing at the moment, but didn't have an injury-free run last year. So all of a sudden, you've got some players more available that were already on your list, and then we've complemented with guys like Caldwell and Hine, who's unfortunately not playing because of a mishap with the COVID restrictions, but Wright's another guy that we've got from Gold Coast, and they've sort of really gelled, and that's where Ruttner's really harnessed this group. So you've got a number of sort of mid-tier players that have come from other clubs, then you've got some young players, and then you've got the established guys that may have had an injury or two over the last couple of years. So the chemistry's looking good.
Tell me about, obviously he's started to build a culture. What's the one thing that he did that surprised the players and actually got them to be together?
I think he sort of preaches a lot of being calm, even under these circumstances of a professional footballer. He's getting them to not be nervous and anxious about things. He's got them to feel important, even though they might be playing a role within a team that's not going to be rewarded through stat data, but more complement the way the system works. That's what he has managed to do. And with that has come the understanding of the way we play.
I think that's a really good point. Excellent.
Harves, you obviously played in a premiership in your first season, in your first 16 games, and then 24 games later you're a 2-time premiership player. So what's the key when you're relatively new and inexperienced to embracing the challenge that is finals footy?
I always thought when I was a younger player, to try to impress your coach and your more senior players is that you do the hard things, the selfless things that are going to complement you being accepted within the group. And I think that, as I was alluding to before, I think some of these young players are playing these roles within our system and not getting a lot of the football necessarily, but they're really putting a lot of pressure on the opposition. That's where a lot of our improvement has come from. Our ability to put pressure on the opposition to cause turnover in areas where we can hopefully score, tomorrow when we play the Bulldogs. Like it was only 3 weeks ago that we did play them and beat them. Having said that, they did have 60 inside 50s and we only had 38. So we recognise that. We have to play better than we did 3 weeks ago. And, of course, the teams have both changed since then. So, and we go down to a neutral ground. My understanding is this is a real problem for us, fellas.
What's that?
Robert Gronewegan is the curator down there of this ground.
What, the pilot?
We're worried about inside information to the Bulldogs.
He's a good man.
He is.
He's a really good man.
We look forward to going down there. I think we've been told that I think there's 15,000 people there, but we've got a ratio of 3-1 Essendon supporters to Bulldogs. So it's the first time our team would have played and get a bit of a hooray behind him.
Do you remember what Gronewegan did on his footy trip to Hawaii?
I do, fellas.
Is this
Can you
allowed
say
to
it
be
to me?
broadcast on
Can
radio?
you tell me again? Yes.
I think Tony Bahajo was part of it, or Doug Hawkins is certainly around. He was on the plane, put it that way.
We might leave that there. Harves, we were talking just before you came on air about David Teague, and I don't really want to go back too far in the past, but you're probably one person who can give our listeners a bit of an insight as to what it's like the days and the weeks after you find out you're no longer an AFL coach. How do you get through that? And I guess it's more than just a job, the investment you put in, the time and the relationships in which you have.
Firstly, can I say that when you're a coach in your first, say, 2 years like David is, you're still finding out about yourself and about the way you coach. He hasn't come from a previous senior coaching position. So therefore, you need to give him some sort of time to really work it all out. Unfortunately, with the pressures associated with this game, you don't get that. And then all of a sudden, people and boards start to panic and they feel that they need to really scrutinise the club and have a look at what's going on in the middle of the season. I don't think that's totally right at all, and that puts everyone, everyone becomes uneasy because of that when you go through a review. So, look, he would be. His family. The real problem is your family takes it to heart, and they really feel the brunt of this. So that's the unfortunate nature of taking on a senior coaching role and going out that way. I really feel for him. I don't think he's been given enough time personally. And I think what I would ask is, that when clubs employ young coaches, are you training them up? Are you helping them with their education of how they need to coach or how they become a better coach, opposed to doing a review 2 years in?
I think it's a really good point, because I think that's probably what happened. Didn't happen. They didn't help him at all.
And during this, Sellers, as you know, during this time, like under this COVID situation, I mean, the way you have to coach is just extreme. It's hard just to keep the group together, let alone coach.
Yeah, I understand that completely. Tell me about the young kids at Essendon. That's the biggest point. The biggest turning point for your club is those kids that came through. And tell me the ones that are going to do 200 games.
200 games, Sellers. Look, that's always the fine art of being. Look, I think Cox is certainly going to be a guy that will be there for the long term. I like to think Perkins is too.
Yeah.
The other kid we've got out at the moment is Reed, who's got some stress fractures in and around his back. I think he's certainly going to. I think the first three kids that we got last year are certainly going to play between 150 and 200 games. The other guys that we've got, I think Caldwell's going to play tomorrow. He's been in and around the Giants system for a couple of years. He was a first round pick himself. He's going to be a really good player moving forward. Who else have we got there that's sort of in that young sort of area? I mean, Snelling's been a guy.
Yeah.
Snelling's been a guy that's come from the mid-season draft 2 years ago and really played every game. Now he just plays a role which is predominantly, supports stoppages and then gets out of there and puts pressure on the opposition and hopefully can hit the scoreboard or create scoreboard pressure. He's an unsung hero in this team at the moment. Those sort of guys are, they're worth their weight in gold. I tell you, the player who is emerging from left field, Sellers, is Cutler.
Yeah.
Cutler's an interesting kid. He's looking more and more comfortable across that high half back line, got a really penetrating kick, but he's showing better poise now. Just purely in the fact that he's played, 8 games in a row now, I think.
That's good. That's what you need to do. Give them some game time, and then they play. You'll find out a bit about them. I want to find out about what you did last time against the Bulldogs to beat them.
Yep.
And then I saw Hawthorn
Peter Wright
beat
went
them.
all right.
I saw Hawthorn beat them again, and then they've actually fallen off a cliff, haven't they? Almost.
Well, that was noted. The last time Bulldogs played down at this ground, which was a couple of weeks ago against Hawthorn, they only kicked 37 points. So. What did we do to them last time? We really went after their stoppages. I think we really dismantled the centre square. They had a few little tricks in that they like to do there themselves. But when you've got a dominant ruckman like we have in Draper and you start to hit the different areas, all of a sudden their system at ground level can be awkward. And we made that happen last time we played them. On top of that, around the ground, our stoppage work was really good, although we did let them out too easy at times where they like to run and gun, get their handball game going from stoppages and potentially come through the corridor. That was probably an area where we need to tighten up. They came through the corridor, had 60 inside 50. So that's what the coaches are looking at. I don't know if you guys know, but they're probably the best first quarter team in the competition.
Mm-hmm.
They've won 18 of their first quarters this season so far. So we need to be matching them in that area, particularly early. Going to be wet and windy down there. The play will be on one side of the ground. Will Libert tag? Will Dunkley tag? All these questions have got to be asked. But our guys are just believing in what they're doing and they hold no fear, as I mentioned.
You paint a beautiful picture for our listeners. 6,202 days since Essendon have last won a final. Is tomorrow the day that changes?
Absolutely. And go the Bombers. And I know Sellers will be barracking for the Bombers.
Well, I don't know who to barrack for at the moment. I've got to get a new club somewhere. I don't know who it's going to be.
Good on you, Halves. Thanks for your time.
Good to you, boys. Okay.
Mark Harvey joining us
Well
on No Excuses on ABC Sport. A bit of an insight as to how the Bombers are feeling ahead of tomorrow's clash against the Western Bulldogs. And the Bulldogs, Luke Beveridge, pressure on him. He's held his side together. No Jordan Sweet, no Steph Martin. So what he's got is what he's got.
Oh, I really like Luke Beveridge. He's a A-grade coach, but he's been torn apart in the last few weeks. The midfield has been done. Essendon did it to him first, and then Hawthorn did it again the next week after that and blew him away. So for mine, there's a little bit of redemption coming back if they can actually get their game back together and have their midfield start to work, because that's their power. There's nothing else that they've got other than the handball movement and the power of the midfield at the Doggies. And once they crucified that, which the Bombers did, and then Hawthorn did, everyone knew. So it's going to be a drama for them. See what happens.
Thanks for so many of your SMSs that have come through around Carlton. I'll weave a few of them through with Sellers. We've got Josh Kennedy joining us from the Sydney Swans. Stevie Johnson, a man who knows a thing or two about finals, and the Tasmanian Premier is also going to join us ahead of two big finals in the state. So don't go anywhere. The first of the elimination finals coming up on ABC Sport. The Sydney Swans taking on the Giants.
Hello, ABC News with David Rowlands. New South Wales Health has asked people with eligible children to come forward for a Pfizer booking after some appointments were cancelled. Some bookings were cancelled yesterday for children aged 12 to 15 after a number of problems, including a social media link, illegally allowed some families to book. Aboriginal children and those with underlying health conditions are allowed to get a jab. New South Wales Health Susan Pearce has apologised for the confusion.
So we have contacted parents who have 12 to 15-year-old children presently who meet the eligibility criteria, which is on Health Direct. What happened was these bookings were able to be made outside of the eligibility checker, which is what has resulted in the issue.
Victorian health authorities say they're concerned by a new cluster in the Port Melbourne area as they work to find the source of 15 of the 64 new local cases. The state's COVID-19 response commander, Jerome Weimar, says 7 of the new cases are linked to the Shepparton cluster, and he's now confirmed an aged care worker from Echuca who originally tested positive has now returned a subsequent negative result. He says an additional 21 cases are linked to the Western Suburbs clusters, but he's calling for anyone who has symptoms or who went to new exposure sites in the Port Melbourne area to come forward immediately and get tested.
But in Port Melbourne, we have a cluster of 4 cases around the Woolworths at Fisherman's Bend and an auto mega warehouse, car wash, car dealership complex. We've not seen that crop up before, so we're very keen to make sure that doesn't become anything else.
The Queensland Government says it will be in discussions with the New South Wales Government to propose moving the state border checkpoints. The move is aimed at making life easier for border residents who are facing restrictions from New South Wales' COVID outbreak. Education Minister Grace says Queensland's Deputy Premier Stephen Miles will be in discussions with his New South Wales counterpart soon.
We've been wanting to do this for a while with regards to the border and to move it so that it makes it easier for those people to move freely around that area. Queensland has put this up on numerous occasions. It's a New South Wales government that hasn't come to the table yet. I believe that there may be movement and we've got our fingers crossed that they may happen.
A man has been fined more than $5,000 for travelling to Yalara in the Northern Territory after he was in a coronavirus hotspot. Police say the 69-year-old has been granted an exemption to travel from Victoria to South Australia for work. It's alleged he then flew to Yalara for a holiday, believing his border entry paperwork had been lodged and accepted. He was identified at the Yalara airport before being taken to quarantine in Alice Springs and is expected to return to South Australia today. New research suggests Britons suffering from the Delta coronavirus variant are twice as likely to be hospitalised as sufferers from previous strains. More from the BBC's Michelle Roberts.
The study looked at more than 43,000 COVID cases that occurred between March and May, when both the Alpha and Delta variants were circulating in the UK. The bulk of these infections were in people who'd not yet been vaccinated. Most didn't need hospital care, but around 2 in every 100 did. The risk of hospital admission was twice as high for individuals diagnosed with the Delta variant compared with those who had the Alpha strain, after adjusting for differences such as age, sex and ethnicity.
US forces have fired a drone missile on an Islamic State terrorist in Afghanistan. Its Central Command has announced the strike took place in Nangarhar in eastern Afghanistan, and that initial indications are that it killed the target with no known civilian casualties. The strike comes a day after President Joe Biden pledged to hunt down any ISIS-K figure known to have plotted the deadly bombing outside Kabul airport, which killed at least 170 people, including 13 US troops. The mayor of the US city of New Orleans is calling for residents to evacuate unprotected neighbourhoods as Hurricane Ida approaches the coastline of Louisiana. The storm has just hit western Cuba and is expected to strengthen as it approaches the Gulf Coast of the United States. John Bell Edwards, the governor of Louisiana, says it has the potential to be a fiercer storm than the Category 3 Hurricane Katrina, which claimed more than 1,800 lives.
Hurricane Ida is rapidly intensifying. We now believe that there is a strong likelihood that this will be a Category 4 hurricane at landfall. And so the next 24 hours are very, very important.
And Jared Clifford has claimed an athletics silver medal in the men's T12 5,000 metre race at the Paralympics.
Be part of the Grandstand Sport team on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Search ABC Sport and see a world of great sport content for you to explore. When history is made,
over the boundary it goes, and New Zealand are the world test champions.
ABC Sport is there.
Lamb away from one, gets it away to Willow Carr. Now I've seen it. Now I've seen a six-bar. Josh Yellow Carr's it again.
Commercial free.
Bolton! Oh, wow. Up he goes! A hanger in the goal square.
ABC Sport.
On radio, online and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The biggest test, the biggest stage was finals, and to play well in finals was the true test of a footballer.
Yeah, I think you catch yourself sometimes thinking about what if, dare to dream, I suppose, and, why can't it be us?
It just fulfilled my childhood dream. Not many people get to experience that and do that.
The moment you can absorb it and soak it in, there is nothing else like it. It's just pure ecstasy.
You put in so much hard work with each other, and to be able to actually get through it and then to win something like that is just the ultimate, I think, in footy.
Unbelievable feeling, the whole year, the blood, sweat and tears, the grind, tremendous mateship that emanated from every player. This is what football is all about.
At that first bounce, at the first contest that you go, you must make a statement. Whatever you do in this quarter is going to make an enormous difference to the rest of your life. We must not come off this ground and die wondering.
We started at the bottom of the mountain with everyone else, but to be the very last side on the top is an incredible journey.
This is the 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
And so it all comes down to this. The time of year when champions rise to wear the crown of greatness. We're gonna be kids.
AFL. Pulls the trigger on goal and goes back. That is a moment of inspiration.
Did he find one early? Oh, yes, he could. We're gonna be. How much do you want it? How much do you need it? How much do you want this? We're gonna be kids. That's around the body. Sensational goal. Outside of the boot from the impossible angle. 40 out. What a superstar. An individual piece of brilliance. We're gonna be kids. To the right forward. Pretty damn good. Oh, yeah. You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter. Loads up anyway, right to the line. It's through. A swivel, a snap, and a brilliant finish. That is the absolute elite of the elite. Goes on the bench. Oh, that's incredible. Super finish. Straightens up from 52 and rides it all the way home.
And that's what brings Sam through the game.
With the cork from 55. That is the cream of the cake.
The 2021 AFL Final Series.
Goes for home. They're red hot. Turns, whacks it straight through the middle. Holds his arms out wide and
tells them to get excited.
It's a good-looking kick off the boot. How do you like that?
That's an absolute beauty.
Magnificent.
The roar will tell you the story.
Cue the noise.
The captain delivers in a big moment.
Buckle up. It's going to be a big few weeks.
The 2021 AFL Finals.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
The two Sydney rivals on any given day is a genuine no-holds-barred affair, but an elimination final, well, that brings all new levels of desperation, desire, dislike. In a season when both the Swans and Giants have emerged, even surprised, who will carry on? It's all ahead of us on Grandstand AFL. History in the making in Tasmania, the first time that Tassie has ever hosted an AFL final, and what a cracker it should be. The Sydney Swans up against the GWS Giants, 6th Sydney, the Giants 7th. It's a huge match ahead. Tickets for this match sold out in just an hour or so. 10,000 will be in the house, and again tomorrow when the Western Bulldogs take on Essendon. Alistair Nicholson to call the action today with Matt Clinch on Grandstand AFL. An elimination final, Clinchy. It's big stakes for both these teams.
It certainly is. Good afternoon, Al, and good afternoon to our listeners. Finals footy has finally arrived. We've had to navigate some choppy water to get here, but as you touched on, an all-Sydney final taking place in Tassie, a unique venue, and there's always something about elimination finals, the uncertainty about what might happen. Win one and you continue on. For the loser, it's season over, and for both these sides, they've come from outside the 8 last season to back in September, and I could make the case that either side could win this afternoon with firepower at both ends. Lance Franklin, he hasn't played in finals since 1,085 days, and yet it feels like the stage is set for him. You've got Toby Green at the other end, who's led the Giants brilliantly when he was captain when Steve Cornelio was missing. And Sam Taylor, who grew up idolising Buddy Franklin, he'll play alongside him this afternoon, has probably got one of the biggest challenges of the afternoon to try and find a way to limit him. So I can't wait for what's going to unfold, and I couldn't predict to you what we might see, which is always the most fascinating script for what might lie ahead.
That's the beauty of this time of year. You don't know what's going to happen, and there's so much at stake. We had Leon Cameron on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL earlier, and he talked about Sam Taylor's role on Lance Franklin and said how he wouldn't be overawed in the slightest. He's just that kind of character. Adam Ramanauskas, a premiership player with Essendon, is part of our call team this afternoon. G'day, Rama.
Well, we're finally here. We're finals time. I love it. This is the time of year where players make reputations and names for themselves. So probably no bigger game in Sydney and GWS's mind playing against their crosstown rival, albeit in Tasmania as a battle of the bridge. But to see supporters there for finals football is absolutely sensational. It just adds to the atmosphere, to the pressure. The game's close. Can the supporter base drag you over the line? Can it inspire an individual player to see an extraordinary effort? But the Giants going with great form. The Swans are a little bit injured, which is a little bit disappointing for two of their absolute stars. We'll talk to one of those guys shortly, but it's hard to predict this game. Sydney have had a terrific year. The Giants are in hot form.
Josh Kennedy, the co-captain of the Sydney Swans, will be our guest in a couple of moments. Mark McClure has tasted premiership success on 3 occasions with the Carlton Football Club. He's with us as well in the experts chair. G'day, Sellers.
Hello, boys. How are you?
Going really well. Looking forward to today.
I was excited last night to watch that game, and one side didn't turn up properly. Didn't come with the right power and the right strength and the right manner and what they wanted to play, and the other one absolutely obliterated them in the sense. Port Adelaide. Good on them. They were fantastic. That's what you've got to turn up with. You've got to turn up with some heat, or you don't go anywhere in finals. It's a difficult business. Sometimes the game's over at quarter time, half time, as it was last night. I loved what Sydney could have done. They've come from 17th last year to finish in the finals. That is an enormous performance when you think about it. And they've got Wicks, who's played 20 games, 28 games. Got Bell, who's played 20 games. They've got Goulding, who's played 17. Campbell's played 8 or 9. And they've also got Warner, who's played 14. They get kids. A bunch of kids picked this club up and took it to the top, took it to the finals. I think that, for me, is just spectacular. And to see what happened with GWS. Halfway through the year, we were wondering what in the hell is going to happen to the coach, what's going to happen to the players, and they put a young defensive side in together, and they've turned the whole ship around. been sensational for them too. So this will be a game that I don't think anyone knows who's going to win. I think probably GWS are favourites now with some of the exclusions from the Sydney side, but looking forward to a really good game.
Conditions in Launceston, next to no breeze, 5 km/h winds. The temperature is currently 13 degrees. It's overcast. It's a
Couldn't
pretty
be
good
13.
day. Pretty good day for football. Sellers, you'd still have the shorts on down there, I'd imagine.
There's a bit
Josh,
of pressure on Tassie, but I think Al's going to win the toss and bat 10 out of 10 times.
Josh Kennedy is with us, the co-captain from the Sydney Swans. Sadly not out there for his side today, but he is with us on Grandstand AFL. G'day, Josh.
G'day, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much for coming on, mates. Firstly, how close were you to playing today?
Pretty close, but just earlier in the week, just made the call not to push it, which is deeply disappointing because I'd absolutely love to be out here and especially first final in front of a crowd and all that, and with our team, a lot of guys having not played finals. But having said that, full confidence in the boys to get the job done. Looking forward to it.
Mark McClure was just talking about the rise of your side and these youngsters that have come in, and over the last couple of years you've blooded so many young players. Can you talk about the evolution of this group, how you've seen the development of the team and the way you've been able to work your way back into the finals?
Yeah, well, I think, over the last sort of 4 or 5 years, it's been building all that slowly but surely. In terms of we've had a lot of debutants. Probably as much as any other side in the league. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think it'd be close over the last 4 or so years. And then just the development in some of an improvement in our 3rd and 4th year players, 2nd year players. I heard you mention a few earlier, like Chad Warner.
Yeah.
His 2nd year, and yes, last year was a real, not too dissimilar to the back half of this year, but it's really hard for any young kid to come in and get continuity and continue to learn the game plan. But another full pre-season under them, and then on the inclusion of some of our first year players has been pretty special as well, and just it's really clicked.
We saw you play this year. What was a game that you thought, hang on a second, we've got a real team here? I remember we watched the Richmond game, and the way you played against them was the one for me that thought, wow, you've got something in this team.
Yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely. The Richmond game, for me, down at the G, obviously it was a big stage. It was a big crowd against the reigning premiers, and it was just a really, really polished all-round performance and contribution from everyone on the field, and it just, I think, me along with everyone else, just gave us the confidence to be able to come up against anyone.
Josh, and I mean this with the greatest amount of respect because you've been such a fine player, but how do you let go later in your career when you still think, as a midfielder, you still think you can compete, you still think you can do it all, but you only just drop off slightly, and the coaches tell you that. And then they say to you, well, you've got to let this guy go and you've got to give this guy more time. How do you do that as a footballer?
It's a great question, and it's a real internal battle, I reckon, with myself, with the coaching staff. But at the end of the day, the last 2 years have probably been a little bit more difficult. But this year, the fact that we've been winning, the fact that our young players have stepped up, as you mentioned earlier, and just seeing their development and understanding that I can play a part in their time and as I said, their development. I take a huge amount of, joy out of that, and combined with the fact that we're winning, it just that helps a lot. But having said that, I still absolutely believe that I can contribute at the highest level, but
Rama doesn't think you can.
Sharing the load.
No, that's incorrect, Josh. Don't listen to Salah. You're still an absolute star. Don't worry about that. The other part that I want to ask, with you not playing today, and I know that's obviously hard because it's an elimination final, but then what's your role? Are you talking to your young midfielders, Rowbottom, Florin and the like, about Tim Taranto, about Cal Ward, about Toby Green? What type of information are you giving them to? Are you just calming their nerves, or are you talking to them tactically?
No, I think tactically, it feels like we've played the Giants 1,000 times over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So tactically, there's not a lot that we don't know on both sides of the fence. So really, it's just about calming the nerves, trying to instill more confidence. I guess understand the pressure of the game, especially early, and just doing the basics, getting forward, and then that'll be the case as the game goes on, just to continue trying to build that confidence and perhaps, I guess, maybe see any patterns or themes throughout the game that we can improve on. But overall, it's just about, I guess, trying to build them up and enjoy the final series.
Swans midfielder Josh Kennedy's with us on ABC Sport. Josh, it's Matt Clinch here. You've got 10 Swans who are playing in their first final. I think the Giants have got 3. So if you were to pass on some of your wisdom that you've learned about finals footy and when it's all on the line in an elimination final, what would you say to some of those young Chargers?
I would say that continue doing what you're doing. It's all about the finals footy. Is all about the team that's doing the basics better. So don't try and do anything extreme, but understand that it is a step up and bring as much heat as you can. Put all your chips in and enjoy the ride.
Enjoy the ride.
And Buddy's 34 years of age, and yet he's 8 away from the magic 1,000. If you could give us a little insight as to what the last 12 months has been like for him, probably feeling like whether we'd see his best again, to be back in finals and the stage is set once more. What are you expecting from your number 23?
Well, if you saw him last week, if he can do anything like that and build on that, he's certainly got plenty to give. I'm pretty excited to see what he's got out here. He's got a pretty good history, obviously down in Launceston, and he's a big game player too. So I think a lot of the young guys that are playing their first final will walk a little bit taller, knowing that he's walking out beside them.
Even though he's got 1,000 goals almost coming, Josh, he's one of the best team men you've got in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he leads from the front, the way he trains, the way he approaches his preparation, the way that he, I guess, gets up the field. He's one of the best field kicks as well, and his ability to goal assist and bring others into the game is second to none.
Just on Tom McCartan and his change, going from basically a forward to a key position defender. Now, how did that evolve over a pre-season? Was it simply just the coach again going to Tom and saying, "This is where you're playing now," or did Tom take it on himself and say, "No, I need a change because it's not working as a forward"?
Yeah, well, I think it was last year, wasn't it? They switched him back for a bit of a change-up. He was probably struggling a little bit up forward, and he just hit the ground running. I think his first or second, in the back end of the year, I think he had more inset marks than anyone in the comp in the last 3 or 4 games. So it's sort of like, oh, gee, we could have found something here, and then obviously pursued it in the pre-season and continue to build on it. So, it's been a real bonus for us.
Josh, great chatting to you. One last one. Can you quantify the meaning in these matches against GWS? How real is the rivalry between GWS and the Sydney Swans?
How can I quantify it? I don't know, but it's real, especially it's as you said, it's elimination final. It's everything on the line. We've been. It's a great matchup in terms of this year. We've basically been in parallel universes in what we've had to do to get through the year. We've all had similar experiences. We've shared hotels. We've shared planes. So the last thing you want to do is get on the same plane or back to the same hotel as a team that's just beaten you in an elimination final. So I don't know whether that quantifies it, but it's on the line.
Have you learnt to like them?
Have I learnt to like them?
Spending so much time with them?
No, the opposite, I think.
I thought that.
It is, absolute underlying respect, and but yeah.
We'll put that down to a healthy dislike, Josh, a respectful dislike.
Right. Yeah, happy with that.
Great to chat to you this afternoon, and let's hope we see you again in season 2021.
No worries, guys. Thank you.
Josh Kennedy, the co-captain of the Sydney Swans, with us on Grandstand AFL. The elimination final coming from York Park in Launceston. 10,000 will be in the house. That's the COVID capacity. It is the Sydney Swans and the GWS Giants. The winner will progress to a semi-final in Perth against Geelong. The Cats beaten easily by Port Adelaide by 43 points last night. We'd love to hear from you. Are you excited about what's coming this afternoon, tonight, tomorrow? 0437 774 774. What did you learn out of last night? Port Adelaide, the real deal. Who do you think can go all the way? What about Melbourne? I know a lot of Melbourne fans out there are very excited about the possibility of a Melbourne premiership, a long-awaited Melbourne premiership. 0437 774 774 is the number if you want to get in touch. Stevie Johnson knows final as well, assistant coach at GWS. He's going to be joining us shortly. We'll also speak with the Tasmanian Premier. It's a big weekend of football for Tassie. First finals down there. News coming through as well. A timeline has been set for a decision on a Tasmanian team. So Peter Gutman will join us in the pre-game as well. But it's a big day of football, and Clinchy made the point off the top, Rammer and Sellers, that this is a match that's quite difficult to pick the winner of it. As much as Sydney is hampered by the loss of Mills and Kennedy, it's still a very reliable football side.
Yeah, you sort of struggle to pick that winner. Can you trust GWS? Their form has been really good over the last couple of weeks, but it's taken to the back end of the season to see some sort of consistency where it's hard not to be impressed with the Swans from game one, where they absolutely tore Brisbane apart at the Gabba. Then Sellers referenced the Richmond game to Josh Kennedy and how good they were there, and that momentum just continued on. So you look now, and it's a very steady team. It's a very set team now. Obviously, Mills and Kennedy would be in that team, but you look at the backline: Cunningham, Malikan, Rampy, Lloyd, McCartan, McInerney. That hasn't changed much at all. Rampy's one of the most underrated defenders the game has seen. We'll probably see Rampy and Toby Green today absolutely go at it, Sellers. So that could be anything. You know, Toby Green's had his issues in finals with his temper at times. So I just wonder if GWS wind Toby Green up to be aggressive, or do they need the very best of Toby Green today kicking goals, because they've got a lot of their players back now, the Giants.
Yeah, these sides have kind of flipped in demographic, haven't they? For so long, the Giants were the young team trying to challenge the dominant Sydney era that was consistently in finals. So you go back to 2016 Grand Final Sydney, just have 7 of the players that will feature in this match this afternoon that were there on that day. So 10 guys who are playing their first final, and they've got 122 games of finals experience compared with the Giants, who have 155 and 13 from that 2019 Grand Final. So it feels like almost, even though Sydney have been consistently inside the top 6 for most of the season, the Giants, if they can recapture that last month, they can create enough problems that are going to make the Swans nervous. And the big one for me, Rammer, is around that contested possession. So you take Josh Kennedy and Callum Mills out. How do they fill that position that's been such a strength for them? Because if you look at the stats,
you can't.
9 wins and 1 loss when they've won the contested possession. When they lose the contested possession, they're 6-6. And it's such a big part of their game to allow them to get the ball on the outside and win it at the source. And that's where the Giants have so many players who can play inside mid.
What unfortunately will have to happen for Sydney today is Heaney will have to come up and play on the ball a little bit more than he usually does. So he's more predominantly plays as a forward. It might be 50-50 today. They might try play Heaney as that Jake Stringer, Dustin Martin role today that can drift forward in and out of the game cells. But you don't replace Cal Mills and Josh Kennedy. It's impossible, but you need to spread the workload. So can Rowbottom have a bigger game? Does Hewitt tag? What does he do? Does he tag, or does he play a normal game today?
Well, Josh Kennedy to me is the skipper in the middle of the ground. For me, he is the skipper of how they set up at ball ups and boundary throw-ins.
Carl Warner's the other one.
Yeah, but the other, those guys. But he is telling them, this is where you stand. That's where you stand. This is what you do here. This is where we go there. And they're going to miss that. They're going to miss it. Someone else is going to have to take that role up and going to have to do it really well, because let me tell you, they build a great culture in Sydney, and they thrive on it, and they love it. And unless you buy into it, they don't want you.
The other part that's interesting.
That's what you need.
The other part that's interesting today, I think, is the ruck battle. So Tom Hickey's had a really underrated year.
He has.
The way he's gone. Sydney targeted him at the end of last year. They went and got him, and Hickey's had a really good year. But Mumford, when he has played for the Giants this year, has been very, very successful. So
8 wins, 1 draw, 3 losses when Shane Mumford's been in the
And
GWS
aggressive.
side. So
and very aggressive as well. So he should be.
The Giants sellers have changed their game around this year. They've gone from this free-flowing orange tsunami, high skills, into probably more of a blue-collar team now.
Totally agree.
So that's where Mumford, around the contest, to actually try to beat up on Hickey, bash, crash, knock over the opposition midfielder sellers, he's critical to the result today. At his age, we're still talking about Shane Mumford being critical.
Yeah, he can hardly run. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, to be
that's
honest,
true.
and he knows it too.
Yeah.
But
he's
to
the
me,
ruck
he's
coach playing still.
He's the heart and soul.
Yeah.
He's the one who sets the pattern.
And the way they've managed him, sellers, they've given him breaks when they've needed to, let him freshen up because he gets sore. Then they bring him back in and he gives his all and leaves it all out there, and then he might have another break. It's been excellent man management of a player as well.
I agree with Rama about the change of their dynamics of skill versus the humans who actually are just normal humans who just play the game in a manner that, you bash in, you crash in, you do the right thing, you help each other and do that. Because the stars don't do that. They don't shepherd for you. They're going to get the ball themselves, But that's how it works. And I mean, you only have to watch the best of the best. They are charging at it, So for mine, the change in that area has really helped.
Sellers running across Princes Park and not really with your field of vision looking straight ahead, maybe glancing left or right. Who would you rather run into, Shane Mumford or Mickey Nolan?
Mick Nolan's a bit softer.
I was going to say, Mummy would make sure he landed on you afterwards.
Yeah, Mummy would have jumped on me there. That's okay.
The interesting part for the Giants is that they've become the sum of different parts, really. When you think of Phil Davis, all of a sudden is no longer in this best 22 for the Giants, and Leon Cameron all of a sudden has emerged a back six which has grown in confidence. At times they've used Toby Green as a one-out full forward. All of a sudden that became Tim Taranto when Toby wasn't there. And Jesse Hogan plays his first final, having featured at Melbourne and at Fremantle. All of a sudden he's with the Giants and could all of a sudden have a massive impact on their finals aspirations if he can play a good 3 or 4 weeks of footy.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, Hogan. He's got some talent, this kid, and sometimes it doesn't hurt to have a small forward line too that's quick and moves, and they've tried that as well. But when you've got Hogan there and you've also got
Himmelberg.
Himmelberg's the one for me. I really like Himmelberg. I think he's a really solid player and honest and gets to the right spots, brings it to ground, and that's where they survive. And we watched last night. If you bring the ball to ground against as Port Adelaide did last night, the Smalls just take over and run the show. This Mosquito Fleet win.
Stacks of text coming in on 0437774774. Brisbane all the way, says one listener. The Traralgon Tiger says, before the season I tipped Port for the premiership. 3 weeks ago I was mile off the mark and they are now back and will win it, says the Tiger. Thanks to you. 0437774774. Catherine says, so finding it tricky to predict who will win in Launceston, turn your attention momentarily and make a prediction about the Super Netball Grand Final this afternoon between the Giants and the Swifts. Well, there's a call available of that. You can get it on the ABC Sport Extra stream, on Grandstand Digital as well through ABC Sport, the Extra station. You can get a call of that match, or you can stream it through the ABC Listen app. So go to the ABC Extra button. We've got the call there. The rivalry between the Swans and Giants isn't bitter for us in Sydney, as footy fans stick together in New South Wales. Our household is split down the middle, says Ed from Warunga. And that's backed up by Sean.
Let's see how that rivalry goes.
About 5:30.
Well, if it's really close in that last quarter, we'll see how split the house really is.
Well, don't forget, they've only had 15 years in the game, or 10 years in the game. They haven't got enough problems happen and hatred amongst each other.
Sean says, as a Swans supporter in Sydney, there is no hate for the Giants. Anything that builds footy in Sydney is good. After the game, I'll be on whoever wins, but hope it is the Bloods, says Sean.
You know what's interesting is that, so the Giants have been in the competition 10 years. So this is the second final now between...
This will be their third.
Sorry. I'm sure somebody on our text messages can find this out. How many times have West Coast and Fremantle played in a final against each other?
0.
How many times Port?
One showdown.
One showdown?
Yeah, one showdown. 0 derbies. The other interesting part about this is that the Giants and the Swans have played...
the answer. I wanted to go. I'm trying to get our listeners involved.
Could have said clench your text.
They've played on 21 occasions, the Giants and the Swans. 3 of them have been finals. The Giants have only won 8 of them.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good strike rate when it comes to finals.
And then clearly Brisbane and Gold Coast haven't played a final against each other.
No, not yet. We just
Sorry.
need
Sorry,
Gold Coast to break through. 0437774774.
Any other
if you
good
want to
quiz
get in touch.
questions? Oh, well, sorry.
Just when she's the one who ruins the quiz
It's
night.
called Radiocraft, trying to engage with listeners.
He's like the shark.
You know he's not. He's like Barry Jones. Remember Barry Jones?
Didn't even need my phone for that one. We've had a week in lockdown. What else can you do but prepare?
Bigger
Just
box.
check the answers with, it used to be Kerry, check the answers with Clinchy on Sale of the Century these days. A champion of the game, part of the setup at GWS, but knows football finals very well. In fact, the Premier of Tasmania asked for the 2:30 slot, Australian Eastern Time, in our broadcast today, but we had to say, well, that's already occupied by Stevie Johnson, and he joins us on Grandstand AFL. G'day, Stevie.
G'day, boys. How are we?
Just be customary for you to take prime position, even when there are premiers and other respected figures around.
Yeah, it's nice to know that you hold me in that kind of esteem, so I appreciate it.
How's the build-up been? How are the Giants approaching the game? What is a huge game, a cutthroat final?
Yeah, I think that our boys are really excited. I think towards the end of the season we've started to build some real momentum. So, you know, a lot of our younger players have developed as the season's progressed, and we've got some players back, so we're almost at full fitness coming into our first final. So certainly no excuses, but the boys are certainly looking forward to this game against the Swans. Perfect conditions here in Launceston.
You had some unusual form during the middle of the year, Stevie, but your last 4 or 5 weeks have been fantastic.
Yeah, that's right, fellas. I mean, we did have some disruptions. We had some key injuries go down, which enabled us to flood some younger players who have probably come on a little bit quicker than what we probably expected. So that's been great for us as a team. And, you know, you're going to have those ups and downs throughout a year with the young list. But now we feel, you know, close to full fitness and playing the way we have in probably the last 3 or 4 weeks, we go into this game really confident that we can win the game.
You got much more role players than you did in the past, instead of having, like, number 1 draft picks type deal.
Yeah, exactly right. I think in the past, you know, the commentary around the Giants has probably been more around, you know, a very, very talented team that, you know, uses the ball really, really quickly, and that's the only way we can win a game of footy. But, you know, I think what we've been building is our defensive stuff. The defensive side of our game has really started to improve in recent weeks, and that's on the back of having some really important role players, not necessarily high draft picks, just guys that are invested in our system and, you know, doing everything they can to stay in the 22.
Stevie, we've seen some different setups with your forward line this year. A lot of teams like to push up and squeeze, but you've held your forward six, which we don't see too often today. One of Sydney's great strengths is taking the ball from one end of the ground to the other. What's in store for that with your forwards today? How do you stop that really early in the game?
Yeah, we try to keep our forwards engaged with our defenders because we feel like we're a pretty good one-on-one team down there, and we do have some players that can really win their individual matchup. But equally, we don't like to give the opposition that opportunity to get that loose man back and probably generate their offence from there, which is one thing that Sydney are able to do really well. So, yeah, a big thing for us today is to obviously get the ball in there and try and score. But equally, you know, when the ball does go in there, we've got to try and shut down their releases, which is, you know, one thing speaking about it. It's another thing trying to get that done because they do have some players that can really spread the ground. And as we know, they use the ball through the corridor. So that's going to be extremely, extremely dangerous for us to try and stop.
You mentioned individual matchups just earlier. How important is it to try to manipulate those? Now, we probably expect Toby Green to get Dane Rampy, but you see in other sports, in basketball, where they, you know, will set a screen and then the matchup changes. You're a bit of a lateral thinker with that sort of stuff, John. How do you manipulate those matchups?
Yeah, well, it just depends on, you know, the type of defence you're playing against. And I guess some sides do like to hand over quickly. Other teams like to keep their individual matchups. Now, the only way we go around that is, you know, if Dane Rampy was to come and pick up Toby Green, he'd play a slightly different role. And that's the good thing about, say, Toby with his flexibility. So the music's really picked up here, so I'll try and speak a bit louder. But
Rampy loves to play close to goal. Toby can play close to goal if he's got the right matchup, but if not, he can really press up the ground and use his work rate to get involved and push forward and kick goals as well. So that's the best way to probably explain that.
Stevie, you played a lot of finals, and they probably would use you in a sense to settle some of these guys down and what's going to happen. So what is actually going to happen with these guys, and what are they calm? Are they happy? They're all in pretty good form. So what can you talk to them about?
Yeah, well, I think there's nothing we really have need to touch base on. I think early on in the week I just said I'm looking after the forward line group. I said it's just important that you understand that the stakes are higher. But what's got us here is us as a forward line group playing our role. Now, don't set any extra big expectations on yourself personally. Go in there and work as a collective to try and get the work done. Sometimes the individuals will get some bigger rewards, but if we can come off the ground and have a win, everyone plays their role, then we move on. And so that's been the key message.
Is that how you played?
What's that, sorry?
Is that how you played?
No, I just said, boys, you all play your role, and you just make sure you get me into the game wherever you can.
That's what we're after.
Now, Stevie, just before we let you go, how have you amused yourself for the past few hours? Because I understand you had to leave the hotel very early this morning. We're going to have about 4 or so hours at the ground before the game, given they need to get the Bulldogs and the Dons into the hotel you're staying in?
Yeah, so we had to leave the hotel at about 10:30, 11 o'clock. So the players, we've had a room next door to where the change rooms are, where they've just sort of been laying down on beanbags or playing a bit of the PlayStation, whatever they would normally try and do before a game, just in terms of relaxation. We've just left it up to them to do whatever they like in that space. So, to be honest, I don't think it makes too much of a difference. It's the same for both sides. I'm not sure what the Swans have been doing over there, but it looks like when the boys come out, they're extremely excited. I thought Leon gave a really good pre-match speech, and he'll give another one before they run out. But they're very clear on what we need to do today, and now we've just got to go out and execute.
Can you give us a little sense of what the theme was in those first words from Leon?
Well, it's basically around, the plan is you're always talking about your contested stuff. That's been our one wood over the journey. We've got some inside midfielders that have been in terrific form, so it starts there. Obviously, I talked about when we get the ball forward, what we need to try and do to try and score. But if we're not scoring, we're going to be switching on really quickly defensively, and the same with our key defenders. I mean, if the ball goes forward, they're going to be squeezing the ground up and trying to get some front half turnovers as well, because as we know, Sydney, and I spoke about it before, they can cut you apart if you give them time and space. And an opportunity to get that release kick out of your front 50. So all-in defence is a massive key for us. It's just something I think has improved as the week has gone on.
Steve, great to chat to you, mate. All the best this afternoon. Thanks for your time.
No worries. Thanks a lot, boys. Cheers.
On you, Stevie.
Stevie Johnson with us on Grandstand, AFL assistant coach at the Giants.
He's got something coming for the Swans. We had Leon in the lead, and they spoke about end-to-end Swans play. There's something brewing. They've got something up their sleeve, the Giants, and I think they'll want to execute it early and swiftly and put some score on the board quickly and put some real pressure on the Swans defenders.
They've got to stop them actually chipping the ball through them. That's the problem. So if they can do that, they'll do well.
0437 774 774 is the number if you want to get in touch. Kevin from Myrtleford in Victoria says, looking forward to the call, boys. It's a very exciting time for a Demon supporter that has been a rusted-on supporter from age 7 and now aged 80 and have experienced the down years. Yes, Kevin, you've had the glory years and the drought as well, and I'm sure you'd be delighted to see what the D's are doing this season. Certainly Brian Dixon was with us earlier today, and he was able to convey that very clearly to us, what it all meant. 0437 774 774. Thank you, Saturday Arvo team, for this season. loving the teams in the 8 this year. It is mixed and varied. A question for Adam, being a footy manager, are you allowed to give your clients playing advice, says Fran in Melbourne?
I try to stay away from that as much as I possibly can. They've got enough coaches.
Got too many.
So, look, if a player asks me my opinion, I'm happy to give it, but I let their coaches coach. I'm more about what they're doing away from the field and trying to organise that.
And John, with the sentiment of a few Carlton fans of late, John's in Caulfield South, finished as a Carlton supporter, he says.
You finished. I can get a bit upset, but you don't know how to finish up.
Member since 1970, Ratton and Teague, just disgusting treatment towards them, no support off the field and the wrong assistant coaches and fitness, medical staff. A new football director is needed.
The Bombers are happy to take a couple of Blue supporters. That's fine. We'll
We're not going to you,
we'll
blokes.
look after yourself.
We're not going to you.
That's
We won't
okay.
go
Carlton
to you.
fans are looking at a few other options before they arrive at
I
Essendon,
reckon we
I
go.
think.
You know where we go? We go Gold Coast.
Gold Coast.
Maybe.
Well, John in Caulfield South saying Tassie Devils or the Tasmanian Tigers.
Devils.
There you go. They're not even in yet, sellers.
The jumping jacks.
The Jack Jumpers.
Jack Jumpers.
They're in the NBL. They're coming in. So
That's really stuck, that name.
Oh, don't worry about that, Ramo. They'll win
Well,
so
we
many
can
games
ask
you'll know all about them.
I might ask the Premier when we have him on. Was that his idea?
He's coming up next.
What was
to
his,
call the team that?
I'll ask the
Who was
Premier
that
to
guy?
send me a jar of them and I'll put them in your work bag.
Can you give me what was the name of the
John in Caulfield
Oh, John.
South.
Yeah, John.
He's
Hey,
done.
John, it's a religion. You can't get out of it. You have to stay with us.
No, you can, John.
I don't.
You can,
I'm upset with them too.
I was gonna
'Cause you
say-
know what? I'm hanging.
You wound them up nicely in the no excuses. Said it's okay to fall out of love every now and again.
Yeah, well, that happens everywhere,
John,
doesn't it? In life.
to John, there's a lot of people that change their religions through life.
And what did you change to?
Well, I went from Richmond to Essendon. Look at that. Beautiful.
That's not a religion. Richmond.
Football is a religion for a lot of people. So if he wants to come over to the Essendon religion, no worries.
0437 774 774 if you want to get in touch with us on Grandstand AFL. Pete and Darwin has done that. Before the game in round 22, Port was $7 to win the granny. I was going to have a piece of that, but had a stroke before the game and then a big operation after, so didn't get the bet on. Now they're $3.50. Do you reckon the betting organisation would show their caring side and top me back up to sevens if I double my intended bet? Have a good call, says Bracco. Bracco, I think that's the very least that they could do, isn't it?
Oh, I thought you were talking to the right audience. We've got sad stories every Saturday from a punting point of view.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
That was actually a genuinely concerning text message. So
We hope you're all right, Bracco, and all the very best, and good luck trying to get a little bit of a boost out
How
of the...
hard is it to use your fingers when you just got to go bang, push a finger, and get
Sellers.
the sevens?
It's a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
we've got a few weeks where there's not many games. We'll get to talk technology and all sorts of stuff if you want to go down that avenue. Can you remember...
Hey, look at it. We're getting the scenes now of Tasmania and the ground in Launceston and people outside and just the excitement you can see on fans' faces being at the football. Tasmania are going to put on a great show today, being a final. And I was swinging for a couple of weeks, like where finals should be, what the home team should get. But I think now I've settled on you play finals where fans are.
Yep.
Just that experience for a player, one, in the cauldron cellars.
Yeah.
You know, when the pressure's really on, but also the experience for a fan in a final. You never forget, as a little kid, you remember going to finals. You know, you're going with your dad or your brother or you know, mum and dad, whatever that may be. They're great life experiences. They're moments that, one, you never forget as a supporter and one you never forget as a player. So seeing people coming into the ground today, it's fantastic.
How many does it hold, Al?
It holds about 20,000.
20,
yeah.
okay.
And they had to cap it at 10,000. So with the Adelaide Oval, they allowed a slightly greater capacity than it was going to be originally permissible. They had 15,000 initially, and that was lifted by 5,000 to get the 20,000 in last night. So it's going to be about half full. Tickets were sold out in an hour or two, so that was a good sign. And it is a sign of meaningful content. If you put meaningful content on down there, people will go to it. People will travel from one end of the state to the other to go and watch these finals. It'll be huge there tomorrow, Ramo. We saw that match between Hawthorn and Essendon earlier in the year, and there were so many Essendon supporters. For the first time, Hawthorn played against a hostile crowd in Launceston.
Yeah, and I think Mark Harvey mentioned Sellers. It's going to be 3-1 in Essendon's favour tomorrow with supporters. So, look, I said this recently. You look at the Dreamtime game, and that felt like a pro Essendon crowd. the game down in Tassie, that felt like a pro-Essendon crowd. The football club has got Kevin Sheedy to thank. They employed him in 1981 and he took Essendon around the country. He took to every corner they possibly could to try to find as many supporters for the club as possible. And
he did that.
Now they're the benefits, they're the rewards that you get.
It's a great 48 hours for Tassie to showcase what they can do,
Absolutely.
isn't it? Yeah. If it's being put forward to all the AFL presidents, and really it's going to be about why shouldn't you include a Tasmanian team. If they can showcase, and a bit of it, a great final lives in the memory, so the occasion we built around the crowd and the atmosphere, and that all play a part. But if we can get a great final out of one of these two, that'll go a long way to cementing the minds and hearts of a lot of fans.
If Melbourne, if Melbourne lose, they're going straight to Perth, or could the game be in Tassie next week?
I think there's still a chance that game could be in Tassie. If Brisbane lose, then you would see Essendon and either Essendon or the Bulldogs travel to Brisbane for a semi-final. The Premier of Tasmania has joined us in the pre-game on Grandstand AFL, and I'm sure Premier Peter Gutman, it's a proud day for Tasmania today. How are you?
Look, I'm very well. Now, this is one out of the box for Tasmania. To have two finals back-to-back on the one weekend, just simply brilliant. That's the only way I can describe it.
How did you pull it off, Peter? How did you secure these games?
Well, look, obviously there's been quite a few conversations with Gil McLaughlin over the last couple of weeks about a range of matters. But in terms of providing a venue that was able to have a crowd, there's not too many places in the country at the moment that can do that. Certainly not up and down the eastern seaboard. So, very pleased that we're able to land the two games.
And Premier Gutman, what do you know about the chances of another final being played in Tasmania next week?
Well, look, the one thing I do know is that with COVID, there'll always be twists and turns. The two winning sides will obviously stay here through the course of the week until later in the week. But look, we won't know until tomorrow what the outcome is. Obviously, look, I'm hopeful, but I wouldn't put it down anywhere near a done thing at the moment. But look, I'm just rapt to get two games down here in Tassie. I've got to tell you, walking through the city of Launceston this morning, the place was abuzz. Coming through the crowd and having a walk around the ground 10 minutes ago, it is just simply brilliant. Turn the weather on as well, perfect day for footy.
And is your understanding that if you are to host a second final, it would only be if Melbourne lost and they may play a final down there against Essendon or the Bulldogs?
Look, obviously, it's with the outcome of the games over the weekend. Sydney, well, they certainly can't go back to New South Wales. With the Melbourne sides, if Melbourne were to lose, then obviously with Geelong yesterday, it'll be interesting. As I say, I'm hopeful, but we'll see what happens over the coming days. In fact, we'll see what happens by the close of business tomorrow. But look, we're just very, very pleased, and I'd have to say, very proud that we've got two finals down here, and we'll turn it on.
So your talks with Gil have been prosperous about its side in Tassie?
Well, in terms of obviously with the Carter report, we had a couple of differences on that. I think the good thing about the Carter report was that unequivocally, Colin said that Tasmania should have a team. Obviously threw up a couple of options, which we ruled one out. We don't want to rent a side, and our preference would be for a 19th team as opposed to a relocation. But importantly, what we were looking for was a date when the proposition could be put to the president, and we could get an answer one way or the other. This has been talked about for the last 30 years, and I just want to draw it to a head. And in next year, we'll have that answer, as I say, one way or the other, and we'll be working damn hard to make sure it's the right answer.
So you talk about the presidents and them making a decision on the future of a Tasmanian team. Do you now have to lobby those presidents? Are you talking to them constantly now about the case study of a Tasmanian football team, about the Carter report, or are you just leaving it for those people to make their own decision? We've heard other presidents talk about a stadium in Tasmania and how that may need to look, and the numbers that are associated with potentially renovating a stadium or building your own stadium and what the actual numbers are. So what's the next process now from right now to when those presidents take the vote?
Well, obviously, look, we're going to approach this in a strategic way. And I'd make this point. Football clubs are about aspiration. Every president wants their club to win games. Every president wants their club to win a final. Every president has an aspiration that the young men and women go through that club will live better and more fulfilled lives. That's exactly what we want. As Tasmanians, we have aspirations. We want to see young Tasmanian men and women live better and more fulfilled lives. And as a state of the Federation, we believe that it's only right that if we have a national game, that as a state of that Federation, we should be a part of it. Now, we're going to we'll work strategically. Obviously, we'll speak with all of the presidents over the period leading up to when the discussion, to when the proposition is put to them. And importantly, I'd like to be able to put our view, both in terms of stadium and in terms of how Tasmania joining the league would be accretive, but importantly, get them to understand just how important this is, that Tasmania gets that opportunity so that our young men and women have the same opportunities as every other young man or woman around this country to play on the national stage.
Can a Tasmanian side play out of two stadiums? We always hear about the north-south argument. Does a Tasmanian team need one home, or can it play in both Launceston and Hobart?
Well, what was very clear in the task force report that Brett Godfrey and his team put together was that the home of the team would be in Hobart, in the capital city, and that based on the current configuration of stadiums that we've got, where UTAS in the north has a larger capacity, that would hold blockbusters. Now, and I think it's important that that we set the team up that way, that it's got a base, but that we play an appropriate amount of football both north and south. If we get one team, let's make it a Tasmanian team, and let's make certain that everybody, regardless of where they live, gets that opportunity to turn up and shout for them. But I think that the logistics can be managed. And as we've seen, to be frank, having two stadiums that we play home games on, when you look at the way that COVID's been managed and the nimbleness with which clubs around this country have played on different stadiums almost every week, coming out of hubs, I don't think the two-stadium model is a problem at all, to be frank, moving forward.
Tasmanian Premier Peter Gutwin has joined us on ABC Sport ahead of two big elimination finals. Peter, I guess your approach has been to try and get a deadline from the AFL. From the AFL perspective, is it them back on you from a state government point of view as to financially supporting this project and the model as to how that would look going forward? What's been the major concern, if you've had any voice to you?
Well, look, in terms of the matters that were raised in the Carter report, obviously the government's commitment in an ongoing sense was one of the issues that he raised, making certain we've got appropriate stadium moving forward. But I'd make this point. Tasmania has been supporting an AFL team now for over 20 years. We've had a second team that we've been supporting now for nearly a decade. Our credentials are pretty clear in that as governments of both persuasions that we're prepared to back this sport and back it solidly, because we believe in the value of it, both in terms of what it means for Tasmania to be on the national stage, but also in terms of what it means for young Tasmanians that are looking to engage with sport at a young age. And we just think that having our own team is going to grow participation and help us solidify the base as well. But in terms of the matters that we'll work through with the AFL, as I say, Colin raised a number of them. Our business case that we put forward, the people that we selected to run that task force were people that in the main either had very strong business acumen or football backgrounds, and the report that they put forward quite clearly, when Colin Carter had a look at, he was able to broadly give it a tick. The key thing is that we need that opportunity to put our case to the presidents. We'll work, as I said, strategically to ensure that we can engage, ensure that they understand what it would mean for them and their clubs, but allow us the opportunity to understand the concerns that they have and to take the time to ensure that we can provide the solutions to those concerns, and then put the proposition next year, and one way or the other, given the outcome as to whether or not we have a team.
Colin Carter in that report did say it would be necessary to now secure guaranteed commitments from the Tasmanian government around funding. There is bipartisan support for a Tasmanian team. Will you try and legislate that financial support for a Tasmanian team is enshrined, guaranteed going forward into the long term?
Well, one of the things that we know about governments is that we won't, certainly as a Tasmanian government, we won't engage in sovereign risk. When we lay out a contract, we will stand by that contract. Now, there are a number of ways that we can provide surety. Obviously, at the moment, we have rolling 5-year contracts. We could have a longer-term contract in place. To legislate would be at the extreme end of the options. But in terms of the government's position, and in terms of the bipartisan, in fact, tripartisan support for the team, everybody is of one mind. We're prepared to back a team, and we're prepared to back it long term.
And one last one for you on Stadia. How interested in building a new stadium are you, and indeed one that would have a weatherproof roof?
Well, that is a very good question, and it's certainly something that we've already announced that we will look at. We're setting up stadiums Tasmania. Currently, we've got the 2 AFL standard venues at Blunston and here at UTAS, but we also now have a national team or a team in the national basketball competition as well, and so we've got 2 stadia, one both north and south as well. So we're putting in place a stadiums trust. That's going to ensure that the current stadiums are fit for purpose, but importantly is also going to look at the other options and then report back to government. So we're going into this with an open mind. We want to ensure that not only do we have a team on the national stage, but that our facilities are fit for purpose and suitable for that. But again, the key thing that I'm pleased with is that Colin's report unequivocally said that we should have a team, provided a couple of options and some matters to work through. And importantly, now that Gil and the AFL have agreed to a timeline, we can work hard to ensure that we engage strategically with the other presidents, put our case, understand their concerns, ensure that we can deal with those concerns, and hopefully next year we get an answer that says that Tasmania will have a team in the National League.
It's a big weekend for Tassie football. We appreciate you taking the time to have a chat with us, Premier.
Look, thanks very much, and you did right. It is a big weekend. I'm just looking at the window here. There are people everywhere. It's fantastic. Have a good day.
Fantastic to hear. Good on you. Peter Gutwin is the Premier of Tasmania with us in the build-up to this elimination final, the first of 2 finals in Launceston this weekend. It is the GWS Giants and the Sydney Swans as the Giants get ready to come out onto York Park. No late change for either side. Robbie Fox is the medical sub for the Sydney Swans. Tanner Bruin is the medical sub for the Giants, who are on York Park. It's an overcast day. It's a coolish day, but there is next to no wind, and it shapes for a very good spectacle this afternoon. Alistair Nicholson and Matt Clinch to call the action alongside Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas. The Giants, 11 wins, 1 draw, 10 losses, finished the regular season in 7th position, finished the season strongly. The Sydney Swans, really the surprise packet of the year, got out of the blocks well and sustained their form. 15 wins, 7 losses. They finished in 6th position. These 2 teams have met in 2 finals previously. In 2018, an elimination final won by the Giants, and the Swans in 2016 won a qualifying final against the Giants. So the Swans by 26 round 18 at Carrara, and the Giants by just 2 points in round 5 at the SCG when Josh Kelly kicked that match-winning goal. Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas are going to take us through it all, what we're expecting to see this afternoon, this cutthroat elimination final, the winner through to take on the Cats in Perth in a semi-final next week. 0437 774 774 is the number if you want to keep in touch with us across the course of the day. Across the course of the entire final series, you can do that on 0437 774 774. Give us a sense of it all. Mark McClure, Adam Ramanauskas, where it's won, where it's lost, how it matters, what you need to do when finals roll around.
First thing you need to do is turn on your button.
That's just you.
Ready to go.
I'm terribly
I'm
sorry.
more amazed that you've got your phone light on, Sellers. You look like you're in the
Yeah.
dark. You've got your microscope out and you're having a very forensic look at the teams.
Thanks for telling everyone.
Nothing's sacred here,
No,
and
there's
you
nothing
make it that
sacred.
way.
Now, let me tell you, there's cutthroat finals are unbelievably good. And sometimes you get to a stage in a final where you don't think you can win, but that's not the way you should approach it any time. I really like what the Giants have done in the last 4 to 5 weeks. They've changed their whole style of play. They've changed their mode of how they're going about it. They're not worried about the stars. They're worried about the role playing, and it all comes from their defence in that sort of area there too. And I like Taylor. Taylor's a star, and the young kid called Stain is good. Nick Haynes has been there for a long time. He's the only one over 50 games in that back half in the last 4 or 5 weeks, and they've controlled Geelong. They've beaten most sides that they've played against in that period of time. Really like what they do. Their midfield's strong, as you really well know. Ward and Hopper, and you can show in Kelly as well. That's A-grade stuff in those guys there, and they're all slightly different. Mumford in the ruck, and then up forward you've got Himmelberg and Hogan, and then you've got De Boer will take somebody, of course, around the place, and Taranto, who's a really good goal kicker now. He's turned into a forward, half-forward flank, and also Green, of course, is the other one. I like how they play. I love the way that they work together with each other. They've changed themselves, and I like that. Sydney, they're hard to beat. I can assure you of that. Really difficult to beat. They've got a great culture in their club. They don't hang around with mugs. I can assure you of that. And their defensive Rampy's sensational. Cunningham's been really good. McCartan terrific. And all the guys who run it out, and Lloyd and Rampy and those sort of guys are sensational. Their midfield, Hickey's changed them. He's been terrific in the ruck. He's really helped them go forward. And then you talk about Parker, and also Heaney will play in the middle as well. Rowbottom as well in the middle of the ground. But it's about the kids for me. It's about the kids for them in Sydney. Their young guys have been just sensational. Bell, Wicks, Goulding, Campbell, Warner. They just continue to produce good kids and get them up to speed in a hurry. It's an interesting game, these guys. They play a chip-chop game through the middle of the ground. They'll slice you if they get a chance to. That's what they did against Richmond. And they'll open up the mid part of the ground. And they got Buddy Franklin at one end, which is a real bonus for Sydney. But let me say this to you. I think, in my opinion, GWS are ready to win this game. Are ready to move up in the finals and taking on some of the big boys in the next couple of weeks.
You're always looking for advantages. In finals football, you've got to look for where you hold advantage, where you hold sway against the opposition team. Then you've got to go and look at, well, what do we have to take away? What's the most important thing to take away from an opposition team early in the game to win? You look again last night. You look how Port Adelaide, they took the game away from Geelong. They took the tempo away from Geelong. Geelong love to play tempo. So I sit here going, well, how quickly can GWS turn this game into a grind today? How quickly can they turn it into a stoppage game without Mills, without Kennedy?
Correct.
That becomes really, really critical. Yeah. If then Sydney, on the other hand, can turn the game into an open, free-flowing game, that's what they want, because what that's going to do then is that's going to allow Buddy Franklin to have those one-on-one matchups. That's going to allow, Papley, Haywood, Wicks, Goulden, that mosquito fleet of players that they have to then, if the ball hits the ground in a Franklin contest, they're in there. Whether they're taking the ball at ground level, whether they're applying pressure on the way out for the Giants. So that's the contrasting styles. Then I go to the matchups. I think, okay, what are the most important matchups on the field today? Taylor and Franklin. Okay, Buddy's a star. Taylor's a
emerging.
Absolute emerging. He's nearly a bona fide star defender now of the competition. What does Sydney do with Nick Haynes? Nick Haynes, last night again, you always think, last night what happened in that game?
Intercept marking.
Alir. Yeah. Nick Haynes, he's the one. Up the other end of the ground, Tom McCartan, he's the one. So you've got to engage them. You've got to take that. They're two great strengths of both teams. Nick Haynes has been a star for a long time, Sellers.
Yep.
Yeah. So someone out of that Sydney forward line has got to sacrifice their game today. If Nick Haynes comes and stands next to you, okay, how do I keep him engaged? How do I not allow him to roll off? How do I put myself in a dangerous position against him? You look at Sydney's forward line, there's no natural matchup. There's no natural matchup there.
Then you can also tag in the forward line if you want to.
Of course you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely you can. That's then you look at the other end of the ground. I go, okay, what's the Giants going to do in their forward line? Leon Cameron spoke about Steve Coniglio on the lead playing 70-30 forward mid. You got Matt DeBoer, who's played more forward line over the last couple of weeks. They've got to shut down Jake Lloyd. Jake Lloyd is the one player that GWS must shut down. They've got to stop his run. They've got to stop his carry. Cunningham, he's been getting a job on one of those real dangerous forwards. Malikan's been, he's been a solid player. The matchup of the game and what could decide the whole game is if Rampy goes to Toby Green. Can Rampy, who's been a star for so long now for the Swans, captain, can he stop the superstar of GWS?
Would they use him that way, though? Or would they use him on a lesser player?
They have to. They've got to take Toby Green out of the game because you look at the other defenders. McInerney's not going to go to Toby Green. Jake Lloyd's not going to go to Toby Green. Cunningham's not going to go to Toby Green. So I think it has to be Rampy. Has to be Rampy.
Yep.
Has to be. You come back into the middle of the ground now, the engine room. We spoke about earlier, Sellers, about Mumford and about Hickey. How does that match up? Where Hickey likes to drift forward. He likes to, drift back and get in the hole and take it into set mark. Mumford, and excuse what I say, he's going to try bash him today.
Of course he is.
That's what he's going to try do. He's going to try use his elbows, use his knees, cork thighs, corked arms, just to wear Hickey down.
Yeah, intimidate.
But then what also Mumford's going to do, you don't have Mills there, you don't have Kennedy there, so there's young mids for Sydney that are coming in. If Heaney comes in there, does Mumford get a hold of him at times? Ollie Florence been a really good runner. Can you slow him down? Are you able, Chad Warner, he's a big, solid lad, but he's only in his second year of football. So the Sydney midfield today has got it all. Luke Parker has to have a game of his life to lead this midfield today. He just has to simply put the rest of it on his back in the contested area. He needs Luke Parker today. If the game gets on GWS's terms, he's going to have 20-plus contested possessions today to get him over the line. Because I don't see another Sydney midfielder that's going to play that necessary style of against Ward, against Hopper, against Coniglio when he's in there, Perryman, Taranto. They're big bodies.
See, I reckon Stevie J's got a big play in this. He coached at Sydney for a while, understands their culture, understands the players, understands what we ask for. And John Longmire's not changing that much, you know what I mean, as a coach. So he understands what he does. So he would have a clear view of what you have to do to pull these blokes up.
Yeah. And all that extra IP. He's only a year removed from the Swans.
Correct.
So he's seen these young players. He knows exactly what the Swans' strengths and weaknesses are. But I just wonder if this game does get aggressive. In the past, we've seen these two teams get in each other's faces. There's Josh Kennedy before the game. You asked the great question, Sellers, about, having spent so much time with him, do you like him a little bit more? He goes, no, well, actually the opposite.
And that's good.
That's fine. That's fine. So I just wonder if, what's the feeling going to be? Is there going to be heat early in this game? Is somebody going to make a statement from either team in this game about the way they go about it? The two key matchups, they're at either end of the ground, in my opinion. Toby Green and Lance Franklin.
It's a real rivalry when it's not fabricated, isn't it? When it's been played and it's been on the line, and then there's admiration, but there's also a steely dislike when it comes to do or die. And I'm fascinated, given we saw what eventuated with Port Adelaide and Geelong last night. Sydney relies so much of their scoring off turnovers. Is that going to play a part when you're playing a do or die final? Will we see more errors than we'd normally see, and can Sydney capitalise on that, or will the Giants be just too strong around the stoppages and dictating without Mills and Kennedy?
Well, that's what we think now. You look at what Sydney's midfield is going to be. It's going to be Hewitt. It's going to be Luke Parker. It's going to be Rowbottom. Heaney might spend a little bit of time in there. Ollie Florent might spend a little bit of time there. Chad Warner's the other one. Then you look at the other side, and you've got Coniglio, you've got Perryman, you've got Kelly, you've got Hopper, you've got Ward, you've got Taranto, DeBoer.
Yep.
Like, they've just got options. So if they get overwhelmed in the middle of the ground in the contest, the game will be over pretty quickly, in my opinion, today.
Heaney's not going to be in the zone in the forward line. It'll be have the ball with him all the time. Have to go in the middle with him and have to go back with him.
Yeah.
That's what he has to do. That's his job. And if it's not his job, they've got the wrong plan.
Which is probably the thing. If Heaney can push forward and expose that matchup, that's where he'd feel like he'd have the advantage.
I just wonder, from opening bounce, if the Swans try to go ultra quick in this game. Ultra quick. Yeah, we talk about Sydney over so many years being this dour contest team. They've changed the whole profile of their team over the last couple of years. That's been clear to see. But without Mills and without Kennedy, you're taking a massive risk trying to go with GWS in a contest game today. A massive risk. So I just wonder if we just see ultra quick ball movement, play on from the Swans from minute one.
Well, the conditions lend themselves to that. Often we see the wind down at York Park in Launceston coming across the ground over that little northern stand that used to be down there. And last time we saw a match down there with the Bulldogs and Hawthorn, the wind was really favouring the city end of the ground. Next to no wind in Launceston today. Temperature in the low to mid-teens. Bit overcast. And a big game of football for you on Grandstand AFL, live and commercial free. So the Giants and the Swans this afternoon. Tonight, Melbourne and Brisbane from the Adelaide Oval. You'll get the call of that match as well, and the full match build-up with Corbin Middlemass and the team later on tomorrow. Back in Launceston, the Western Bulldogs and Essendon playing in an elimination final as well. The two teams making their way over to the broadcast side of York Park. The Giants arm in arm, readying to take on their cross-city rivals, but in unfamiliar territory for a derby. We'll join the pre-match ceremony in just a moment at York Park. So no late change for either the Swans or the Giants. Robbie Fox, the Penguin lad, grew up about an hour and a half away. He is the medical sub for the Swans, and Tanner Bruin is the medical sub for the Giants. Let's go to our pre-match formalities.
The GWS Giants. The AFL acknowledges the Tasmanian Aboriginal people of Lutruwita, Tasmania, and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. The AFL invites you to direct your attention to the big screens for the Welcome to Country.
Kulingina Lutruwita, Warranta Lumi Palanowina, Lurini Kanamaluka, Kuntana Nika, Lita Rimirina, Panina, Warranta Tunapri Pakanangini, Nairi Nina Tu, Taipani Lumi, Lurana, Rala, Riawina, Rala, Warra. Kulingina, welcome to Lutruwita, Tasmania, Aboriginal land. We are here at Launceston on Kanamaluka River Tamar, the country of the Little-Rimirina and Panina people. As we remember and honour those old people, we remember all the tribes of Lutruwita and acknowledge the Tasmanian Aboriginal community of today who remain owners of these lands. We welcome you here. Riawina Rala, play a great game. Lurana Rala and kick off. Warra.
As for the Australian National Anthem.
Launceston looks a picture. It's a huge occasion, a first ever final in Tasmania, and a huge clash for two big rivals, the Sydney Swans and the GWS Giants, going at it in an elimination final. We're about to go on Grandstand AFL. Adam Ramanauskas, Mark McClure. Who do you see winning? Who's going through? And for who does it come to an end here?
I think the Giants are going to go through today. The loss of Kennedy and Mills, I've thought about it all week. It's too big. Two of your absolute prime midfielders. Mills has had a terrific year. Kennedy's the absolute ultimate warrior of the Swans team. The Giants are in terrific form over the last couple of weeks. They've got it right now. They've got a settled team. It's the Giants for me, Sellers.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the Giants are tougher. They're a bit stronger. They're a bit more experienced. They have all those little things on their side. But it doesn't really matter about that. It's about how you turn up and how you approach the game. And the toughest team usually wins, and the strongest one. So I think that looks like GWS for me.
Luke Parker's won the toss for the Sydney Swans, and he has pointed down to the Mowbray Cricket Club end of the ground, the old hedge end of the ground at York Park, where the kids used to sit and catch the footies when they went flying through in the old days with North Launceston playing matches at this venue.
We're not doing this all day again, are we?
I'm going to drop
the railway side workers.
Railway workers wing was verified by many listeners, Rammer, going back to the old days.
How many vantage points do you have?
Many. Keep your ear out, Sellers. Check them down. Have you got an extra column in your record?
Oh, hang on, I've got a whole book full here.
And for Stephen Cornelio at the coin toss there, it feels like a big occasion for him. He's had a torrid run.
Yeah, and I hope he does really well. It's been a really difficult period of his career. We forget how good he was, obviously, before he signed that contract with the Giants. I just hope he can have a really big game today, Cornelio.
So it is the start of the road, and it's also the end of the road. Who goes on? Who goes home? As the players take their positions at York Park in Launceston, the crowd spread out around the ground, 10,000 allowed in for this historic occasion. The windsock on the far side of the ground is limp. Matt Klitsch on Grandstand AFL.
That's one.
Tassie footy may have never had a bigger 48 hours. 2 elimination finals. 31 years ago, they had State of Origin footy. Here we go, the Giants and the Swans. Mumford wins down the opening tap. Happily gathers for the Swans, though. Gets the hand pass to Rampy, who drives the kick to half forward. Backing back in the pack was Whitfield. Couldn't take the mark. Rowbottom trying to lock it in with Parker. And the umpire circles and will throw it up. Jake Stein on the bottom of the pack. Another one of the young Giants getting his taste at first finals footy. Comes down to Taranto. It kicks across his body up towards the wing. Sliding in, McCartan takes the mark, centre wing.
Outer side of the ground. Kicks the Swans towards the half-forward flank. Up in front, Taylor. Franklin, the spoil, sees it out of play over the boundary line. Right half-forward, 60 metres from goal.
No bigger test than Franklin. No bigger test at all. And young Taylor should be a beauty.
Franklin with 992 goals. He's kicked 13 in Launceston before. 8 would be quite a performance. Hewitt off the pack. Gave to Heaney. Curling kick, a high ball to the half-forward flank. Up they fly. Whitfield off hands over the boundary line. Top of the 50. Swans in attack to the Mowbray Cricket Club end.
Haven't even mentioned Lockie Whitfield in our build-up. And how important he is to their drive. And we spoke about it, the contest that the Giants have become so good at, but Whitfield's a cream when he gets the ball in his hand.
Thrown back into play. Mumford and Hickey doing battle. Hickey tried to work him underneath it. Came the way of Cumming. Kicks a high ball up to the wing. A chance for the mark to be claimed by Sproul. Wants to feed the hand pass off to Kelly running past. Feeds it wider still to Hopper at left half forward. Kicks inside the 50. Good pass, Cornelio. Hard against the boundary. Takes the mark against Lloyd.
So it looks like that's the matchup there with Cornelio and Lloyd. Again, Lloyd, he's such a ball winner, a run and receive, a handball receive type of player for the Swans. So Cornelio comes in to the team. He was sub last week, but now into the team to probably do a job on Lloyd.
Not a known goalkeeper. Hard out to the left. Puts it across the face of goal. Hogan's there, got a fist to it for the Giants. Perryman left it for Himmelberg. Gets the hand pass back to Sproul. Over the line, Perryman maybe, yes. But the umpire says throw it in the right forward pocket for the Giants.
Giants attacking the city end of York Park in the opening quarter. No score through the opening couple of minutes. Lob back into play. Mumford opposed to Hickey. Hickey tried to take it out of the ruck, had a fumble. Canelio gets it. He's tackled by Hewitt, dispossessed. Underground hand pass from Parker, bounced off McCartan's chest, spills back to Hewitt. Clears for the Swans to centre half back. Whitfield goes up, juggled it, couldn't quite complete it. Tried to get it to Reid. He's bumped ferociously by Lance Franklin. In the pack, Cummings squeezes it out. Parker had his kick smothered by Kelly. Socket forward by Wicks through the middle of the ground. It goes. Great mark! Pepley launched in front of Haynes and pulled it in the middle. At 50 metres. Gee, timed his jump to perfection, Papley, against a superb defender. And Papley has a big chance to kick the first goal, the All-Australian.
That was a super mark by a little man.
Nick Haynes had his name written all over that.
And
he usually gobbles them up, sellers.
And Simon Taylor gave away the 50 metres, was inside the zone.
Thank you. Dan, time back on.
Tom Papley for the opening goal of the elimination final. Comes in and puts it through. Just the start Sydney was looking for. The Swans won straight. The Giants yet to score on Grandstand AFL. We've played 4 minutes.
It's a terrific mark by Papley there. You look at now, he's the energizer of this football team. He gets in your face. He wants to have a little wrestle, a little scrap. But it's just those little moments in games. When you win those little moments early, Sellers, they're really, really important. So that's just a one win against such a big strength of the Giants in Nick Haynes and that intercept mark. We saw that ball in the air and we both go, oh, that's Nick Haynes. But Papley just wanted it. He attacked Nick Haynes' body, and terrific. Now you look at him, he's in the faces now of all the Giants players.
The Bunyan boys going toe to toe.
That's what he does.
Known for his goal celebrations, Tom Papley has the Swans on the board. Hickey one down the tap for Sydney. Ward onto it though for the Giants. Hand pass to Kelly, kicks inside the 50. McCartan punches it clear to the top of the attacking 50 for the Giants. Ricochets out to McInerney, tries to dash away. Quick 1-2 with Rowbottom. McInerney trying to work a hand pass back over the top to Hickey. Back to McInerney on the wing. He now looks up to half forward. Franklin comes out of the lead. Taylor right there with him, dragged him down. No whistle. Gathered by Hayward, great vision into the corridor, and Papley has it again. Directly in front, 45 metres out.
See, what Papley's doing at the moment, he's starting on a wing, he's starting higher up the field, then drifting down. So the Giants don't know who his actual matchup is at the moment. So this will be now, obviously, second shot at goal, but it was great composure by Hayward just to lower the eyes, find where the spare was rather than blazing away at the goal. Should convert here.
One of 7 draftees from the 2015 draft to be picked an All-Australian. The other 6 were all top 10 players. Tom Papley for his second. He shuts it out to the left. Too close to the man on the mark. It falls short. Hickey worked underneath it. Hayward tries to keep it alive. Iden wants the boundary. Eventually Taylor sees Hickey over the line for a throw-in. Up against the left behind post. Sydney deep in attack. 1-0.
McInerney played a good part in that play.
Yeah, he linked
really
up from
good stuff.
Nicely.
Boundary throw-in. Swans in attack. McLean palmed it down. Parker underneath. Couldn't get it. Mumford can't pick up. First time goes again. Tackled by Hewitt. Dispossessed. McLean gets it. Hand pass out wide. Papley in the left forward pocket. Takes on Haynes. Got a hand pass out. He was tackled. Taranto gets it. Gives it away. Clearing ball out of defence. The boot of Lloyd of GWS. And a free kick in the marking contest. Goes to McInerney. Into the middle. Good kick. Finds Cunningham. Cunningham short, still inside the centre square. Sydney building up the ball. Dawson uses his penetrating left leg to thump it to full forward. Up goes Taylor. Intercepts for the Giants at fullback.
As we've seen on so many occasions in the second half of the season, famously against Tom Hawkins down in Geelong, Sam Taylor's been able to play that role. Short to Steen in the back pocket. With the dark black mullet, long hair in the Tassie breeze. It's not the best look.
Terrible.
Why don't you like a mullet?
No.
Can't grow one?
Gary McIntosh is on
that's
your
years
park
ago.
again.
I don't think there's anyone in this box that can. Steen to Iden, out to Haynes in the right back pockets of the Swans. Have had them hemmed inside the defensive 50, and the Giants having to show patience to find a way out. Back to Iden. With nothing really on offer further afield. So switches it out to the left.
It's just ball control, really. They're just trying to hold on to the ball for a while. Deny the Swans any chance of getting. This is a bad kick.
Kelly dropped the mark. He was corralled, had to put it to half-back. Tom Green brought it down to Ward, who kicks it out to the wing. And a chance for them to try and build now. Sproul with a hand pass wide. Whitfield has it between wing and half forward. Cleverly pulled his kick to half forward. Toby Green has it. Green kicks long to the goal mouth. Hogan racing back. It's over his head. A missed opportunity as it goes through for a minor score to the left. The Giants' first score. Sydney a 1-6 through 8 minutes in the opening term.
A few nerves out there, I can tell you. Some of these guys.
Cunningham marked the kick in at right half-back, goes to Dawson. Dawson kicks around the outer wing, beautifully weighted to Wicks. Wicks doesn't break stride, plays on, kicks inside the attacking 50. Patley edged out Reed, bumped him off the ball. It gets to the back. Steen is there to collect for the Giants. His kick partially smothered by Franklin as it goes over the boundary line, a throw in. The Swans have kept it inside their attacking 50. It's about 30 from goal. Franklin did very well there to charge down that kick.
Again, just a little thing. A smother from Franklin locks the ball in. No easy exit. Get a stoppage inside your forward 50.
Toss back into play. Mumford follows up his right work, trying to get a hand pass to Taranto. Wicks was in there. Mummy trying to find a way through, is taken high.
Well, Sydney look the most aggressive at this stage, and their aggression at the ball and their ball use has been terrific. They've got a goal on the board already, but they look a little bit nervous, GWS.
Put Shane Mumford in the +1s for the free kicks to start the afternoon. Has it inside the defensive 50, long up to the wing. Himmelberg's there, Sport away from him. Hewitt tries to lay the tackle on Taranto. It was over the shoulder. Tom Green takes the advantage, turns it over though. Dawson pinches it, looking for Heaney, spoiled away by Iden. Good defence. Kelly for the Giants. Back to Ward, dead end as he's tackled by Dawson, and the throw. Sydney to take it at the back edge of the centre square.
Nice bit of heat from the Swans. The raking ball inside the attacking 50 is not a good one. Ward's kick is intercepted by Steen. In fact, Rampy sent it inside the attacking 50. Whitfield receives it at right half back. Low kick to the wing. Sproul got a little shove from O'Riordan. It gets to the back. Lloyd takes them on. Feeds the hand pass infield. Rampy, a hand pass away. In a bit of a bind. Parker dished it off to Lloyd. Lloyd's kick to the half-forward flank. McLean in front. Haynes from behind. Brought to the front. Franklin Rhodes. He's tackled. Steen got him. Whitfield hangs on his cords. Big early win for the Giants there. Free kick at right half-back to be taken by Steen.
Terrific tackle.
Inside 50s, 8-3, Sydney's way. The Swans are the only goal through Tom Papley. The Giants are behind through 10 minutes. Long kick up to the wing. Punched away by Melick, and it clears to the back.
Great.
To Bohr, swatting it forward, trying to work out with Lloyd. Hogan socks it off the ground. Toby Green slipped over, gathers, runs into the open goal mouth and dribbles through the Giants first. Toby Green leading from the front. Almost felt like they were going to make a mess of it as they had the loose number inside the forward 50. But the Giants take the lead at the 11-minute mark of the opening term. 1-1-7 to Sydney 1-6.
I don't know why you leave Toby Green inside forward 50 by himself. So you're just looking, well, where's his direct opponent? I understand that defence pushes up and tries to close as much space as possible. But Toby Green was sitting all alone there. It could have been an easy kick. So I'm watching here. Rampy leaves Toby Green. It's a bad decision by Rampy. He should have stayed with Toby Green. It was too easy in the end once that ball got inside forward 50. It wasn't cute. It wasn't neat by the Giants, but it gets a desired result.
Shows you how smart Toby is.
Yeah.
Clever.
Nice bounce in the middle. Mumford tapped it down for the Giants. Tapped back his way by Ash, but they've lost it now. Hewitt goes through. Off to Warner. Now the kick inside the attacking 50. McLean in the pocket, had it knocked away from him. And a boundary throw in the right forward pocket for the Sydney Swans. The Giants are wearing their predominantly charcoal strip. Socks, shorts and jumper with the big orange G on the front. Swans in the red and white, the red shorts. McLean, the tap down, Hewitt the rove, hand pass to Papley, dangerous in the pocket, tackled by Cumming, his hand passes over the boundary line. 25 from the Swans goal, right forward pocket, in front of the replay screen at York Park. 1-1-7 the Giants, the Swans won straight and we've played 12 minutes.
Inside 50, Sydney's way 9-4 as it's tossed back in. Mumford trying to work it to Tom Green at the front. He can't keep it alive as Dawson and Hewitt are taken over the boundary line.
Who's that, Tom?
Giants leading by a point. First of two elimination finals to take place in Tassie. Throwing back in. Hickey wins down the tap. Rowbottom couldn't take it. Tom Green tackle. Hewitt locks him up. Just short of right half forward for the Sydney Swans.
Hold the meter, Shane. Tom, here it is.
Tossed up in the air. Hickey tries to take it out of the ruck. His kick is partially smothered. Ash onto it for the Giants. Takes a bounce. Good block from Ward to Kelly around the boundary line. Kicks in the direction of Hogan. He's outmanoeuvred. McCartan takes the mark for Sydney. He's called to play on, taking a step off his line.
Defensive side of the outer wing. His kick goes to centre wing. Ward hands to it. Couldn't complete it. Hewitt and Mumford fight for the ball. Then they just fight each other as it spills out the side. They dive back on top of it. That's a tenacious pair.
Stand up, please.
The ball up on the wing. Mumford throws little Hewitt out of the way.
Is it a 3 count?
It'd be hard not to have a 3 count if Mummy was on top of you. Hickey from the ruck. Got it down. Rowbottom spirals it forward and an excellent mark by Steen.
Very strong, hasn't he?
For a bad haircut, he's been very good to start this game.
He kicked towards the left half-back flank. Callan Ward takes the mark on the outer side of the ground. His kick is dangerous. Tom Green was strong, couldn't complete the mark though. Heaney roves, hand pass away, free kick. Free kick coming back to the Giants. Tom Green in the marking contest, I think, is going to get it. Left half-back flank.
And Mummy got Heaney too, just quietly.
He's had 3 intercept possessions. Jake Steen, Rammer, having a good influence early in the match.
Definitely.
Cal Ward on the outer wing for the Giants. Looks to send it towards Himmelberg at half forward. Flew couldn't take the mark. Pinched it away from Green at ground level. Hand pass to Lloyd. Kicks inside the 50. Into the pocket where Florence happy to see it roll through. And the wrong side of the post. So it'll be a boundary throw in. Not a bad result for the Giants. Deep in attack. Leading by a point after the Toby Green goal. Toss back into play. Mumford and Hickey. Mumford tries to tap it down to Cornelio. Couldn't get a hand pass through traffic. Still a chance. Tom Green got it to Toby. All lights are green as Toby puts through his second. And the Giants skip to a 7-point advantage. 2-1-13 to Sydney, 1 straight 6. The ever dangerous Toby Green in front of goal.
Another not pretty goal. Just tell you the truth, it was just basic little handball out. There was no one on Toby. You've got to be with him right shoulder to shoulder, especially around a boundary throw and around half forward. That was very, very poor play, and he just finishes it off. But the quick handball, the movement of the ball up forward, it was a bit of a chaos ball into the forward line, all those sorts of things over the boundary line, start again, and that's where they're strong, around the ball. That was just so easy. No one was with him.
Who's actually on him?
Looks like Warner.
But he shouldn't be on him.
So Toby
where's
Green went too early.
Well, Rampy's chasing the ball, I think, and that's not his job.
Toby Green will take the game away from you very quickly. So that's 2 goals in 15 minutes of play. They want to really tighten up on that matchup, the Swans.
Ward tried to tap it to Tom Green in the middle. Warner got a hold of it for Sydney, gave to McLean. Big bump on him from Mumford as he kicks inside 50. Bell couldn't take the mark. Rove by Heaney. Fends away from Reed. Hand pass dropped by Hayward. He's trying to get back onto it. Steen picks up, spins through a tackle from Bell. Hand pass off to Haynes. Haynes thumps as far as he can to the outer side of the ground. Up in front, De Boer couldn't mark. Had McInerney and Dawson with him. They see it over the boundary line. Push and shove in the aftermath. Smiles on faces, but there's some serious competition out there.
No doubt that would not have happened if Josh Kennedy was there.
Correct.
And that's the problem.
Toss back into play. Mumford one down the tap against McLean. Taken high was Taranto. Against Luke Parker. And the Giants are taking it left half back. The Giants kicking efficiency, Rammer, going at 71%. Swans at 46. Just not quite finding their rhythm in this elimination final. Taranto up to Himmelberg. He got rid of McCartan to take the mark at left half forward. Veers out to the right. Inside 50. Kicks looking for Hogan. It's over his head. And Rampy loose, racing back, can't keep it alive. A throw in the left forward pocket for the Giants. They lead by 7. 2-1-13 to Sydney, 1 straight 6.
That safety kick, isn't it?
Perfect.
Just, get it there. Let's have another stoppage. Early in finals, forward half time is really important.
Mumford decisive tap down. Cunningham got it though. Gave to O'Rear and kick smothered by Tom Green, who now hands a ball out to McCartan, who pinched it. Gave to Parker. Curling kick around the body, out of defence. Sliding into Marcus Franklin. And a quick hand pass releases Warner. Off the half-back flank. He runs to the wing. Kicks to vacant pastures at half-forward. The Giants get back first. Cummings hand pass over his head. Heaney attacked it, took possession. Brushed Haynes. Kicks to the goal square. Bell marks and bangs it through. And the Swans get their second and draw back within a point. 18 played opening term. The Giants 2-1-13, Sydney 2 straight 12. Well played, Isaac Heaney.
Wow, well played, Lance Franklin. You go back to where Franklin takes the mark on half back. Now, in probably a period where GWS have really dominated territory, Franklin still had the presence of mind to take the mark, give a quick handball.
It's a beauty, wasn't it?
Give a quick handball, get the ball flowing, put some pressure on the Giants' defence. Yep, Heaney was absolutely sensational to brush the tackle and then have the composure to find Bell. But Luke Parker gets the clearance deep in the Swans' defensive 50. Franklin takes a mark, a quick little handball, and that's how the Swans want to play today, Sellers.
See, Cumming wanted to handball over the top of his head.
Rubbish.
No, can't do that.
Hickey one down the tap to Florin, who was being held by Tom Green. We're not in possession. So Sydney to take the free kick in the middle of the ground. Short to Parker, who wanted to get the hand pass off. Now we'll go short to Franklin. Has it still inside the centre square. Veers out to the left. Buddy long to the goal mouth. Looking for a fly along to Hickey. Almost a chance for the Giants, unable to pull in the one-handed mark with Sproul. Perryman trying to clean it up hard against the boundary. Kicks off the outside of the boot. Awkward bounce for the ball. He gathered it well. Hand pass to Canelio, to Tom Green. Through the middle of the ground. A chance for the Giants through Hopper. His hand pass is wide though. Still have enough time through Tom Green to come up with an option. He's going to retreat back to Ash. Looks for the leads coming up from half forward. And the mark is taken by Lloyd.
Lloyd, slightly the attacking side of the interchange. Giants by a point. Lloyd thumps the ball inside the 50. Taranto looking for a fly. Tap down in defence by McInerney. Himmelberg gets it, snaps towards goal. It bounces away to the right and through for a minor. 2-2-14 the Giants. The Swans 2 straight 12 on Grandstand AFL. We've played 20 minutes of the first quarter in this elimination final in Launceston.
Dane Rampy brings Sydney back into play. Dashes out of the defensive goal square, long to half back. Dawson up early, couldn't take the mark. In there, Whitfield nudged off it, and Dawson comes up with it. Hand pass to Parker for Sydney off the outside of the boot, into the middle of the ground for Papley. It might work out. Dawson kept running one way forward. He's bumped as he got his kick away. Sends the kick off line to the right forward pocket. Reed under pressure. Hayward trying to sweat on him. Taps it straight to the boundary line. Umpire says throw it in.
Well, there was a player within a yard of that, so there was no drama there at all.
Hayward with the arms outstretched, just trying to put the pressure on the umpire. Giants lead by 2.
The Swans in attack to the Mowbray Cricket Club end of the ground. McLean tapped it down, goes through the hands of Cumming. Picked up by Perryman, his hand pass slapped down by McLean to Papley. Left foot snap towards the teeth of goal. Haynes up over the top of Bell. Did he drag Bell down? Ball goes out of play next to the left behind post. A genuine chance for Papley, but he didn't hit the left foot snap as he would have liked.
It looks like Cumming has the roll on Papley, but it's not a very tight matchup.
At the throw-in, Haynes gets it, gives to Taranto. His hand pass knocked down by Papley. Spills to Florent. Florent in traffic. A hand pass to Dawson. He's confronted. Hand passed it straight to Taranto of the Giants. A hand pass to Perryman. He's flat-footed. Goes back to Steen. Steen going to switch the play and do it well. 3 Giants wait. Sproul takes the mark on his chest, still inside the 50 metres. Well spotted, Sellers.
You can't run around the back of this guy within 5 metres, so that was very poor play.
So Bell, the offender there, I think, Sellers.
Yep.
And marched
there
down the ground is Sproul. Yeah, he was right on his backside as he was going back to take the kick.
It was clever of the GWS guys to run around the other side because he had to go outside him.
Sproul doing the ruck work with Mumford off the ground. Kicks wide to the wing. Kelly just gathers inside the boundary, long towards Cornelio. Couldn't take the mark. Spoiled down. Warner with the hand pass away. And around the boundary line, the mark is taken by McInerney at half back. Might in fact be Errol Goulden. Got the hand pass from McInerney. So Goulden up towards half forward. Brought down. Taylor with a hand pass to Hopper. Sprout to Taranto at the back edge of the centre square. Back to Hopper trying to find an angle forward for the Giants. Almost around. Just got away from Hayward. Pressed off him and got the hand pass back to Cumming, who kicks to half forward, and Lloyd takes the mark. Wants to feed it quickly forward to Himmelberg. Rise against McInerney. Almost gave away the free kick with his knee. Dragged down Kelly. Holding the footy.
Great tackle.
Florent won it just as the Giants were looming into attack.
Florent, low kick into the corridor. A beautiful pass to Hewitt. Feeds the hand pass to Lloyd round the back. He chips. Was over the head of Wicks, but marked by Dawson. So still in Sydney hands. Dawson from the corridor. Kicks towards half forward. McLean in front of Taylor. Takes the mark. He's got Franklin in the pocket over the top. A hand pass. A balk. A Buddy Bender. A Buddy Beauty. Oh, Lance Franklin, outstanding. The balk and the banana. He's a showstopper. Sydney takes the lead. Franklin delivering everything the locals would have hoped for in their first final. 3 straight 18 to 2-2-14. That is a moment that will live large in the memory of those who saw it.
And the umpire was laughing.
Smiling.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I mean, everyone loves Buddy and everyone knows what he can do and when he get the ball in his hands. But that was really well set up by the Swans. They moved the ball well. All of a sudden, bang, a lot of handballs. There's one over the top again. They're sharing the ball well. They're giving it to each other and making it easy for each other. And then they hit the front with 3 goals straight. Buddy Franklin's on his way to 1,000.
Came off the bench, Franklin. They're very smart. Like, his direct opponent that he's had in this first quarter is Taylor. He was on McLean there in that marking contest, so he could do nothing about Franklin kicking that goal.
T-7, 993rd goal. Goulden gets the clearance to Sydney towards Franklin. Taylor just got a hand to a room on him. Looking back to Buddy on 50, trying to fend off Haynes. He can poke it in the pocket. The kick is over the head of Heaney and out of bounds on the full. To be fair, he just fended off beautifully the last passage of play, so why wouldn't you?
Yep, that's on 5.
And Iden's going to take the free kick for the Giants. All of a sudden trailed by 4 points after the last 2 goals to Sydney. Iden out of defence, up to half-back. Taranto nudged underneath it by Parker with his hands. No whistle. Into the middle of the ground for Goulden. He gathers at the top of the 50. Options are plenty. And Hayward comes out and marks on his chest. So much space, so many options for the Swans.
So right now, the Swans, every opportunity they get, they want to take the ball off the line. They don't want to go up and down the line. So the mark's taken by Parker and he's straight into the middle of the ground. No hesitation at all. The Swans want the ball moving in this game as much as possible.
Career best, 28 goals in season 2021. Coming in, Hayward drags it to the left and a minor score. Sydney leading by 5 points. 25 minutes gone opening term.
Kicking duties for GWS with Cumming.
Inside 50s, 17-9. Giants defenders are having to do a mountain of work at the moment.
Coming from the back pocket, kick to the back flank. McCartan belted it down. Hopper comes away for the Giants, kicks to the half-forward flank, a bouncing ball. Lloyd attacked it, gathered a hand pass to Rampy on his preferred side. He kicks around the boundary on the broadcast side of the ground off the hand of Hopper. It's out of play. Attacking side of the wing for the Swans, about 70 metres from their goal, down at the Mowbray Cricket Club end. Mumford to go in ruck against Hickey. Tom Hickey, what an extraordinary career he's had. Thrown into play. Mumford tapped it down to Taranto. Gave it to Perryman. Kick smothered. Perryman got it again. Off to Hopper. Dribbles a kick around the wing towards the interchange and it beats everyone over the boundary line. Centre wing broadcast side. It's the Swans by 5 points at the 27-minute mark.
You're right about the ball movement with the Swans, but and the GWS are trying to get a territory game going. That's what they want. Up forward, boundary throw in, ball ups, away they go.
Thrown back in, Parker couldn't take it, Mumford could for the Giants. Hand pass out to Taranto. On the wing, looks to kick long towards half forward. Sydney have the numbers. And in the end, McInerney's able to take the mark. So Sydney have won 12 and lost 10 first quarters. Over the last 6 weeks, they've only won 2 first quarters against the Gold Coast and North Melbourne. So they'll be keen to start well. Dawson to half forward. Hickey up early. Couldn't take the mark. Heaney front and centre. His hand pass picked off by Mumford. Gives it to Taylor. Away to Steam. Kicks towards Taranto. Couldn't take the mark. Hewitt gathers for the Swans. His kick towards half forward. Off-coming hands. Mumford kicks towards the wing. Awkward bouncing ball for Rampy. Couldn't gather. McInerney comes charging in. Soppers it towards the boundary line. And a boundary thrown in front of the 2 benches. Sydney by 5 points. 27 minutes gone. Opening term on ABC Sport.
So at this stoppage, a boundary throw in centre wing. Hickey takes front position. It's off his knuckles. Mumford had it, lost it. Dawson gets it, hand pass in tight. Hewitt goes through. Mumford got him. High tackle. Then Mumford leapt upon him. Thought he'd give him just a little bit more. Then almost a semi-knee into the face of George Hewitt as he was getting up. He's sort of clumsy, but sort of deliberately so, it seems sometimes.
You must go back over your mark.
Now the free kick
Just here, stand, play on.
has gone and been moved to Rampy. Rampy kicks to the edge of 50 for Sydney in front, unable to mark McLean. Whitfield couldn't rove. He's barrelled by Parker, perhaps without it. Hopper kicks off the half-back flank, got a push in the back. Free kick downfield, Giants on the wing, or will it come back? It should come back for that push in the back. Not sure Whitfield ever took possession, really, when he was tackled and nailed right in the rib cage by Parker. That's finals football.
And that's the last thing Lockie Whitfield needs after his pre-season incident.
Yes. Got news coming through from North Melbourne regarding Jaden Stevenson, an injury to him that will raise eyebrows that I'll bring you in a moment.
Hopper back to Steam. Possession number 10 for him. Leading possession getter on the ground. And Whitfield works it back to Iden, who has it at left half back for the Giants. They got out by 7 points off the back of 2 Toby Green goals. They now trail by 5. Long towards half forward. Ash trying to keep it alive as he runs the boundary line. Kept the ball in play. Kicks towards Sproul. Worked underneath it. McInerney now hard against the line. Not sent across as the umpire had a look. Hogan probably didn't plead the case well enough to make the umpire think twice about it. And a throw in deep in attack for the Giants. Sydney by 5.
He's lucky to get away with that one.
In it comes. Mumford taps it back towards the boundary line. Rampy after it. Ball will beat him over the line next to the left behind post. Played almost 30 minutes of the first quarter. 3-1-19 the Swans. The Giants 2-2-14. Buddy's got 1. Toby Green's kicked 2. As it spins back into play. Hickey and Mumford again. Mumford rises in front, trying to knock it down. He's on the ground, still fighting for it. Rampy's hand pass didn't hit a target. Taranto gets it 35 out. Curling snap. He's hit it beautifully. Tim Taranto. An exceptional piece of skill. And he puts the Giants back in front, approaching quarter time. It's the Giants 3-2-20. Sydney 3-1-19 on Grandstand AFL with Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas.
Oh, well, the Swans have played better.
Another stoppage goal, though, Sellers.
Yeah, 2 of them in a row. Yeah. And their stoppages they've won quite comfortably. I just had a look at them before. The stoppages are 12-10 in the clearance area. So they want a clearance. They want to go to the forward area. They want to go to the boundary line and do that. But Sydney have played really good footy. They've moved the ball well through the middle of the ground. They're probably not quite as apt in that area around the stoppage area. And Taranto, when you got it in his hands, it was all over then straight away. And they've had too many of those. That's 2 goals out of that area there alone that they should have stopped and could have stopped. And they would have been winning the game quite comfortably. Now it's 1 point in it. Taranto, GWS way.
Kicked those 4 goals against Carlton. Tim Taranto to show he can play that role deep forward. Hopper out of the middle for the Giants to Kelly. Trying to give it back to Hopper. Lost it. Socket off the ground by Parker, who's taken high. So it's going to be downfield.
Mumford again.
Against Shane Mumford.
Has Jordan Dawson got this?
I think it's
McLean.
McLean who's ended up with it in his hands. So probably would have preferred it in the hands of Jordan Dawson.
Why does it stop there when the actual ball wasn't marked?
Hayden McLean. Can't answer that one, Sellers.
That's an interesting one, isn't it?
11 goals, 5 so far this season. From outside 50, gives it a roost. It's out to the left. And Big Mummy missed it in the end, but it went through for a minor score.
Keep moving.
So scores level, 3-2-20 apiece after 32 minutes.
It's just...
That's what he's there for, Sellers.
Yeah, I got it. He's the Brute Bernard.
Yeah.
He doesn't mind a bit of collateral damage, Big Mummy. Clinchy said earlier he was +1 in the free kick column. I didn't think he was going to be there very long, Clinchy.
You're going to cash out.
-1, I think he is now. Hewitt, Parker. So, but that's the thing, 2 mids. He just, trying to cause a bit of damage to him.
Giants into the back flank. Ashmark kick to the wing. Off hands. It's taken by Melican. Melican's high ball back towards the logo. That'll be quarter time and scores a level. And it feels like they should be the way this final has started. 3-2-20 apiece. Nothing splits the Swans and the Giants at quarter time on Grandstand AFL. The goal kickers for Sydney, Papley, Franklin. An amazing finish after a balky bananaed from the left forward pocket. And Bell has kicked a goal as well, while for the Giants, 2 goals to Toby Green. 44 for the season for him. Tim Taranto has kicked a goal as well. Coming up in a moment, I'll bring you some bizarre news from the North Melbourne Football Club regarding Jaden Stevenson. This is the elimination final from York Park in Launceston on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Arts, politics and culture from a range of Indigenous perspectives. On Speaking Out.
We're seeing a lot of our people, young people, going away. We should be guiding them.
We must have a country to call our own.
A lot of our women were taking their children back into the bush and hiding.
Speaking Out with Larissa Berendt, Sundays at 9 p.m. on ABC Radio.
The 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Punched away by Melican, it clears to the back.
Great.
To Paw, swatting it forward, trying to work out with Lloyd. Hogan shoves it off the ground. Toby Green slipped over, gathers, runs into the open goal mouth and dribbles through the Giants first. Mumford and Hickey. Mumford tries to tap it down to Cornelio. Couldn't get a hand pass through traffic. Still a chance. Tom Green got it to Toby. All lights are green as Toby puts through his second.
Dawson from the corridor, kicks towards half forward. McLean in front of Taylor, takes the mark. He's got Franklin in the pocket over the top. A hand pass, a balk, a buddy bender, a buddy beauty. Oh, Lance Franklin, outstanding. Hickey and Mumford again. Mumford rises in front, trying to knock it down. He's on the ground, still fighting for it. Rampy's hand pass didn't hit a target. Taranto gets it 35 out. Curling snap. He's hit it beautifully. Tim Taranto, an exceptional piece of skill.
The 2021 AFL Final Series on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
So much on the line, nothing being given at quarter time. No quarter. Scores level. 3-2-20 apiece between the Swans and the Giants. Robin Montmorency on the SMS, 0437774774. Not everyone loves Buddy Sellers. I'm looking at a few Bombers fans who don't, says Rob. Well, one of them's retired. Cale Hooker's had a good look at Buddy from back on a couple of times. Now, here's some news that I want your thoughts on, Mark McClure. Coming from North Melbourne today.
To Rama. This is the phone call you don't want to receive.
Club statement, North Melbourne. Jaden Stevenson will be assessed by a surgeon today after he suffered a small fracture to his hip in an accident at his home on Friday. The 22-year-old was admitted to hospital after he fell from his bike onto a hard surface in his backyard. North Melbourne GM of football Brady Rawlings said the following. Jaden's pretty flat at the moment and he's a bit sick and sorry. After having had drinks at home with his housemates, he attempted to perform a trick on his mountain bike off the back deck. He lost his balance and fell onto a concrete paver. Initially after the accident, Jaden was able to walk, but the pain progressed to a point that an ambulance was called. So he's tried a mountain bike trick off his back deck after a few brews, and he's got a cracked hip as a result of it.
Sounds like Charlie Curnow. Pretty private with what details they're willing to put out there. They've just told the whole story.
Yes.
This is what happened.
Yep, put it out there. Don't let the story run its own course. Control the story, tell the truth, move on. Adam Ramanaskas, if you manage Jaden Stevenson, what would you be thinking?
Well, first is he okay, of course.
Yep.
But then you got to get the truth out of him. So hopefully that's the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
You can't knock a bit of fun out of all of the players.
You
I mean, we talked to Isaac Heaney on the lead. You hear it in the opening talking about some of the hair-raising things he gets up to, parachuting and various things.
He's having a drink with housemates. He's doing nothing wrong.
Until he got on the bike.
It's his off-season. He's allowed to have a drink.
There's a difference between Ollie Wines going water skiing and trying to do a trick off your mountain bike when you're a professional athlete.
Yep.
Yeah, but he might have pulled it off once before.
Okay, sellers. Once.
Boys will be boys, okay?
Some people like a bit of,
Hey, listen,
water skiing. Others like a bit of Evel Knievel.
Not everyone's perfect.
What have you made of the first quarter? I tell you what, based on the first half hour, it does suggest these two teams are going to go hammer and tongs all afternoon.
Well, the possessions are GWS are way in front of the possessions, probably 12 possessions only. But the inside 50s, seriously, is 19 to Sydney and 11 to GWS, and the scores are level. So what's happened is that they get the ball in there. Steen's the one for me who was really good down back. He was fantastic in the back half there, and Simon Taylor, they kept them down as much as they possibly could in that area there. They punched the ball out of the way. They defended extremely well, but they got some goals for me. GWS from boundary throw-ins, 2 from boundary throw-ins in the front half, and I think to myself, one to Toby Green, and I think the other one was Taranto was the other one who got one as well. So for mine, they have actually been very efficient in what they've done. They've moved the ball up, they're pushing it up to the forward line. But I'm actually watched Sydney. They are seriously a good side. They are very, very good. They've just had a few little issues around the ball and a couple of little things that didn't go their way. This is a ripping game, Rama. This is a very, very good game of football, and I'm looking forward to the outcome. And especially, I think you'll find out a little bit more in the second quarter.
The Swans are trying to move the ball with speed at every opportunity. They've taken the ball off the line a number of times. They don't want to kick to Nick Haynes down the line. It's a handball receive. It's play on. The Giants want it in close. It's exactly what we expected so far. Scores level. We couldn't really ask for a better first quarter. The Swans do need to pick up their kicking efficiency. They only went at 60% in that first quarter.
3-2-20 apiece as we start the second quarter on Grandstand AFL. The bounce favours Hickey slightly. The umpire falls over, so that was an inglorious moment all round. And now the umpire's got whistle to mouth, basically on his back and calling for another ball up and hoping that not too many saw the previous 5 seconds. Thrown in the air for Mumford and Hickey. Hickey takes it out of the ruck. A hand pass to Parker. His hook ball to centre half forward for Sydney. Going to the city end. McLean used his body well on Steen and took the mark. Front point of the square for the Swans. Franklin wants it in long, and now he leads to the pocket. McLean's having none of that. He's kicking laterally into the corridor.
Play on.
Cunningham is told to play on, but the mark was initially paid. The kick to full forward. Up they go. Hayward flew, couldn't take it. Coming Rose for the Giants. A hand pass away to Perryman, clears to half back, but Hickey well placed. Green flies into his back. Forces it to ground level. Rampy picks up. Hand pass to O'Riordan. Took it down low. Kicks inside the 50. Hits the ground. Coming to meet it, Heaney. Slick hand pass to Papley. A snap doesn't have enough penetration. Haynes marks on the last 9 for the Giants.
Can work it over the top to Cumming. Barely 15, but in the left back pocket. Scores level at 3-2-20 apiece. The Giants got out by 7 points midway through that first quarter before the Swans answered back and led by 5. To half-back, Lloyd couldn't take the mark. Through the hands of Sproul, up to half-back, and in the end, Lloyd's able to see it out of play for Sydney. Throwing in front of the 2 benches. 3-2-20 apiece. Looks like George Hewitt's gone to Hopper in this second quarter. Thrown back in. Hickey wins down the tap. Ward wedged between 2 Sydney players. Can't break clear, and the umpire will throw it up.
Hopper had 9 in that first quarter, but the leading possession winner for the Giants was Steen with 10.
Had a handful of intercept possessions as well, which we've seen Sam Taylor do that role. Hopper gets the clearance for the Giants with the hand pass to Perryman, up to half forward in front position. McCartan takes the mark against Jesse Hogan.
McCartan at right half back. It's a short lead on the 45, but he ignores Heaney. Instead, he sends a long kick to the centre of the broadcast wing. Mumford brought it to ground. Goulden roved it, slapped it on the boot, and it worked out beautifully. The mark taken by Hayward. Sweeping hand pass away. Cunningham drives them inside 50. Franklin one-on-one. Franklin can't take the mark. Taylor took the hands. Franklin the soccer. Oh, he's going for more inspiration. Oh, Buddy Franklin's doing it all. The famous Franklin's in a mighty flow in Tassie. He's kicked 2. He's got 994. And the Swans have a 26-point lead. His 2 goals have been breathtaking.
Oh, no, I thought it was a free kick. It was definitely over the shoulder there for Franklin. But as we've seen so often in his career, so often that he's so quick at ground level. When the ball hits the ground, he's always the first one to react. It's just the hand-eye coordination off the ground there. You look at the kick. The kick's pretty good. Taylor, definite free kick. Umpire on the wrong side. Buddy then bang off the ground. Terrific play. He's like, there's not enough words to describe Lance Franklin and his athleticism and what a superstar he is.
Bit of a Michael O'Loughlin reaction as well to some of the Sydney fans in the front row there. Eyes beating, mouth wide open. He's fired up with 2 goals next to his name, as are Sydney leading by a goal. Kelly gets the clearance of the Giants to half forward. Toby Green can't take it. Rampy creatively out of the ground, out of mid-air, kicks it to half forward. A chance for McLean, couldn't take it first time cleanly. Steen over the top trying to lock it in. The Giants emerge with it through Ward. Back to Kelly. Haynes at left half back, off balance on the right boot. Sends a high ball to the wing. Sproul underneath it, spoiled away from him. Ricochets into the middle of the ground. Rowbottom couldn't take it. Another chance for the Giants. Sproul over the footy. Rampy trying to appeal to the umpire with the footy locked to his chest. It eventually comes clear.
Tackle.
Canelio lays the tackle. McCartan can't break clear, and we'll throw it up in the middle of York Park, with Sydney leading by 6 points.
Tossed in the air. Hickey with the left hand knocked it down. Parker flips out a hand pass. Heaney near the AFL logo. Got around an opponent, kicks towards the attacking 50. Franklin out, almost took the mark. Taylor right there with him. Steen collects his hand pass for Taylor, taken by Franklin. He knocks it out. Parker slips. Hand pass to Rowbottom. 40 out, kicks to full forward. One hand went Hayward, couldn't take it. Bell at the fall, can't get a hold of it. Whitfield flicks it out. Papley picks up, played for the free kick, did get taken high, but the umpire wasn't to be conned. He saw the initial attempt to con him and was having none of it. And then Bell's tackled by Whitfield. There was a high tackle on Papley, but he drew the high contact.
Exactly.
A
Correct.
ball up 10 metres out.
Good call.
Taken out of the ruck by McLean. Kick smothered. Spills to Hopper. He tries to clear. Heaney took possession. Tackled by Canelio. Holding the ball. And the GWS captain has it in defence for the Giants. Swans by 6.
Important tackle, that one by Canelio.
Oh, yeah.
Heaney had options with the handball. Would have been a shot at goal for the Swans.
In just his 6th game of the season, the Giants captain kicks up to the wing. Sproul had it, spoiled away from him. Hopper, he tacked it with intent. Couldn't gather it though. Rowbottom for the Swans. Feeds the hand pass back to Melican. Kicks a high ball inside 50. Franklin's there. McLean as well, but Haynes emerges with it for the Giants. Back to Reid in the right back pocket. Kick on the bouncer. Taranto under pressure. Works an underground hand pass to Whitfield. Trying to cut through traffic. Hand pass to Reid.
Well
back
played.
to Taranto. They did that well, the Giants. Out of defence. Hand pass around the boundary line. Lloyd hard up against the line. Kicks just a space on the wing, and Green somehow got past Milliken to gather the footy. A weighted hand pass to the runner, De Boer. Half forward, inside the 50, down low, and Sproul's got it.
Gee, that was good play.
That was skillful play.
Skillful.
By
Fantastic.
the Giants.
They just kept the ball alive around the wing, and it ends up in the hands of Zach Sproul, who shoot at goal as a reward of all the hard work on half back, and Toby Green on the wing.
Handball after handball, and a really good kick on the wrong side for the ball.
Zach Sproul, 3rd year on the Giants list.
I thought he was lining up to snap that ball then for a minute.
Did look like that for half a second. He's gone back to Ben Brown style run up. He'll start from inside the centre square, shooting from just inside 50 to return the Giants to level pecking. That's a great kick. Zach Sproul, come on down. And once again, it's inch for inch in this elimination final, and the Giants lock things up at 4-2, 26 apiece. 8 minutes gone. Second term on ABC Sport. You with Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure.
That was a great team goal from full back almost to full forward, and Sproul got on the end of it and got it, but there was 4 or 5 different players who touched it in between that, handballs, Shepherds, all those little things that make a good team. And then in the end, De Boer's little kick on his left foot, which he's not known for. He's a right footer. His handballs across and back and forth. It was just terrific. And then a good hit with the ball from De Boer, and they finished it off well.
It started with the Canelio tackle.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
So that's, if not, the Swans are having a shot at goal. So that's just a little area I think that the Giants can pick up. The tackle count's 22-20, but the Giants have built their game recently over that tackle pressure. They've got to apply more pressure to the Swans.
Hickey, another tap down. Hewitt got it, gave to Papley, who's in the middle, kicks inside 50. Hayward was appealing for a free kick for being held. Reid volleyed it out of defence, gained 40 metres, but Papley in front of Toby Green took the mark. And a few words exchanged between the two. They're fiery customers. Tom Papley, inside 50. Out comes Hayward again, hands to it, not the mark. And Taylor got the best piece of it, and he has completed the mark. He's at full-back for the Giants.
I don't think he had the first part of it.
Not sure about that either.
Yeah.
Simon from Largs says the following on the text. Mummy is the first player to be as deep as he is broad. And I'm not talking about his thinking, says Simon. 0437774774. The kick comes out to half-back, and Hogan's taken the mark.
As always, we love to hear from you. Peter and Hampton saying this is a great game for the neutrals. You'd be loving an elimination final footy. Kick to Himmelberg, who takes the market. Between wing and half-back for the Giants. Call now to play on. Himmelberg veers out to the right and drives a kick towards half-forward. Toby Green flies, spoiled down to the front. Tom Green onto it. Hand pass through traffic. Got it to Sproul. Back to Toby Green. Arcs out to the right. Snaps on goal. Superb finish. Righto, buddy. Let's go head-to-head. One superstar at one end, the other capitalising as well. And Toby Green all of a sudden has kicked his third. The Giants back in front by 6 points. 5-2-32 to the Swans, 4-2-26. And there's a player down, Colin O'Riordan in the backdrop.
Yeah. I was in that contest. So Toby Green attacked that contest, that marking contest. But this is the problem with Green. A lot of players, when they attack a marking contest, they just stop sellers. They don't follow up, butter up. But Toby Green there attacks the marking contest, looks, and then he's gone. He's gone in a flash to get back involved again. Could have given the handball to Lloyd. Took the responsibility, and the superstar that he is kicks his third goal. How many goals is too many before they look to change Rampy?
Well, Rampy hasn't done a thing on him, actually. Rampy's tried to chase kicks, and that's not what Rampy's job is.
Shut him down.
Exactly.
Fifth time Toby Green's kicked 3 in a final. He's never kicked more. Hickey, another left-hand tap down.
He's got plenty of time.
His kick straight back to Mumford, who's taken high, so he gets one
He
back
got one.
there.
Back to even.
He's not even yet.
He's not even.
No,
That's
he's not.
even.
He's
Hand
well
pass
down.
away. Kelly through the middle. Now the umpire spotted something else. A Sydney free kick back in the middle of the ground.
Free kick.
Umpire Matt Stevick is
Apparently Toby
conveying
Green did
everything.
something.
Toby's running off like the innocent customer.
Protected area.
He's got that slightly sheepish look about him. So Hickey, defensive side of the centre square for the Swans. Superb game of football unfolding in Launceston. Hickey kicks to half forward. Bit of space. Parker leads up into it. He's got it 70 from goal. He chips towards the top of the 50. The kick didn't carry, but a good half volley pick up from Hayward. His hand pass through to Bell. Bell's got pressure around him. It spills to De Boer of the Giants. Hand pass to Kelly. Kelly from left half back kicks towards the wing. It's off the hands of Hogan, who takes out the TV monitor. And is that Luke Hodge down there? I'm surprised he didn't put up and go for the high fend. He was almost taken out. The TV monitor went flying. This match has got just about everything at the moment. A free kick here for Melican near the interchange.
A kick towards the 50. Hayward flew, couldn't take the mark. Taylor had a crack at it, couldn't come up with it for the Giants. Whip slays the tackle. And Taylor trying to bust his way through. The footy locked underneath him.
Thanks, Sam.
So I've got Shane Mumford at 2-4 and 2 against.
Yeah, 0.
So you're right, Rama. I should have never doubted him. Jesse Hogan found himself right amongst the camera crew. And Luke Hodge gave him a little tap on the back. That's not bad encouragement from a premiership captain.
But the look on Hodge's face as he was coming to him was as if to say, right, let's go. I'm ready to play.
Get him a jumper.
Bring it on.
Toby Green has it for the Giants at half-back. Call to play on, look to switch back inside the defensive 50. No options are there. So long towards Mumford. And flying early was Lloyd. Held his body position. Wastes no time kicking inside the 50. Slipping over was an opportunity for De Boer. As McInerney lost his footing, it rolled out of play in the left forward pocket. So the Giants deep in attack, but they had a chance there.
So a 6-point lead to the Giants. 5-2-32 to 4-2-26. In it comes. Mumford wins this tap down. It gets past O'Riordan. Himmelberg got it and dribbles towards goal and puts it through. A crafty piece of work. The big forward played the role of the small forward. And the Giants have the biggest lead of the game. He was only 12 metres out as he bent that ball through. 6-2-38 to 4-2-26. The Giants leading by 12 points at the 13-minute mark of the second quarter.
Another stoppage goal. Ridiculous. This has happened 3 times now. Three times out of the goals that they have kicked, which is 6. 3 of them have come from the stoppages, and they've got to stop it now. They've got to actually pull it up, and John Longmire's got to actually find a way that he can do that. That's not going to work. This is unbelievable what's happened. 3 easy goals. Unbelievable.
Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. It's always going to be the concern for the Swans with no Josh Kennedy. Callum Mills is around the stoppage. Could the Giants find a way to dominate? Bounce back in the middle. Hickey wins down the tap against Mumford, but straight to Ward. His kick was smothered. Kelly emerges with it to Tom Green. Back to Ward. Runs to 50. Flying shot at goal. Himmelberg at the goal square. Couldn't take the mark. Lloyd, you wouldn't believe it. Volleys it through for a goal. Volley from Daniel Lloyd. Not too many people could pull that off, let alone be quick enough to think of it. And the Giants are raging. 4 goals on the trot. And they lead by 18 points. 7-2-44 to the Swans. 4-2-26. McClure and Adam Ramanauskas try and do that justice.
Well, they've made their move now.
They have.
That's 4 goals in a row, 4 goals in 7 minutes. So they've made their move. It's a centre clearance. Ward there just bombs it in long. Just front and centre there. You get there, you get rewarded. You look at Daniel Lloyd. He was at the top of 50 when that ball went inside forward 50. He sprinted. Absolutely sprinted to get to that contest. And that's what you need. That's it. That's when you get rewarded at times. So terrific, but they've got a little issue now. The Swans around stoppage. Technically, it's another stoppage goal because the sack came out of centre.
Funny man, you had seen that before they signed Cristiano Ronaldo. Taranto out of the middle of the ground, kicks it forward for the Giants. McCartan's in the way this time to take the mark for the Swans. He goes short to the back edge of the centre square. Heaney's eyes are darting.
Play on! Play on!
He's told to play on by the umpire at defensive 50. Kicks to the wing, too much on the kick. Taranto picked it off easily. Centre wing, railway workers side of the ground. Taranto kicks to the edge of 50. It's a flat helicopter. Heaney attacked it. Hand pass out to no one. Taken by Reid of the Swans. A hand pass to Himmelberg. Back to the pocket he goes. Diving Hogan can't quite pull it in. It's out of bounds on the full, I'd suspect. And it will be a free kick to the Giants.
Put on the line, please.
Ian Burrows from the ABC is
On the line, stay there, mate.
on duty down there in Launceston on the boundary.
Stand there. Yep, no, you gotta
Free
wait
kick
for
to
my
the
call.
Swans
Play
in the
on.
left back pocket.
Across the
Cunningham
line.
runs forward, launches long to the wing. Franklin there, off hands, Haynes as well, rode by Wicks. He runs into Taylor, he threw it.
That's
That was a
right.
one-handed hand pass. Umpire on the spot said play on, but the umpire out of zone saw it. Free kick to the Giants on the wing.
So Sam Taylor to take it. Call to play on. Kicks wide to right half forward. Jesse Hogan with about 3 to compete against. And in the end, Melican's able to come across the front and spoil out of play. So in this third term, the Giants have kicked 4 goals to 1. They've made their move off the back of 8-3 clearances.
And they're 18 inside 50 to 29 to Sydney. So they're actually well in front by less chances.
Kelly with a couple of centre bounce clearances in this turn for the Giants. Here's Ward. Read it beautifully. Hand pass to Reed. Squeezes the kick inside 50. With Mark Melican lunging to the right. He's doing a good job against Jesse Hogan, who hasn't had a lot of the footy. Call to play on. Comes to the back pocket where Goulden takes the mark. Such a promising young player at the start of his career. Errol Goulden and a 50.
Metres. Sydney free kick, 50 metres.
Non-officiating umpire in the middle of the grounds made the call against Lockie Ash, I think.
Quickly. Stay out behind.
So take him to the middle of the ground.
Goulden short to O'Riordan. O'Riordan's got space ahead of him to assess and kick inside the 50 and then kick it straight to Taylor as if he was on the lead. Franklin a couple of paces behind him. Taylor intercepts. Let's push and shove Dawson and Ash out there at the moment. Franklin was frustrated with the poor service. Iden received. He kicked a half back and Haynes. Haynes the outer side. He kicks to the wing. Beautiful pass and Lloyd has it. Defensive side of the outer wing for the Giants, who lead by 18 points at the 18-minute mark of the second term. Next in line was Cornelio.
Clearance is 9-3 in this quarter in the Giants' favour. Plus 20 in possessions. Plus 10 in contested possessions. Having their way now around the contest, the Giants.
Inside 50's difference this quarter.
The Swans, 11-9.
There you go.
Harry Perryman
Ridiculous.
with possession number 6 in this second quarter. Long to Hogan in front position this time. It clinches the mark, but he's getting up a little bit gingerly, concerned about his ankle. But he seems okay to take the kick.
They seem to have lost their zest, the Swans. They have lost their little...
They've lost their contest.
mojo, yeah. They've lost the
their
contest completely, yeah.
Jesse Hogan.
Well done, Jess.
Playing in his first final in his 9th year of AFL footy.
You need to be able to win the ball around the contest to get it to your runners, and that's gone at the moment for the Swans.
Having lost
There you
Jeremy
go.
Cameron, here's
Beautiful.
Jesse Hogan, and he's making his moment count as he slams through the goal from the right forward pocket. Just his third kick of the afternoon, and the Giants are red hot, leading by 24 points off the back of 5-1 in this second term. 8-2-50 the Giants, to Sydney 4-2-26. 19 minutes gone on ABC Sport with Mark McClure and Adam Ramanaskas.
I love the way he actually pushed his opponent away. Just got in there, just had a little shove in the chest. There was nothing against that. And Jesse Hogan is a huge man when you think about him. 6'5", 6'6".
Yeah, 195.
Yeah, he's a big boy, and pushed him in the chest and just pushed him away enough, and bang, and there was no second player there to punch it away. The Swans had been protected. So Jesse goes back. Hasn't played a big part so far. Only taken a little couple of possessions here and there, 1 mark or 2 marks or something like that. And then he finishes it off, which is a real help to their team.
But that's if you don't have many possessions,
you don't
when
need
you get your opportunity, you nail it.
That's right.
And that was a difficult set shot, and he nailed it.
On the SMS 0437 774 774, John in Melbourne says, I'm loving this match. Hope the Giants win and go on to win their long overdue first premiership in 2021. It's been a good match to call as well, John.
Long overdue. What
They've
about
been in
poor
since
old
2012. Melbourne 1964.
St Kilda.
Freo's never won one. St Kilda 66. Free kick in the middle of the ground. Parker kicks the Swans inside 50. Hayward knocked it down. Franklin gave a hand pass to Heaney to Papley. Curling kick from the pockets. Oh, it's marked in between the goal and point post by Perryman. They are out. Perryman to right half back and Sproul.
Oh, he needed to go there.
Mike in Kyneton's also asked us a question on the text that I reckon is going to floor him when I give him the answer in just a moment. Sproul at right half back. High kick around the outer wing. Taranto up to try and spoil Parker. Giants come up with it at the full. Cornelio. Bouncing ball to half forward. Toby Green in a wrestle with Rampy. Picked up by De Boer. Slick hands, too slick in the end. Unable to trap it. McCartan though. Giants in possession again. Himmelberg got it from Perryman. Gave it back. Perryman's kick inside the attacking 50 for the Giants.
Good contest.
Brought to ground level. Swans have number at the full. McInerney away to Rowbottom, who kicks to half-back. Papley edged out Haynes and can run around the wing.
Worked him underneath it and then kicks to a vacant wing in front of Franklin on the bounce. Picked it up with Taylor right there with him. Cumming got in the middle. He's brought down as Bell lays the tackle.
They just can't concede another one now. This quarter, the Swans. It's out to 24 points, so it's a nice lead for the Giants, but you don't want it any more than that going into half-time.
Scores are level at quarter time. Giants leading by 24 points as we nudge towards half-time. At half forward for the Swans. Wicks gathers, gets the hand pass to Rowbottom, eyes the goals, it's out to the right and it won't bend back. Just Sydney's second score of the quarter. 1-1 to the Giants, 5 straight. GWS by 23 points.
Scott says, shout out to my brother enduring Melbourne lockdown and being a GWS fan. Go the Bloods. Mikey from Bendigo, can we please get an update on the Morford Memorial Quaddie? Mikey, settle yourself. We are alive. I can't believe I'm telling you that. We are actually alive.
Should never tell them.
Ball went out to the wing.
We'll go down.
We always do.
Stay out, outside 5.
Hayward's got it outside the attacking 50. He's 60 from goal for the Swans. They desperately need a goal here. The kick goes towards McLean and Franklin over the back. Couldn't hold on to it. Paddles towards the boundary. Out it goes. He's got 2, Lance Franklin. 2 crackers. They might need a few more from him. Boundary throw in left forward pocket for the Swans, who trail the game by 23 points.
Toss back into play. Sproul doing the ruck work against McLean. It comes down to Perryman. He's had a lot of it in this second quarter. Kicks to half back. Spoiled down by McCartan. Taranto tries to dive down low. Rowbottom in there as well. So he can't be separated. The umpire blowing his whistle. To be thrown up at left half forward for the Giants. For Sydney, shall I say. Trailing by 23 points. McLean tries to tap it down. Hopper wrestles it away from Parker. Couldn't get a boot to it. Goulden gathers. Kicks towards Franklin. In front of Taylor. Couldn't take the mark. Reinforcements arrive. Sproul knocks it back. Steen, in fact it was. Got it to Taylor. Kicks towards Ash. He and Heaney battle. De Boer keeps it alive. Trying to knock it back. And it's eventually over the boundary line.
Just the little things they're doing are different to the opposition. They just tap it here, push it there, cover there. I think they're very, very good and well-drilled, GWS.
I reckon there's enough evidence now with Franklin and Taylor match-up that Franklin needs to get off Taylor now.
Yeah.
You can't push him in a marking contest.
Giants from the stoppage. Sproul gets it. He's tackled. Dawson got him. Ball ripped away by Ash. He's now tackled. Rowbottom and Hewitt. Vice-like around him.
And I say that because his 2 goals have come in general play, really. You know, that beautiful check side and then the one off the ground. But in the marking contest, Taylor's comfortably spoiling all of those contests.
Extraordinary. Sproul took it out of the ruck, went to snap it around the wing, kicked it over his head, out on the full. It's gone into the stairs section of the stand, and a youngster's out to gather the ball. He's got a finals footy in his hand in Tassie. It's the first time we've had finals football down there, and a nice little moment for that youngster.
Should have run out the gate.
That's what a young Mark McClure would have done. Dawson runs from the wing, kicks inside the 50, off the hand of McLean, rowed by Goulden. He's dragged down. Did Reid get him in the back? Umpire says ball up, 20 metres out from the Sydney goal at the city end. 8-2-50 the Giants. The Swans 4-3-27 through 25 of the second.
Swans would love to pinch one here. Franklin doing the ruck work. Couldn't take it out of the ruck. Does gather second time. Hand pass looking for Bell. Haynes in there trying to tap it to a teammate's advantage. Now he's under the pump. Stuck on the bottom of the pack. Steen with the hand pass to Taranto. Sends it long towards half back. No one there. And McCartan marks on his chest for Sydney. Plays on out to the right. Kicks inside 50. Buddy again the target. Can't take the mark. Parker off the outside of the boot. It's offline to the right. A minor score. A bit of creativity on display in this elimination final from both sides. The Giants leading by 22 points.
I think they need to move Buddy up to about centre forward or just around the middle of the ground a bit and put Heaney back. Someone with some speed and things like that so they can move the ball.
Buddy's just not marking it at the moment.
Well, he's never been the greatest mark of all time, one-on-one.
Taylor's right there with him, mind you, but it's just not sticking in the hands today for Buddy.
From the kick in, Cumming went to Taranto. And then to Kelly, who kicked to the wing. Kick around the boundary from Lloyd. Rampy over it. He's collared by Hopper. And we'll have a ball up a couple of metres in from the boundary, slightly the attacking side of the outer wing for the Giants. Ever so slightly. I'm talking maybe half a metre, Clinchy.
So the inside 50, 17-11 Sydney's way, but as Rama said, just not quite getting full toll for that.
Clearances are 23-18, so they don't mind having a ball up or a throw in.
And for the match, inside 50s are 36-22.
Sydney's way.
In Sydney's favour.
Yeah. They just can't score.
Not quite getting bang for their buck. Throwing back in, clears the two rucks. Iden on off for the Giants, tackled by Goulden. Spills out to Perryman, can't clear the congestion. Here's a chance for Florin. His kick is partially smothered into the middle of the ground. Happily runs onto it. Hand pass to Dawson through traffic. Kicks towards Buddy. This time he's got it on 50. Out to the left.
That's a good call by Sellers. Sellers, he wanted him up the ground.
You didn't need him up there.
And that's, he can nail it from 50 or 60, Franklin, because he's such a long kick. Just close to the goal. Taylor looks like he's having his way. See, just that 1 little metre. Sellers, that's all you need.
He's not a great mark overhead, but on the run, he's impossible to get past.
Lance Franklin with 2 goals next to his name. Sydney need a response. Can Buddy deliver? Out to the left. He kicks from just outside 50. It's a good kick. It's there. The football world is counting down to goal 1,000. And finals is a time to shine as Lance has his third. The Giants lead cut back to 16 points. 8-2-50 to the Swans, 5-4-34. Sydney's second goal of the second term.
And we mentioned Sellers that they couldn't concede the Swans. So it was looking, the Giants had 5 goals in a row. They were dominating. They were dominating the contest. Just this last couple of minutes, Sydney have been able to lock the ball in. They haven't been great inside forward 50. 37-22 in their favour. But they just needed to score. They needed to get that goal just to peg that margin back.
That was a huge kick.
Huge.
26 minutes 50. Between goals for Sydney.
Yeah.
Last one, Lance Franklin.
I like the call from Sellers, having Heaney closer to goal. We've got 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest, maybe a half. Maybe sneak another one.
Hickey out of the middle, knocked it towards Florent. He's tackled by Tirado, got it out to Hewitt. Defensive hand pass to Lloyd. Back point of the square for the Swans. His kick into the middle of the ground. They need a bounce. Goulden tapped it down. Dawson, he's under pressure. Worked it forward by hand. Goulden attacked it and spun away from Whitfield. He holds it up for the moment on the wing. Beautiful kick into the middle. Hewitt takes the mark. Drives the Swans forward. Hickey a tall target. Franklin coming. Taylor in front.
Great mark.
Outstanding defensive mark from Taylor. How composed he is. He chips to the right back pocket and Haynes.
He had separation there, Franklin. But still, Taylor is so good in that area.
Works it over the top to Daniel Lloyd, who chips it on the 45 to Cumming. Has it on the defensive 50. Waits for options to present on the outer wing, and Ward leads up and marks on his chest. Giants lead by 16 points. Got out by as much as 24 in this second quarter. John Longmire issuing instructions on the bench. Kicks around the boundary line. Hogan in front of O'Riordan. Couldn't complete the mark.
Shane.
Boundary throw in.
Tom. Hold the meter.
Umpires, of course, getting their opportunity in finals as well. Thrown back in. Mumford down to the front. Warner with the hand pass to the Swans. Comes to Hewitt. Back to Florin. Gone. Kelly got him. And the Giants will take it back at right half forward.
Still time.
Got to learn you don't get much time in this game.
Yeah.
Play on.
Josh Kelly told to play on by the umpire. Penetrating kick inside the attacking 50 to the pocket. Up they fly. No one really laid a glove on it. Cunningham paddles towards the line and picks up and sees it through for a minor score. So a 17-point lead to the Giants as Cunningham kicks in quickly and Parker marks in the corridor.
Looks out towards the grandstand side. Dawson the target. Steen spoils it down. Clean's kick is partially smothered. A chance for the Giants to clear. Hand pass came to Steen as he slipped over. Iden trying to clean it up. He has been handy. Here's a chance for Ash for the Giants between wing and half forward. Kicks out to the open side. Hogan on the lead. Melican couldn't do much there. And Jesse Hogan is going to give it off. Straight down the middle. Himmelberg all on his own. Gains another 20 metres. He's directly in front, 35 metres out.
Now they've lost their touch with their opponents. That's the problem too. A little chip pass through the middle there. They all look, he's going to kick a goal. But you need to be aware. You never assume that they're not going to pass it again.
Harry Himmelberg.
Going to be after the siren, this kick.
The boy from Wagga Wagga. After the halftime siren in the elimination final. The Giants currently leading by 17 points. A chance to make it 23. And a 6-goal second term. Himmelberg comes in and finishes the job. A big second quarter for the Giants. 6 goals to 2 as Himmelberg puts through his second after the halftime siren. And the Giants 9-3-57 lead the Sydney Swans 5-4-34. After being locked at 3-2-20 apiece after the first quarter, a 6-goal to 2 second term for the Giants has them in front by 23 points. For the Giants, 3 goals to Toby Green, 2 to Himmelberg individuals, to Daniel Lloyd, to Sproul, to Hogan and to Taranto. Meanwhile for the Swans, 3 to Franklin individuals, to Papley and to Bell.
Ned Hall's going to have a Paralympic update for us very shortly on Grandstand AFL. But first we'll get the thoughts of Adam Ramanaskas and Mark McClure on that second term as the Giants made their move.
Well, they did make their move. That's a 6-goal to 2 second quarter there, but they did it in a contest. They contested possession now for that half, 84-67. So it's an absolute smacking now around the contest. We mentioned Kennedy and Mills, and the Giants took full advantage of that in that second quarter. I think the Giants' defence has been absolutely brilliant. To concede in that half of football, 38 inside 50s, and only give up five goals and 9 scoring shots. Terrific play. Sam Taylor, albeit Buddy Franklin's kicked 3, I think he's done a pretty good job considering the opportunities that Franklin's had in that quarter inside forward 50 in marking contests. But then I also look at Steen, the athlete, comes from the athletics background, how he was terrific in that half. Nick Haynes come into his own in that quarter. Cumming was really composed. Papley went out of the game in that second quarter. So the Giants' defence is well on top. But this game right now, in the first quarter, I think the Swans were able to get the ball on the outside at times, but the Giants have sucked this game back into a contest and are dominating. They've kicked 4 goals from stoppages, 3 from inside forward 50 stoppages, then one out of a centre bounce. The Swans are either got to find a way around a stoppage or limit the stoppages in this second half. Otherwise, I expect the margin to keep growing.
Well, I just the stoppage, the actual inside 50s are 38-24 in favour of Sydney. They continue to push it in there, but their defence, as Raman said, has just been fantastic. But don't forget Taranto, Kelly, Hopper, Cumming. They've all had multiple kicks, 15 and 15 and 13 and 12, and they've continued to punch it into the forward line. And every time they go in there, there's a chance to score. When you have a look at the amount of scores, they've had 12 shots on goal from 24 inside 50s. That's pretty good. 50% of the time is a reasonable effort in this area, because the other side is completely different. It's around about 20% of the time they score when they go forward. So they've used their ball well. They've done it well. Hogan's been a good target up forward. He's a big man. He's hard to handle. And I love the way that Sam Taylor's tried to hang on to Buddy Franklin. Buddy's a star. He's an absolute brilliant player. And he's played him beautifully. Love the way they go about it. To me, I just saw the difference in the midfields. 4 goals from stoppages is a ridiculous number.
Huge.
It's ridiculous,
Yeah.
and it's only half time. They deserve their lead. They've worked really hard. You can see that they're a team now instead of just being a bunch of really talented players. They're a good team.
Yeah. So similarities to last night when Port Adelaide made their move in the second quarter against Geelong. You touched on it during the call as to how Sydney can try and capitalise on their dominance inside 50, the option to potentially try and move Buddy higher to half forward, maybe
push
try and
some
get a
more people
match
out.
up with Isaac Heaney or Tom Papley.
See, what usually happens with John Longway, he puts a lot of people behind the ball. That's what he does, okay? And when they do, when they want to, and he probably should have that last quarter, slow it down, and then you have Buddy on his own down there with Heaney on his own down there, 2 or 3, and only 3 in the forward line, lots of back in the middle, and all of a sudden you change their thought process. That's what you've got to do. You've got to make certain that they aren't comfortable where they are, and you know what they are? They're very comfortable where they are. That's the problem, and then Johnny Longmire's got to work out a way to change that.
Yeah, the game's on GWS's terms at the moment.
One thing we know about Sydney is they will not stop fighting. They will not die wondering.
I think Sydney need to go around the football right now. They need to have Parker. They need to have Hewitt. and they need to have Warner.
And they've been average.
They need to get bodies, big bodies around the ball really, really quickly. The contested football, that's a big factor right now. Big factor. Plus 17 and a half. That's a smacking.
And what's the key element to winning finals, Rammer?
Contested football. It's proven. It's a proven formula over so many years now. You win that contested game, you win the clearances, and you create opportunities from clearance, scoring opportunities from clearance, you'll generally win the game.
On 0437 774 774, you can get in contact with us right throughout the finals campaign on Grandstand AFL. Touch base with the call teams. Hi, gents. That is what I'm talking about. Off my chair finals. Can't even drink my beer. Hope all games are as good as this. Good on you, Jesse H, says M in Melbourne. Thank you, M. Good to have you with us. 0437 774 774. Hey, guys. Paul from Yarrawonga. Great call. But if all goes downhill in the quaddie, just go to Dapto. Keep up the good work.
It sounds like some mates of mine.
We've been thinking
just
about
keep
it.
playing.
We've been thinking about it, Paul. I'm not even sure that would work for this
Lockdown's not
ragtag
good for
bunch.
this.
No, absolutely not. Ned Hall, very astute with his observations on everything. We should hit him up for some mail. He's got all the mail on the Paralympics unfolding in Tokyo, and he can bring us up to speed. G'day, Ned.
G'day, Al. Wouldn't come to me for any betting tips whatsoever. I can tell you a little bit about what is going on in Tokyo, and there is another medal for Australia's tally. That went to Jared Clifford earlier on this morning in the men's 5,000 metres. Personal best for him. It was a gut-wrenching second place for him as well. He was shoulder to shoulder with the Spanish opponent who went on to take the gold medal. Just couldn't beat him to the line. Tied up in the final 50 metres or so. Had to settle for the silver, but a brave battling performance from Jared Clifford earlier today. Madison De Rosio was fifth in the women's 5,000 metres, and in the women's long jump final, Sarah Walsh came seventh. Later today, we'll see Evan O'Hanlon go in the men's T38 final. He was the fourth quickest to qualify for that final, and Rhiannon Clark also through to the women's T38 100 metre final, fifth quickest. She went through earlier on today. Also guaranteed medals as well in the table tennis. Now, Ma Lin, who we talked about yesterday, the former Chinese Olympian who's won gold medals at the last three Paralympics, he will play later tonight for a gold medal. He beat the Ukraine's Ivan May this afternoon 3-1, and Lena Lee also through to the final. She'll play on Monday night against a Chinese opponent. A 3-2 win for her. Almost lost against Alexa Svitas of Hungary, but battled back to win and go through to that final on Monday. And Sam von Einem also through to the final in the men's C11 category. He will play his final tomorrow after a 3-2 win today against Florian van Acker of Belgium. So that's three guaranteed silver medals at the very minimum from the table tennis. And Yang Qian also through to the semi-finals in the women's table tennis. She beat fellow Australian Melissa Tapper 3-love earlier on today. All the Aussies who swam this morning through to the final as well. Grant Patterson, the quickest in the men's 150 individual medley to get through to the final, and Ahmed Kelly, the second fastest to join him. So looking good for another medal in that event. Ryan Crowthers, who got gold in the 50 metres freestyle earlier this week in the S10 class, through to the final of the 100 metres, which is thought to be his strongest event. He was the second quickest to qualify, and Tom Gallagher also through with him. He was the fourth fastest into the final. Matthew Levy, second fastest into the final in the 100 metre breaststroke, and set an Oceania record on the way through. And now Jonathan Gerlach in the men's triathlon finished 8th early this morning. Katie Kelly was 6th in the women's race, but a victory for the Aussie Bells in the goal ball. They battled back from defeat yesterday to China to beat Canada today by 4-3 and keep their hopes alive in that competition. Eric Horry is through to the final in the men's single sculls in the rowing regatta, and the mixed coxed fours are also through to the A final as well after winning their repechage heat. Another win for the rollers in the men's basketball. They beat Germany 64-53 today. Bill Latham top scoring once again with 17, but a far sterner test for them after fairly easy wins against Iran and Algeria in their last couple of matches. The Gliders play Great Britain later on today. Also, the tennis starts tonight. Dylan Alcott will be in action later on. The boccia starts as well this evening. And the Aussie Steelers will be taking on the USA in the semi-final of the wheelchair rugby. Not too far away from finding out who they'd play if they get through to the final. Great Britain currently leading Japan by 53-45 in the final quarter of that match in their semi-final. And now that's the latest from Tokyo.
Thank Thank you, Ned. So much terrific action happening over in Tokyo at the moment. Australia doing it beautifully. Thanks to Ned Hall there for the update. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number, and lots of your texts are streaming in. Doyley in lockdown in Currajong says, good to see local Penrith boy Jake Steen from Big Rugby League School St Dom's. Thank you, Doyley, for your text. 0437 774 774. Leighton and Billy in Lock WA. Come on, Swans, got a block of chocolate on you. Not sure that's what you generally, the usual currency of Mark McClure, but let's see where that block of chocolate goes, because at the moment, the Giants are in a strong position, leading by 23 points. And a few shout-outs around the quality of the game down in Launceston as well today. Ed in Perth says, I understand the Tassie Premier once played for Swan Districts. Does he need any more cred than that? Says Ed. I didn't know that. Ed, thanks for your text. 0437 774 774. We'll have the second half coming up in the elimination final from York Park in Launceston very shortly. It is the Giants 9-3-57 leading the Swans 5-4-34. Let's get the latest ABC News headlines.
ABC News headlines with Satyam Weinstein. New South Wales has recorded 1,035 new locally acquired cases of COVID-19 in the latest reporting period. Another 2 people have also died from the virus. Victorian health authorities, meanwhile, say an infected aged care worker at Echuca in the state's north has subsequently tested negative for coronavirus. 7 of the 64 new cases are linked to the Shepparton cluster in the state, and 21 cases are connected to the Western Suburbs outbreaks. The WA Premier, Mark McGowan, says 20 close contacts of 2 truck drivers who tested positive for COVID-19 are now in quarantine. The pair travelled from New South Wales through Victoria and South Australia before arriving in WA on Thursday. Mr McGowan says the contacts were identified at 7 exposure sites, with most of those now in quarantine in regional Western Australia. US forces have fired a drone missile on an Islamic State terrorist in Afghanistan. Central Command has announced that the strike took place in Nangarhar in eastern Afghanistan, and that initial indications are that it killed the target. There are no known civilian casualties. And a parole board in the US state of California is recommending that the man who assassinated Robert F. Kennedy during his presidential campaign in 1968 should be released from prison after serving more than 50 years. Sirhan Sirhan's release has to be approved by the Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, a Democrat who's currently running for re-election. ABC News.
Enjoying the footy? There's plenty more to discover. Catch up on all the best interviews and action from the weekend's coverage with the best of Grandstand podcasts. Visit ABC Sport Online wherever you get your favourite podcasts and the ABC Listen app. Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Join Yumi Steins as she delves into taboo topics in Ladies We Need to Talk.
If I straightened my hair, I was fitting in, and if I didn't, then I was suddenly sort of a Black Panther or something.
Or immerse yourself in the life of someone else in conversations with Richard Feidler and Sarah Konoski.
I remember hearing this tremendous roar, and then the boat was literally picked up and thrown upside down.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app.
The 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The mark taken by Hayward, sweeping hand pass away. Cunningham drives them inside 50. Franklin one-on-one. Franklin can't take the mark. Taylor took the hands. Franklin the soccer. Oh, he's going for more inspiration. Oh, Buddy Franklin's doing it all.
Himmelberg veers out to the right, drives a kick towards half forward. Toby Green flies, spoiled down to the front, Tom Green onto it, hand pass through traffic, got it to Sproul, back to Toby Green, arcs out to the right, snaps on goal, superb finish. Righto, buddy, let's go head to head.
In it comes, Mumford wins this tap down, it gets past O'Riordan, Himmelberg got it and dribbles towards goal and puts it through.
Kelly emerges with it to Tom Green, back to Ward, runs to 50, flying shot at goal. Himmelberg at the goal square, couldn't take the mark. Lloyd, you wouldn't believe it. Volleys are true for a goal. Olé from Daniel Lloyd.
The 2021 AFL Finals Series on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It's been an enjoyable game of football to call down at York Park in Launceston. On the text 0437 774 774. An unnamed listener asked what the atmosphere is like in Launceston. Great place to watch footy. It's been good today, and Lance Franklin's given them a a couple of great moments, a brilliant goal from the forward pocket. Sellers is laughing, I presume, thinking that I would only have ever said it was a good atmosphere. 10,000 were allowed in, Sellers. Sold those tickets very quickly. It's a predominantly Sydney Swans crowd, and
I love that ground.
They'll be hoping to come to life in the second half.
I love that Launceston ground. I think it's a really, really pretty place. Beautiful. Ben Lomond in the corners. There's another vantage point for you.
There you go. Put that down on your list.
Put that down on the list, yeah.
That's one for you. The state of the game at the moment, it's been a good spectacle. There's next to no wind today, so that's helped matters. 9-3-57, the Giants and the Swans are 5-4-34. Let me give that again. The Giants are 9-3-57 and the Swans 5-4-34. Franklin's kicked 3 goals, so he's got 995. Needs 5 more for that magic 1,000.
6th player to achieve the feat.
Toby Green's kicked 3. He's never kicked more in a final. Hemmelberg has kicked 2, so they're the multiple goal kickers in the game. The Giants were also in action in the Super Netball Grand Final this afternoon, but unfortunately it did not go the Giants' way, and a battle between the two Sydney sides as well. The Sydney Swifts winning 63, the New South Wales Swifts, I should say, 63-59. NRL action is happening in Rockhampton this afternoon. They're fairly late in the first game of the day. The North Queensland Cowboys 36 lead St George Illawarra 26. That's through 77 minutes. Later today, Cronulla and the Broncos, the Storm and the Eels. Melbourne Storm look to break the record for most consecutive wins. They levelled up last week on 19 with the Eastern Suburbs side of 1975. Beat the Eels tonight and they will hold the record on their own. Keep those texts coming in, 0437774774 if you want to touch base with us in the commentary box. Just a few of the stats to half-time in the final so far. Clearances Sydney's way 23-21. Contested possession Sydney's way 83-67. And the inside 50s 38-24. in favour of Sydney in the game so far. So a few of those stats are Sydney's way, yet the scoreboard is clearly GWS's way in the contest so far, I should say. I'm looking at the wrong side of the screen, Clinchy. It's 83-67 contested possession for the Giants over the Swans. So it's that 38-24 inside 50 count that's a little skewed the Swans' way, but the Giants winning that contested ball. Individually, Luke Parker's had 17 disposals, the most on the ground. Next best for the Swans is Rampy with 12 and Dawson with 12, Papley as well. 11 for Hewitt and 10 for Heaney in double figures. While for the Giants, Taranto 15, Perryman 15, Kelly 15, Hopper 13, Cumming 12, Steen 12, Ward 10 and Lloyd 10 to half-time of the contest. Mark McClure.
And the biggest count is a contested ball, 83-67. So if you keep, and that is a great indicator in a final.
Yeah, Giants being led by Taranto with 5 clearances and 4 to Perryman, who stepped up and played his role. 3 to Shane Mumford as well. So with no Callum Mills and no Josh Kennedy, that's where Tom Hickey's been pretty good for the Swans at trying to get them some clearances. I think he's in their top 3-4 contested possessions, and most of that's in the middle of the ground. So that would be why Leon Cameron would be keen to have a big presence like Shane Mumford to try and make sure that a nimble Tom Hickey can't get involved in those clearances.
Absolutely. So it's, whether Mumford wins the hit out or not, it's then basically hold Hickey where he is.
Him in. Yep.
Just don't let him move, because you're right, Clinchy. Hickey's follow-up has been really good this year, where in a way he's been able to almost get involved in the next phase of play, whether it's get a kick or get a handball. So I think Mumford's playing a critical role at the moment. I know he's given away a couple of free kicks, and people get their back up a little bit about it, but the free kicks have been against Hewitt, a midfielder, Parker, a midfielder. Try to slow them down a little bit.
Yeah, heard a couple. Yeah,
nothing wrong with that.
And also they've had 50 marks to 37, so they're in front in that area too. They've controlled the ball better.
37 marks for the Swans is a worry.
Yeah, and 50 for them is good stuff. And they're back out there again, just about ready to rumble.
So I want to see a much bigger presence around the ball. They need to put big bodies. So you got Hewitt, Parker in there, and the third Swan you got Papley starting in the middle of the ground for this half. So John Longmire clearly would have identified this contested ball and said, look, enough's enough, boys. we're going to win this game, we need a win to contest the ball in this second half.
So the Giants leading by 23 points as we enter the second half here of the elimination final between the Giants and the Swans. Munford wins down the tap, trying to link up with Hopper. Parker gets in the middle. Hand pass to Papley. Slipped over, got back to his feet, kicked around his body. Wide of Rowbottom, and Taranto gathers for the Giants. Hand pass to Whitfield to the run of Cumming at half bat. He drives the kick from the wing up towards 50. Sproul got it. Second take.
That's where he comes from. Comes from forward pocket and charged towards the 50.
He's on the mark.
What a game he's having. Zach Sproul with a goal already.
10 metres.
Played one game in 2019, didn't play a game in 2020.
15 gone.
And his 10th game of season 2021.
Thanks, Nick.
Starting with a long run up once more.
He's at centre wing.
Yep. Ben
50
Brown
metres
style.
out.
That's his 10th game only.
Possession number 10 coming up. A chance to kick his second goal. Wouldn't this be a telling blow for the Giants right at the start of the third term? Veers out to the right. Gives it a good hoof. It's right to the goal line and it's got there. Zach Sproul making his reputation in finals. And a smile from ear to ear. What a blow to start the third term, and the Giants lead by 29 points. 10-3-63 to the Swans, 5-4-34, just 90 seconds into the third quarter.
And that's his 10th game. It's now his 11th goal that he's kicked in for this club. And that's a really important one because it sets them off again for the start of this game, start of this quarter. They separated themselves in the second quarter, and Sproul was part of that. And again, straight away, from outside 50, bang, straight over the top. And a really good mark on the way as well.
He's in a bit of chatter as well. If you said to him, you'll have 2 goals in an elimination final, I don't think he would believe that, judging by the reaction at the moment. He can't wipe the smile from his face.
That's a huge goal in the context of the game, as Sydney would have come out determined to make an immediate statement in the second half.
So what's that do to their mindset now?
It's demoralising. Sellers. Hewitt out of the middle, runs into a fierce tackle from Hopper. And the secondary ball up. Hyde throws it in the air for Mumford and Hickey. Mumford initiates body contact, slapped it down, but taken by Florent. Tumble punt towards centre half forward. Out comes McLean, tried to tap it on. It ricochets off the head of Wicks to Cumming, who got it for the Giants and gave it to Mumford. Got it back. Cumming kicks from the bullseye. Inside an open forward line. Hogan back with a flight. Oh, great mark. Melican was taken front on. Would have been a free kick, but he took a one-handed mark. Dished it off to Lloyd. Lloyd to the outer side back flank, and Hayward's up to take a strong mark. Right half back for the Swans. He chips to the wing, where the mark's taken by Hewitt.
Feeds the hand pass around the back. Hayward kept running. Drives a kick up to the wing. Heaney up. Takes the mark against Haynes. I'd love to find a way to get Isaac Heaney more involved in the match. Possession number 11. Good kick. Found Papley running into the left forward pocket. And a chance for Sydney to strike back early in this third quarter. A couple of the mature minds combining there.
That's good play.
Very good.
Papley realised the mismatch there with Steen. Just got on his bike, led as hard as he possibly could. At Isaac Heaney.
He's kicked multiples in 7 of his last 9 games, Tom Papley. The All-Australian small forward trying to strike back here for the Swans. That's a great kick. Beautiful off the boot. Papley's got 2. And he's barking inspiration to his teammates. Come with me. As they level it up as a goal apiece in this third term through only 4 minutes. The Giants lead cut back to 23, 10-3-63 to the Swans, 6-4-40 on ABC Sport.
I love that from Papley. You've got to try to, sometimes you just got to try to create some lifts, some drives, some energy within your team. They're 23 points down, so they're still in this game, but they're flat at the moment. So their little energizer bunny in Papley kicks a beautiful goal, tough goal, 45-degree angle to get him going, hopefully. Get some drive into him.
The cheek of his lead was extraordinary.
Look at we're just seeing the replay now. He's just trying to lift his team. I love that from Papley.
Just about tore his biceps celebrating.
I was going to say, it's not even in his best 5, but he's giving 100% effort.
Bounce down in the middle. Hickey the tap. Papley trying to get a hold of it. Kelly with him. Parker hands and knees out to Papley. Oh, he's smashed by Mumford. Big bump. He went flying. All legal. He got him in the shoulder.
Another one.
Ball spills to the wing. Hickey's now over it. He's tackled. Mumford's throwing his weight around, and now he's taken Hickey to turf. A ball up on the AFL logo. Papley was just hit by a freight train. He bounced up okay. But those Bunyip boys are going toe-to-toe a few times today. From the middle, Hewitt got it for the Swans. He gave it to Hickey. Hoists it high towards the attacking 50. McLean there off hands, comes to the front. Picked up by Florence. Hand pass to Wicks. He zigs and zags and kicks towards half forward. Touch ball. Steen didn't know. He's dragged down immediately by McLean. A ball up just inside 50 for the Swans.
The hair got in his ears. Couldn't hear the umpire. Usually it's the hair in the eyes, but with that mullet, it got in the ears as well.
Giants by 23. Ward couldn't break clear. Ball spills clear. Heaney almost got a hand pass through traffic. Iden intercepted it. Hand pass forward towards Mumford. Takes two to bring him down, although a good effort in the end by big Hayden McLean.
Just lock it in here. Keep the pressure on if they can, the Swans. Make GWS defend.
Thrown up. McLean trying to tap it down to Heaney. Kelly on the bottom of the pack. Can't knock it clear. Hewitt on all fours. Got it through to Mumford. To Ward, in fact, who hand pass is picked off by Parker, just gaining territory by trying to move it forward. McInerney was knocked off it. Hopper gets a hand pass, eventually out to Reed. It's all tight confinement. Florent one way, Whitfield the other. Ollie ended up with it, turns and snaps inside the 50 to no avail. And the mark taken by Perryman inside the defensive 50.
Perryman kicks to Taylor at the top of the goal square. And he goes out to the left back pocket to Haynes. Haynes plays on, goes as far as he can. Could be intercepted. This Lloyd in front of Sproul. Sproul the spoil. Lloyd being held by DeBoer. And it's come off a boot and gone over the boundary. DeBoer saying he was being held. It's a free kick. They're out on the full and moved by Lloyd very short that pass.
They need a massive lift from Jake Lloyd. He's only had 8 possessions.
Hayward goes to the top of the 50. Here is Lloyd. He's too far out to score at right half forward. Swans to the Mowbray Cricket Club end. The short pass inside 50 gives Dawson a chance on his left. He's out to the right at half forward. He's 49 from goal. He's got the distance. Has he got the accuracy? If he can strike here, that would really give the Swans some momentum. A shot of enthusiasm. Dawson comes in from the boundary, kicks from 52, it's out to the left, it's not coming back. Franklin and Hickey are there, it hits the turf. McLean tried to tap it down, goes through the legs of Ward. Parker over it, socketed by Heaney, picked up by Kelly. He gave to Tom Green, clearing ball out of defence. Hogan back with a flight in a pack of 4. He takes the mark for the Giants at half-back.
And that's where the 4 forward should be.
But it just releases the pressure, doesn't it, Sellers? A mark like that.
Absolutely.
Now Sydney have to go and defend. Giants can own the ball for 30 or a minute here. Take the pressure off the defenders.
5 disposals for Jesse Hogan, all kicks. He's got a goal next to his name. Whitfield at half-back, links up with Taranto. Kicks a long ball towards half-forward. Sproul in the pack, brought it down to the front. Charging into ball. Rowbottom did well, put his head into danger. Hand pass from Parker, turned it over. Toby Green pounces, kicks laterally to Mumford on 50.
Handball. He's not going to kick this, is he?
I think we're all thinking the same, Sellers.
The bloke ran past him. He didn't give it to him.
Murphy looks to the pocket and Jesse Hogan on the lead takes the mark.
Never in doubt.
He knew what he was doing.
Did he?
Well, the result will justify it. And Jesse Hogan.
That's a good effort because Hogan took a mark on the half-back flank.
And worked his way back.
To full forward, and then all of a sudden he's right there. He's hard to outreach, I can assure you.
In his first final, Jesse Hogan. The former Demon and Docker. A chance to push it out to a 29-point advantage. Hogan comes in, drags it right to the left, and it hits the left goalpost. A clap of his hands as he thought he had it on line, but just drifted left late. The Giants by 24 points, 9 gone, third turn.
Lloyd kicks in short to Melican in the corridor. He's only 25 from the goals he's defending at the city end. Melican to the broadcast side of the ground. Good launches. Got a piece of it. Couldn't complete the mark. Cornelio Rose works his way through the congestion. Left foot kick to centre half forward. A bouncing ball. Mumford gets it. He's tackled by Robon and pulled off the ball. The umpire watches, waits and calls for a ball up. Centre half forward for the Giants.
Thank you.
Colin O'Riordan is getting in the face of Shane Mumford. That is, I would say, reasonably foolish.
Shane, here it is.
I don't think he can catch him.
Thrown in the air. That'd be one tactic. Run away. Ward off the pack, gave to Kelly. Kelly's hand pass for the Giants to Ash in the centre corridor. A hand pass away to Kelly again. Kelly off a step, kicks inside the 50. Hogan comes out. Outstanding mark. Read the ball beautifully in the air and clutched it with a firm grip. 30 metres out directly in front.
3 big marks to Hogan. The one coming out of defence. Now 2 inside forward 50. Should convert here, basically directly in front.
And that's in the last 10 minutes.
Last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
From the moment he came on the AFL scene, Jesse Hogan looked a player to have big moments in finals. It's taken a while to get there. Hogan on approach, pulls his kick to the left. He's hit the post again.
Hit both of them.
He wants a chainsaw. He wants to take down that left goal post. That's happened in Tassie before, Sellers, but don't get me started. A 25-point lead, the Giants over the Swans, and we have played 11 minutes of the third term.
What do you reckon? Hasn't happened anywhere else?
It certainly happened at West Park one day.
So there's a million tales from the tinny kind of stories this afternoon, but we'll move on. Dawson from half-back kicks up to the wing. Franklin's going to get the free kick, wants to move it quickly. Oh, ricochet into Taylor. Would you believe it? In the middle of the ground, he's finding ways to get involved. Tom Green to Ward to Ash now. Shows good dash from half-back. Chase me if you can. Runs to centre wing. Kicks inside the 50. Hogan slipped over. Cunningham races back. Needs support. Taps it back to Jake Lloyd. Back to Cunningham. In front of his defensive goal mouth. Long kick towards Goulden. Perryman sets himself in front. Brought it down. Good work from Perryman. Goulden lays
really
the
good
tackle. And in the end, I think he gave away the free kick. Errol Goulden. Not a lot in it.
Too high.
But the tackle just drifted over the shoulder.
Right there.
Perryman was fantastic in that contest there. Kept the ball in the right spot, right in front of him all the way.
He's having some sort of game, Perryman. 18 disposals.
Leading
4
possession
clearances.
for GWS.
Sure
Parker
is.
leads the game with 21, but Kelly and Perryman have 18 each for the Giants.
It's a goal in his last 2 games. He's outside 50 here. Slipped as he made contact. It won't have the journey. And Hickey marks at the top of the defensive goal square.
Hickey to the back pocket. Rowbottom takes the mark. Sydney scrapping, try to hold on to a semblance of hope in the game. The kick goes to the wing. Franklin edged out Taylor and takes the mark. He's a long way from home. He's the defensive side of the broadcast wing. He goes short with his pass. Goulden fed it back to Franklin. Long hand pass to Bell. Bell now the kick inside the 50. A wobbler. Out they come. In the pack, Reid flew, couldn't mark. Papley took it. He's trying to play for a free kick again. Tom Papley's got to stop doing that. A ball up 35 metres from goal. He dropped the knees. He threw the head back. Swans in attack.
Who else? Sydney.
To the Mowbray Cricket Club end of the ground. Mumford and Parker. That's an easy win for Mumford. Down to Kelly. Got it out the back. Perryman's clearing ball to the back flank. Up goes McLean. Punched it away from Sproul. Rode by Rampy. On his right side went the hand pass. Warner taken high. Free kick Sydney. Cunningham plays onto advantage. Kicks inside the attacking 50. Heaney left early. Couldn't mark. Franklin paddles. Collects. Snaps on the left. Almost intercepted by Reid. Heaney lurking in the pocket. Goes for goal. Puts it through. And points to the Swans fans. They're out of their seats in celebration. The Swans draw a critical goal back. And the margin has been cut to 19 points. 14 played. Third term grandstand AFL. The Giants 10-5-65. The Swans 7-4-46.
Keep it going, Sellers. Just keep the ball flowing. Now they win the free kick, but choose to take the advantage. Get it inside forward 50, and it's scrappy. Franklin again, the brilliance of him. He's so good at ground level for his height. He's able to win it, just get it going forward again. Heaney butters up after his contest. You know, they're just hanging in there, the Swans.
3 goals to 1
Yeah.
the quarter.
Yeah, it's 3-on-1 there inside inside the goal square where Heaney kicks that goal. But they're just holding on. They're just holding on. Hogan's missed a couple at the other end in this quarter.
He missed 2.
There was nothing pretty about it, but get it moving with speed. Ward gets the clearance to the Giants. The Tom Green tackle could have been almost holding the ball. As Rowbottom laid the tackle, trying to awkwardly bounce it. Ash across half-back, takes a bounce. Not sure where to go yet. Looks for options, kicks a high ball to the wing. Perryman, the target, used his body well and wins the free kick against Dawson.
You get a hold.
A hold. He's having some game, Harry Perryman. Kicks inboard, and Iden has it at the back of the centre square. Half-back for the Giants. They lead by 19 points.
GWS can't just chip this around and go slow, because all of a sudden you back off, and you need to keep piling on.
Keep scoring.
Keep scoring.
Tom Green by foot, who looks to kick to half forward. Hogan!
Another mark.
Cleaned up by McCartan after he took the mark. Has it at right half forward. Giants kick the first goal the third term to get out by 29. The Swans will kick the last 2. Hogan into the 50. Where's Toby Green? Mumford spoils it down into the right forward pocket. It bounces end over end, and for a moment looked like he was going to stay in. Does roll across, so a throw in. The Giants have it deep in their attack.
Just a hit of nerves around the ground at the moment. The Swans trying to find a way back in. Rove by Rowbottom, gave it to McInerney. His hand pass missed Cunningham. De Boer comes out, paddles. Whitfield picks up top of the 50. He's under pressure, almost threw it out. McLean gets a hold of it, off to Wicks. His hand pass to centre half back. McInerney runs onto it. He's got the corridor to himself. 2 bounces, past the bullseye. McInerney inside 50. Heaney at the back. Reid almost took a one-hander. He paddled it out to Haynes. Haynes clears for the Giants to the half-back flank. Slapped away by Florence. Florent from 40 out. Florent for goal has missed. He missed on the left. This game is changing in complexion. Oh, this game is rising.
Yeah, they want to open this game up desperately, the Swans. They know they can't beat GWS in the contest. It's just try to get the ball in motion. Try to play on as much as you possibly can.
18 points, the Giants lead, 17 played of the third term.
And it seems like they made that change. Papley into the middle, Franklin up the ground. Get Isaac Heaney one-on-one. Cumming brings the ball back into play. Iden takes the mark in the right back pocket. Giants lead cut back to 3 straight kicks. As he sends a high ball to the wing. Mumford there. Himmelberg at the back. Milliken marks on his chest. Looks to move it quickly. Buddy on the lead. Taylor right there with him. Spoils it down. Running onto a Perryman. Tackled by Rowbottom. No way forward. Cumming has a go. He's tackled by Wicks. Umpire let him go on that occasion.
It's incorrect disposal.
Correct. He didn't lose the ball, though.
The tackle's perfect. Then he
didn't lose the ball.
Got John Longmire out of his chair. Mumford with a shovel. I think it was more of a throw than a hand pass. Got it to Taranto. Kicks towards Hopper, and Cunningham spoils it out of play. Left half forward for Sydney. They trail by 18.
It certainly ticked up a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah. This is proper finals football. The umpire spied a free kick to Mumford on the half-back line.
How dare
Got a little clip. The Mumford free kick count now. How many for and against, Sellers?
Plus one now.
Plus one.
Can't believe he got one. That wouldn't have hurt a fly.
That, honestly, was a little love tap in the back from Bell.
You'd imagine that's like playing with the bank's money for money. He'll square up at some stage.
Into the middle, Whitfield marked it. He fires it out wide to half forward. Beautiful pass to Haynes, who's worked up the ground. He wheels and goes. Sends the Giants to 4 forward. Sproul in front of the pack. Big punch, McLean. Roved by Lloyd. Snaps for home, and that's a terrible bounce. It's the old off break away to the right, and it misses narrowly. So behinds in this term have been a little costly for the Giants when they might have nearly put the Swans away. The margin 19 points. 19 played of the third term in Launceston.
Dan Lloyd kicked an incredible volley goal in the second quarter. That was more your stock standard around the corner. Couldn't capitalise. Jake Lloyd long out of defence. Haynes punches it down. Sproul becomes the tackler on Cunningham. And the umpire will throw it up. 50 metres out from the Giants' goal.
Giants ruck.
Heading to the city end in this third term. Ward's doing the ruck work. Did okay, but didn't really impose himself. McInerney's hand pass trying to link up with Hickey. Ball hits the deck. This is where the Giants are normally so good. Hopper over the footy. Can't break clear. Wicks with a hand pass. Comes to Parker. Quick hand pass to Bell, back to Parker, ran the gauntlet, got out now. Gordon out on the wing, kicks to half forward. They've got 3 options. Hayward takes the mark. Perryman pushes Bruce into defence. So they need to find the right option inside 50. Kicks towards Heaney. Got rid of Haynes and he marks deep in the boundary. Deep in the pocket, hard against the boundary in the right forward pocket.
This kid is a star. He has got so much talent. It's incredible. And the most important place to put him is forward.
He is one of those rare players that can impact just about at any position on the ground. Sydney need him to impact on the scoreboard here. Hard out to the right. Looking for his second and back-to-back goals for the Swans. Isaac Heaney lights up Sydney. The double copper on display, that was all power. As he kicks his second, and Sydney pull it back to a 13-point ball game. The Swans 8-5-53, trailing the Giants 10-6-66. 21 minutes gone, third term. The Giants making the Swans making their move in this third term, 3 goals to 1.
So now they get X amount of inside 50s and there's some impact with it. That's the key. He's had two goals this quarter already in a game where another one was done by Papley. That's 3. So to me, it is just incredible. If you put someone in that space who's actually got some talent and they know they can trust, that's Isaac Heaney. And there he goes.
What's interesting, Sal, is 3 goals to 1 in Sydney's favour this quarter. They're winning the contested possession.
Absolutely. They're winning everything.
Hickey the tap. He won it down. Taranto immediately tackled by Hewitt. A secondary ball up. Sydney's attacking side of the circles. This game is shifting. There's a wave of momentum behind the Swans, but they trail. Tap down. Hopper just got boot to ball. The bounce evaded McInerney, picked up by Kelly, drives it forward for the Giants inside 50. Awkward bounce for Milliken. He goes again. He's immediately tackled by Cornelio. He can't get free of the tackle. He's dragged down 45 metres from the Giants' goal. Down at the City end of the ground. It's the Swans trailing by 13 points, but coming hard at the Giants.
Tossed up Hickey and Sproul. Hickey won it down to Parker. Couldn't clear the congestion. In comes Kelly. He's tackled, lost it. Hopper kicks up in the air. Doesn't clear the congestion. Ash trying to knock it on. Hewitt just puts his head down. Takes the contact. Can't charge forward. And the umpire will throw it up. Just on the edge of the centre square. Short of half forward for the Giants, who lead by 13. Sproul doing the ruck work against Hickey. He won it down to Parker. Seemed to be taken high. No whistle. Toby Green dumped.
You ducked your head, Luke.
Heard the umpire beautifully there as Hewitt laid the tackle.
Thanks, Toby. Zach and Tom.
Green pops up. He's kicked 3 goals. All of them in the first half. He kicked 2 in the first term. Thrown in the air at centre half forward for the Giants. Tapped out to Taranto. Tackled by Hewitt. Dispossessed. Hewitt's now got it. He's tackled. This is physical. This is tense. This is engrossing.
So Hickey's got to clear the space with his taps. You knock it in close, the Giants will just lock it up.
Hickey and Sproul. Hickey with a height advantage. The tap to the back was creative. He did exactly what you wanted there, but McInerney couldn't get on the end of it. Kelly gave to Taranto. He just socketed it forward. Green comes to meet it. Ducked his head. Parker got him at the umpire. He gets sucked in.
That is dumb.
Oh, Toby Green has spelled McInerney.
That is
foolishly.
dumb.
It's the type of lunacy that Green's been guilty of on too many occasions. He had the free kick. And he fended McInerney fair in the throat. McInerney.
An elbow to the face. That's a reportable incident.
Centre half back. Advantage. The kick goes towards the winger. Sydney ball play onto advantage. Bell kicks to half forward. Wicks has taken the mark. Signs that things are turning here for the Swans. Wicks, Heaney. Inside 50, 45 out. Cummings down behind the play. It's getting worse for the Giants.
Yeah, he's hurt himself.
Isaac Heaney. The angle not as significant as his last kick at goal, which he nailed. He's on a bit worse than a 45-degree angle to the right. To draw the Swans back within 7 points. He'll kick from 45 metres. Heaney's kick is on the way. It's going across the face for a minor score. And Isaac coming from the field. He's limping from the ground. This is bad news. He's been an excellent player.
Ankle.
He launched up on Bell, came down awkwardly. And he can barely make his way off at the moment. A 12-point lead to the Giants, 25 played of the third.
Whitfield brings the Giants back into play. Longer half back. Hogan flew in the pack. Milliken as well. Clears to the back. Hogan first onto it. Hand pass to Kelly. Through traffic to Hopper. Now to the run of Cornelio. Kicks to half forward. Not a good kick. Green was trying to work back to goal. Allowed Rampy to gather for the Swans. Through the middle of the ground. McInerney's hand pass too sharp for Dawson. Another chance. Perryman's kick smother. Great follow-up from Perryman. Cunningham over the top trying to knock it out. Perryman had the footy stuck to his chest. He fights for it. It eventually comes clear, and Cunningham is tackled by Taranto. This is elimination final footy. Desperation from both sides.
Oh, this is cracking. This is wonderful finals football to watch. It's got a bit of the Swans and the Eagles about it from years gone by. They're right into it. Tap down to Green. Green, high kick to full forward. Out comes Milliken. Could have marked. Instead, he punched toward the boundary line. A throw in the left forward pocket for the Giants at the City end. 12 points is the margin.
Oh, he did his ankle.
He did it before he jumped
he
Sellers
slipped.
up
He
on Bell. So looking at that coming replay, he's taking his sock off on the bench. He's going to get that ankle strapped again and see if he can get back out there. Hewitt roves it from the ruck contest. He's immediately tackled by Cornelio. Another stoppage inside the attacking 50 for the Giants. You can see the urgent faces everywhere now. GWS had a 29-point lead at the start of this term. Sydney's kicked the last three.
Hickey one down the tap to Parker, looking for a free kick for too high. He gets it as Toby Green's tackles over the shoulder. Tanner Bruin the sub for the Giants. Got midfield cover, but not really a like for like. As Parker looks for options, kicks to Wicks, cleaned up by Whitfield. Kelly knocks it on to Perryman. Back to Whitfield, over the top to Kelly. Hard against the boundary. He knows big goals at Tassie. This is across the face. And a minor score. Giants with 1 goal 4 in this third term to the Sydney Swans 3-2. The Giants leading by 13 points.
Hope you're enjoying the action live and commercial free on ABC Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport. Lloyd plays on, kicks to the back flank. Dawson got a little push in the back from Lloyd. Not a free kick in the eyes of the umpire. It's gone over the boundary line as Bruin's warming up and readying to come on. It's a blatant shove in the back. A throw in. 60 metres out from the Giants' goal. So the tension. Isaac coming on the boundary. Hickey the tap, McInerney the rove. Look away, hand pass to Bell. Tackled by Hopper, dispossessed. Taken by Parker, throws it on the boot. Gains 20 metres around the wing. McLean comes to meet it. He's tackled by Steen. The tackling and the ferocity of the game, the physical exchanges, it's all there in this elimination final.
Luke Parker, 9 possessions this quarter, 4 contested, 4 clearances.
He's
trying his heart out in this quarter.
Cue, Rammer, tackled by Jacob Hopper, and the umpire will throw it up.
Move away, please.
Leon Cameron out of his chair, issuing instructions as well. Both coaches feeling this is coming down to the wire. Hickey couldn't quite clear the congestion. Ash with a hand pass to Hopper, over the top to Kelly. Corralled by Dawson, kicks to a one-on-one and half forward. Cornelio tries to tap it away from Lloyd. Toby Green comes in off a good support. Kicks to the goal mouth, charging out Tom Green. Milliken courageously takes the mark. Backpedaling for the Swans. He can switch play out to McInerney in the right back pocket and up to Heaney. Had it spoiled away by Haynes. Could have potentially chopped the arms. Looks inboard. Kicks to Taranto.
Taranto, 70 from goal. He's on the outer side of York Park. His side leading by 13 points. Tim Taranto sits it up to the hot spot. Out they come, Himmelberg. Hogan! Another mark in this third term. And now Jesse must make no mistake.
Had a big quarter, Hogan. Huge quarter. Been a great target up there. And actually outmarks them quite comfortably without anyone touching him.
Milliken fell over in the marking contest and Hogan took the grab. He's hit
this is the
that
problem.
Annoying left goalpost twice in this term. Hogan from 30 outs. Siren sounds, Hogan's kick, bending back, He's got it! He started it outside the right post and worked it back. Breathing space, critical breathing space for GWS at three-quarter time. A 19-point lead, a 19-point lead to the Giants. 11-7, 73 to 8-6, 54. Hogan with his second goal. 2 goals, 2 for Hogan. He took 3 excellent marks in that term. So 2 for Hogan, 2 for Sproul and 2 for Himmelberg. Toby Green has 3 for the Giants and singles to Taranto and Lloyd. While for the Swans, 3 goals to Franklin, 2 goals to Heaney, 2 goals to Papley and a goal to Bell. On 0437 774 774. Fee from Canberra sent us a text earlier. Homemade vanilla cookies with choc chips atop, into the oven, ready for three-quarter time with a cuppa. Come on, Giants, keep it up. Fee, I'm not sure you're going to be able to get those down the way this game's going. There'd be nervousness everywhere. But that was a critical late goal for the Giants.
They've kicked 2 after the siren, with Harry Himmelberg doing it after the half-time siren and Jesse Hogan right on the three-quarter time siren.
It's huge in a tight game. 11-7, 73 the Giants. The Swans 8-6, 54. Final action coming up shortly on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Hi, I'm Kurt Fernley.
Wait, I'm Kurt Fernley.
All right, you're Kurt Fernley. I'll be Georgie Dunny today.
We've got a podcast and it's everything you'd want to know about the Paralympics and probably a little bit more.
We talk to so many of our wonderful athletes and we have a fair bit of fun along the way.
You Little Ripper, your ultimate Paralympic podcast with Kurt Fernley and Georgie Tunny.
You Little Ripper!
Download for free from the ABC Listen app. The 2021 AFL Final Series.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Papley slipped over, got back to his feet, kicked around his body, wide of row bottom, and Taranto gathers for the Giants. Down past to Whitfield, to the run of Cumming at half back. He drives a kick from the wing up towards 50. Sproul got it, second take. Here's out to the right, gives it a good hook. It's right to the goal line, and it's got there.
Free kick, Sydney. Cunningham plays onto advantage, kicks inside the attacking 50. Heaney left early, couldn't mark. Franklin paddles, collects, snaps on the left. Almost intercepted by Reid. Heaney lurking in the pocket, goes for goal, puts it through. Tim Taranto sits it up to the hot spot. Out they come, Himmelberg. Hogan! Another mark in this third term, and now Jesse must make no mistake. Siren sounds, Hogan's kick, bending back, he's got it!
The 2021 AFL Finals Series on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Drama at three-quarter time at York Park in Launceston, not necessarily on the scoreboard. It is close. The Giants leading the game by 19 points, 11-7, 73 to 8-6, 54. Vision is emerging of Toby Green going at Matt Stevic at three-quarter time, having an argument with him around the earlier decision when he felled McInerney and gave away the free kick, had the free kick overturned in the middle of the ground. Toby Green is seen to go to Matt Stevic and chest him. It's not overly forceful, but he certainly made contact with the umpire, and Toby Green is going to be suspended for it. I don't think there's any other way you can look at it. He's gone straight to Matt Stevic, he's in an argument with him and he chests him. And in the game of Australian rules football, it's the cardinal sin.
Absolutely it is, and let me tell you, that is not an accident. Every time Toby goes up, it's an accident. This is not an accident. This is absolutely full-on, front-on, hit him in the chest with his shoulder.
I'm not sure what Toby was thinking there.
No, he's not playing any more games this year, I can tell you.
I cannot believe that we've seen that happen. So there was the mental implosion initially in the middle of the ground when he'd won a free kick and then immediately gave it away. That happened 5-6 minutes earlier. To then do that afterwards, he would be standing at the huddle at three-quarter time. He's right there in front of Leon Cameron, and he would know, surely, that he's going to be back in the spotlight for all the wrong reasons again. And this is a player who we admire. We cannot get enough of watching him play. He's an outstanding footballer, so gifted. He's kicked 3 today, and continually he does this stuff.
Well, he'll be out. See you later. Have a nice rest. You're done.
What's going to happen in the final term, Sellers?
Look, I just thought that GWS started to get the upper hand just at the end of that. I mean, Sydney were fantastic the first part of that quarter, Rami, and once they put Heaney up forward, excuse me, he kicked a couple of goals and got them back in that game. I thought they were terrific. They fought hard through the middle of the ground, but in the end they just worked their way back in again, GWS. Hogan had 3 or 4 shots on goal. He had 4 marks or 5 marks in that quarter alone, Hogan, and hit the post twice. He did a few things there, but then he got the last goal. which actually settled them down again. So they back up to 19 points lead. They were over... I think they're over nearly 30 points. 29 points, yeah. 29 points they were. And they dropped a few. They were down to 12. And bang, they're back up to 19. So they fought their way out pretty well in the last bit. They had to stop the rage of Sydney. Sydney were fantastic, moved the ball well. Heaney and Buddy were with the targets up forward. And it worked. And they changed it, which is good for them. They've tried something. But they hang on. GWS.
The Swans made their way back into the game in that quarter based on contested possession. You look at the quarter alone and in contested possession, in the end was 28-36 in the Giants' favour. But that was an improvement, particularly in the part of the quarter where Sydney were dominant. They were comfortably winning contested possession. So that's where the game changed slightly for the Swans. I want to see Heaney at full forward this whole quarter, Sellers. I think he can win the game for him.
He can.
Giants by 19 points at the start of the final quarter in the elimination final. Parker with the row for Sydney. A hand pass to Hickey. First centre clearance. A kick in the McLean direction. Oh, he's crashed into. Steen made the spoil. He's gone down, McLean. He's holding the left knee. He looks okay. He is rising. There's a stoppage inside 50, 20 metres from the Sydney goal. Was he deserving of a free kick in that marking contest?
Sorry, who's up? Here.
Umpire Stevic throws it in the air. Mumford versus McLean. Mumford the tap down. Ash got a hand pass out into vacant space. Heaney gets it though. He feeds the hand pass infield. McInerney got in a miscommunication with Hewitt, didn't take possession. Kelly clears to the back flank for the Giants. It bounces, it wobbles towards the boundary. Lloyd sees it out of play. The attacking side of the interchange for the Sydney Swans. The Swans going to the city end in the final term.
McLean now is hobbling from the field with a stoppage in play, thrown back in. Mumford in front of Hickey, one down the tap, trying to follow up his right work. Hewitt tangles with Hopper, somehow got a kick towards Hickey, swatted it back towards Witts, but Taranto worked him out of it. Kick smothered by Parker. Toby Green goes in down low, he's tackled by Rampy, and the umpire will toss it up.
Shane, Tom.
So another look on the replay of Toby making his point to the umpire and then making contact with his shoulder. Be a big talking point regardless of what happens, but even more so if the Giants win. Rowbottom kicks to half forward. Dawson takes the mark. Left half forward. Franklin slipped over on his lead, so pulls the kick running into space. Bell marks 45 metres out. He'll kick out to the left. There's a goal next to his name, James Bell, already this afternoon.
Worked in Sydney's favour. Franklin falling over. Everyone was collapsing to Franklin. And allowed a couple of other pockets of space that Bell was able to lead into.
Just his 22nd AFL game, comes in and pulls his kick across his body, trying to look for the extra distance, and he missed everything. Out to the left. And Burrows on point to let us know. Out of bounds on the full. The Giants to take it, leading by 19.
Taylor brings it back into play to a pack. Florent contests with Bruin, who's on the ground, with Isaac Cummings subbed out with an ankle injury. Bruin underneath a pack of players. A ball up left half forward for Sydney.
I'm tipping there's a lot of ball ups and throw-ins in this last quarter.
Steve Johnson went to Toby Green at three-quarter time. You could tell he knew what had happened. He was trying to calm him down. He's got a big role to play in this final term if GWS's season is to progress, even if it's almost certain to be without Toby Green beyond here. Canelio, the captain, fighting, knocked it out, picked up by Millican of Sydney. A hand pass to Florida, all happening on the wing. By hand to Cunningham. A hand pass to Rampy. He's completely indecisive. Eyes darted everywhere. Then he ran. Then he sent a long kick inside the 50. Steen up, punched forward by Heaney. Franklin's lurking, crashed a few down. Hayward got it. He's got an unguarded goal. He hit the post. Hayward on the banana in the pocket. Hit the right post.
Left foot, Sellers.
18 points the Giants lead. Early stages of the last.
Out of the area.
Whitfield straight down the middle to Tom Green, who takes the mark. 40 metres out from his defensive goal to City end of York Park. Called the play on. Looks the kick towards right half back. Lockie Ash takes the mark. Giants got out by as much as 29 points with the first goal of the third term. A goal after the three-quarter time siren from Jesse Hogan put him back out by 19. Kicks up to the wings. Wow, what a game he's having.
A good game, isn't he?
Takes the mark.
Big boy.
Giants for so long known as the Ferrari. He's part of almost a no-names resurgence. These Giants who are young, inexperienced, but growing in reputation. Short, backwards, defensively on the 45 to Haynes, and he can work it into the middle of the ground, and Perryman has it. Sydney holding their formation, so he's forced to chip it across the half-back line. Steen takes the mark, and then running into space, Callum Ward.
Well, we can't do this for 21 minutes, I can tell you.
So Ward at right half-back. Very slow movement. They have to be clean. De Boer couldn't mark. Dorsey spoiled Whitfield, roved hand pass through the hands of De Boer. He goes back and wins it. Well done. Hand pass to Perryman. His kick smothered by Papley. Spills back to Perryman. A tumble punt to centre half forward. Bounces over Hogan's head. Going up, Cunningham takes possession. Hogan lays the tackle on him. A ball up. 65 out from the GWS goal. Robbie Fox is looking like he's readying to come on as the medical sub for the Swans. Off the pack, taken by McInerney. Mumford got him. He threw it out, holding the ball.
He's one in front.
Mumford, hand pass to Hopper. 45 out, goes for home. Misses on the left. Behind to make the margin as it was at three-quarter time. A 19-point lead. Robbie Fox is coming into the game with Hayden McLean out due to that injury sustained in the marking contest earlier.
Jake Lloyd brings Sydney back into play, straight down the middle, kicks to Parker, who marks in front of Ward. Back edge of the square at centre half back. Chips a kick over the top to Wicks. Turns on his right-hand side, wants to move it. McInerney one direction, Sam Reid the other. Reid gathers, tackled now. That could have been a throw as Fox laid the tackle, the sub into the action. On all fours, he tries to knock it out. Kelly with his head down tries to rip the ball clear, and they won't be separated until the umpire blows his whistle. That was a big contest to be won there. And Sam Reid for the Giants playing in his 108th match. The journeyman stood up. Thrown up, Mumford and Hickey. Hickey wins it down to Hewitt. Hard against the boundary. Hand pass to Rowbottom. Turns on his right. Kicks inside 50. Heaney underneath it. Spoiled down by Steen. Kelly front and centre. Brush the Wicks tackle. Kicks a spiral into the middle of the ground. A chaos ball. Great body work. Jake Lloyd takes the mark.
Lloyd needed to lift, and that was a fine mark from him. Attacking side of the broadcast wing for Sydney. A 19-point lead to the Giants. There is no return for the loser. The winner advances to a semi-final to face the Cats. The kick went to Hickey at half forward. Hickey tees it up towards full forward. Hayward there off the hands of Haynes. Heaney's got it. Left foot snap and a goal. Isaac Heaney, he's got three. He's had a huge hand in Sydney's fight back. He was at the back of the pack, took possession, popped it through from 5 metres out. A 13-point lead to the Giants. 11-8-74. Plays 9-7-61. Don't take your ear away from the radio.
Well, Isaac Heaney's changed the context of this game completely from the start of the third quarter till now. He's actually got them in the game, got them a chance. All you got to do is get it in there as quick as you can. He's so clever, so good with the ball in hand. And again, he just sort of reads it really well, gets on his hand, just pokes it around for a goal. That's 3 goals in 2 quarters so far, or a quarter and 5 minutes so far. So how long can they last? GWS in front here.
He's having maximum impact, Isaac Heaney. John Longmire tries to find him, isolated inside the forward 50, back in the middle. Mumford one down the tap against Hickey. Rowbottom runs onto it though for the Swans though. Kicks wide onto the wing. Warner with a clean pick-up, tackled though by Whitfield. Had to retreat back. Hand pass wide of Goulden. To Boer onto it. Hand pass to Kelly, to Cornelio. A wobbly kick up towards 50. Flying in the pack was Toby Green. It gets to the back. Tackle Melican. Gets it to O'Riordan though. Hand pass to Rampy. Takes a dash on half-back. Goes with a spiralling ball in the middle of the ground. Whistle early. Sydney free kick against Iden. Wicks takes it inside the 50. Heaney! He can do it all, Isaac Heaney. He rises and takes the mark.
Is he in the All-Australian?
Someone ring Lingy.
Yeah. How come he's not in?
No more than 20 metres out. Isaac Heaney is dragging the Swans back into it. A chance to kick his fourth in a half of footy. And pull the Swans within single digits. Isaac Heaney, slow in approach. 30 metres out. Puts through goal number 4. Here come the young bloods, who will not be denied. The Giants lead cut back to 7, and Sydney are coming home off the back of the Derwent River with a wet sail. 10-7-67 the Swans to the Giants, 11-8-74. Just 9 minutes gone in the final term of this elimination final.
It's just not a natural matchup for him in the Giants' defence, because he can mark the ball, he can get it at ground level. Steen had the match up there. He tried to play in front. Heaney too good, just takes the mark over the top. You keep him there, Sellers. Do not move that young man from the goal square.
Could you go with the ball?
No.
Not in the air.
No.
He's kicked 4 of the last 5 goals of the match.
I think the only one that the Giants could consider is Sam Reid.
Yeah, but he's already got one. He's got Buddy. He can't take 2.
No, that's Taylor. Sam Taylor's got Buddy. Sam Reid is the one that I'll be considering now for Heaney. He's taking this game over.
Out of the middle, Patley overran it, allowing Cornelio to drive the Giants to full forward. Back with a flight, McCartan marks for Sydney.
Great protection from his teammates there. They kept their opponents away, marked it easy.
McCartan to Lloyd, he kicks to the half-back flank. Off hands, Rowbottom takes possession. Ward tackled him, he got through Ward, he didn't get through Bruin. It should have been holding the ball. Sydney in possession through Rampy. Hand pass to Cunningham, off to O'Riordan, through centre half back goes the Irishman. The most awkward bounce, a bit like Ray Gabelich in 64. It came back thankfully, off to Melican. Melican kicks from the back flank towards the half-forward flank. Papley didn't mark, did gather, did evade, a balk, a kick inside the 50, a chance, a mark, not quite. Goulden couldn't pull it in. Still alive. Fox tackled by Iden. Socket out of defence by Lloyd. Cornelio over it in the middle. Beaten by Melican. Tackled. Affecting the hand pass. Picked up by Hewitt. Pants pulled down. Didn't care. Little pass a perler. Marked by Hickey. 40 metres out from goal. Directly in front.
Tasmania deserve a game like this, Al.
Oh, it's amazing.
They love their football. The noise down there is absolutely electric. They deserve a photo finish.
David Tewksbury on the SMS reckons it sounds like the MCG at the moment.
Absolutely.
Only 10,000 in, Dave, but they're making a hell of a noise, and it might just rise a little more as Hickey's on approach to draw the margin back to a point. Hickey's kick, he's pulled it away to the right. A goal separates these two Sydney rivals in an elimination final. And we've hit the 12-minute mark of the last quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Well on top in contested possession, the Swans in this quarter, 21-11. Inside 50s, 8-3 in the Swans' favour.
The Giants have only kicked 2 goals in the second half so far. Long kick to Himmelberg at half-back. Pull in the mark from the Whitfield kick. Now he's jumped in a tackle. Cunningham laying that tackle as the umpire blows his whistle. Some concern for Tom Green as well with an arm injury. So the Giants hanging on at the moment, not by much. Ward with a clearing kick up towards Tom Green. Can't use his left arm. O'Riordan, the Irishman, gathers on half-back for Sydney. Into the middle of the ground for Warner. He takes the mark. Sydney trail by a goal. Warner has it on the wing. Looks long and wide, and Hewitt runs into space. Feeds the hand pass around the boundary line to the run of Goulden. Kicks inside 50. Franklin on the lead, but a great mark. Perryman claims it for the Giants. 45 metres out from his defensive goal. Long kick towards Toby Green. He and Hewitt do battle. Green got him on the break. Gathers. Kicks to half forward. No one there. The mark is taken by McCartan for Sydney. These two sides have never played in a draw through their 21 encounters. Hang on to your hats in a thrilling final term.
The Swans out of defence. Dawson the target.
The handball.
He's got a runner over the top and he uses Florence. Florent on the broadcast wing, works it forward by hand as well to Hayward. Hayward kicks to the top of the 50. Fox in front, couldn't take it. Reed's hand passed into the target. Wicks goes through, fends away from Iden, goes for goal. Wicks hits the post. He hits the post from 30 out. Fans, commentators, everyone out of their seats watching this. A 5-point lead. GWS clinging on by its fingernails at York Park in Launceston. 14-minute mark, final term.
They're just rolling the ball at every opportunity. The Swans.
10-3 inside 50.
Yeah, the Giants got to find scores.
Feels like a matter of when at the moment. Milliken takes the mark, intercepting. Half forward, kicks to Franklin. Going away the free kick.
Yeah, it's still push out.
Just releases the pressure there, buddy.
With Sam Taylor right in the middle of the back in the numbers.
I tell you why he did that, because he can't jump anymore.
Yeah. Sydney with 2 goals to none in this final term. Back to a 5-point lead the Giants' way. Kicks towards Himmelberg, can't take the mark. Here's Heaney linking up with Goulden at half forward. Kicks into the pocket, wide of Papley. And he can't slap it forward. Out of play is not a bad result. He's got Sam Reid for company, which
he's had it
Sydney
most of the day.
Like that matchup. And he's trying to break in the forward pocket.
He's got to give you 3 key forward space. Papley, Heaney, Franklin. They're the ones that are going to win the game for you.
Giants by 5 points. Sydney in attack. Hickey got rid of Mumford. Kicks to the corner and Bell marks on his chest, running back with the flight. And a chance to put Sydney in front.
That was an unusual boundary throw in here. Just pushed over Mummy. Couple.
15 gone.
The second goal, Bell, in this game, Clinchy.
They've trailed since the 10-minute mark of the second quarter. Bell comes in and hits the post as well. You wouldn't believe it. Sydney have kicked 2-4 in this final term. A couple of posts, and the post is still shaking. They're doing it in single digits. The Giants by 4.
Well, this is extraordinary. What a heart-stopper in Launceston. The first time finals football has ever been played in Tassie, and no one will ever forget this. Whitfield brings it in. He kicks to the outer wing. Mumford up, Hickey up. Free kick in the marking contest. Mumford ball, high contact.
Hey, well in front now.
Shane Mumford. Defensive side of the outer wing. He uses it short to Lloyd.
Long time in this game, but Wicks and Bell, 2 very, very easy opportunities they should have nailed.
Play on.
Daniel Lloyd kicks around the outer wing. Sproul in the pack. Back with the flight. Mumford. Towering mark. 70 from goal. Right half forward for the Giants. Mumford chips towards the boundary line. Taranto's got it. Slow tempo possession football from the Giants. They lead by 4 points. Oodles of time remaining. The kick inside the 50, up they fly. Green can't impose. Taken by Warner. Ran into Himmelberg. Got a hand pass out belatedly. Still alive. De Boer. Tackle dragged down by Florent. Holding the ball. Huge win for Sydney in the left back pocket.
Stand there. Clear out. Dane. Find back on. Out, please.
Ollie Florent to take the free kick. 17 minutes gone, final term. The Giants hanging on by 4 points. It's been all Sydney in the second half. Kicks towards half-back. Parker in a wrestle with Taranto. Parker regathers. Hand pass. Fox picked off. Taranto kicked long, looking for Sproul. Couldn't take the mark. Goulden trying to spin out of traffic.
Terrific.
Bruin with the tackle. The medical
youngsters.
stuff into the action.
2 youngsters there.
I'm enjoying this now.
Goulden
this is good.
with a real hard ball get. But Bruin with the fantastic tackle just to lock the ball in.
This is finals footy. Hickey wins down the tap. Deeper into the 50. Taranto looking for the boundary line. Toe pokes it to Bruin. The Swans just surging and sweating as Green gathered. And O'Riordan lays the tackle. That's Toby Green. A throw up in the right forward pocket for the Giants.
It's down at the Mowbray Cricket Club end of the ground. The Giants needing a Ricky Ponting-like moment of brilliance off the pack in the pocket. It's taken out by Lloyd of Sydney. A boundary throw in 20 metres from goal.
They want to play that territory game now. They want to keep it in their forward line, keep locking it in and try and score.
Toss back into play. Giants by 4. Hickey tapped it down. Parker Rove tackled immediately by Hopper. Lost possession of it. Green gets it tackled. Dragged down. Did he get one in the back? Strong case for it. No free kick.
I don't think I'll give him a free kick now.
Not after what transpired at three-quarter time. A stoppage inside the attacking 50. If you weren't with us, Toby Green went up to umpire Matt Stevick. and confronted him physically, chested him, not overly ferociously, but nevertheless contact with the umpire that will almost certainly see him ruled out if the Giants progress here. Throw out of the pack and a free kick to the Sydney Swans in the left back pocket. The Giants lead 11-8-74. The Swans 10-10-70 on Grandstand AFL. It's a showstopper down in Launceston, and we're at the 19-minute mark of the last.
Long out of defence from Warner. Up to the wing. Franklin had it spoiled away by Steen. Front and centre, Parker. Kicks towards half forward. Papley trying to use his body, but he's outnumbered. As Haynes comes in to support Iden and takes the mark. Chips across half back to Whitfield. Took a step and played on. Around O'Riordan. Finds Ward. Under 6 minutes to go. The Giants leading by 4 points. How long can they do this for? Chips it back to Haynes. Into the middle of the ground now with just 15 metres to Ash.
If they don't pick them up, they can do it all night.
Looks back to Iden at the back edge of the centre square. Lobs his kick. Ward had to sit underneath it for a few nervous moments, but he takes the mark. Call to play on. Cal Ward veers out to the right, drives the Giants into attack. Himmelberg flies, can't take the mark. Toby Green gathers, Rampy immediately with a tackle. And the umpire will toss it up.
Really smart the last couple of minutes from the Giants. They locked it in their forward line initially, then they've won the ball, then they've just controlled it across their half-back line with chipping kicks, now locking it in their forward line again.
Giants by 4 points. Can they get a stoppage goal here? McInerney can't break clear. Mummy with the tackle.
They're all critical seconds clinching, just taking it off the clock.
One side will go on, one side will go home. Sudden death here off the pack. Kelly dribbles towards goal. O'Riordan there with Sproul. Dawson went through, hand pass towards the boundary line. O'Riordan sees it over. Still stuck inside the attacking 50 for the Giants.
Good stuff, another throw in.
20 metres from the GWS goal. The natural light has faded. Thrown back into play. Hickey punched towards the boundary. Hopper keeps it in. He feeds the hand pass. Whitfield on the boundary. Squaring kick. Marked for Sydney by Goulden. Top of the goal square. And now they might be out. He kicks to Melican on the left half-back flank.
Sydney need to strike. Time is starting to become their enemy. Melican comes inboard. And Jake Lloyd takes the mark. Switches play to Cunningham. He takes a bounce, trying to find the right angle out of defence. Gets to right half-back. Sends it wider to the wing. Rowbottom the target. Ash there, spoils it down. Cornelio picks it up, feeds it back to Ash. Backpedaling, looking into the corridor. Finds Whitfield.
Well done.
Whitfield on the AFL logo.
You don't have to rush.
Giants by 4. Whitfield's kick to the half-forward flank. Melican peels off as Cunningham and Bruin got in a tangle. He was able to take an easy mark. He kicks towards the corridor and Warner feeds the hand pass to Rampy. From centre half back, long hand pass to Florent, put him under pressure. He gave it away to Fox. He's nailed, play onto advantage. Rampy's got it. Hand pass to Warner from the circle. Could have a bounce if he wants. Kicks inside the 50 instead. Parker one-handed, couldn't mark, did rove. Hand pass over his head to the pocket. Franklin there, buffets it over the boundary line. Franklin's wanting it in long and deep. He's not getting the service he's after. He's frustrated. Florence hobbling in the middle. A ball up 20 metres from the Sydney goal. The Giants by 4 points on Grandstand AFL in the elimination final. John Longmire out of his seat at ground level. He's animated. Everyone's on the edge of their seats. From the stoppage, Hopper, a hand pass to Whitfield. Giants clear it to the back flank. Lloyd taken out in the marking contest. Rampy marked all the same. Rampy is 55 metres from goal at right half forward.
Call to play on. Rampy kicks Sydney deep into attack. Is there a big contested mark? The Giants through Taylor fumbles it over the line. It's a 3-point GWS lead. 3 minutes and change to go.
The kick just didn't put enough pressure on the Giants defender, Sellers.
No, he had to go and find a target somewhere. Just a short one.
Just even 15 metres out from goal.
I agree with that. But that long one to the square doesn't work.
Giants bring it out to the wing, but Hickey stands as a commanding presence to deny the outlet. Extraordinary drama in Launceston. A ground that's known for that. Hickey, high kick, inside 50. Franklin! launches at the ball and marks 45 metres from goal as if scripted. Lance Franklin with a big moment in a clutch final. He's at left half forward. Can he put Sydney in front? He is a man who seemed born for moments like these.
Taylor's had his way all day with him in those marking contests. Franklin finally got a metre of space in front of him. Al.
Forget about the individual moment of 1,000 goals. How's about the team moment as he tries to put the Swans in front? The kick is right. And they close within 2 points, the Sydney Swans. The Giants 11-8-74. The Swans 10-12-72. They have been peppering. They've been coming, but they've not taken the lead. The Giants hanging on grimly at the 25-minute mark of the last.
Last 7 scoring shots have all been the Swans.
Last 5 have all been behinds. Perryman out of defence for the Giants. Hickey takes the intercepting mark. Is there still a twist? Kicks to Lloyd in the middle of the ground. Out to Dawson. The Giants have parked the bus.
He had to roll.
Left footer, Sellers.
Yeah, I know, but he had to roll on.
They need a mark inside 50. Dawson turns onto his left. Spots a player free at half forward. The mark is taken by Melican. Can it be an unfamiliar name that strikes goal? Can he carry 55? He just puts it to the top of the goal square. They need a flyer. Parker had it scored away. McInerney bouncing to the goal mouth. Perryman diving. He gets there. A crucial punch. Harry Perryman with a finger tipper. And it's a 1-point ball game with 1 minute and 18 seconds to go.
An elimination final. The smallest of margins. There will be no return for the loser. It'll be season over. What enormous drama at York Park in Launceston. As the ball is brought back in, Himmelberg punched it towards the boundary line. Goulden got a hold of it. Left foot kick inside the 50. Franklin in a pack of 4. It comes to ground level. Socket by Heaney towards the boundary. It's over in the pocket. 20 metres from the Sydney goal. Can they find the go-ahead goal? Are we headed for extra time? Who knows? 60 seconds of compelling drama ahead.
Thrown back in. Hickey and Mumford land short. Hickey trying to knock it on. Perryman hard against the boundary. The Swans sweat on him. Taken high. Taranto kicks it forward, but it's going to come back.
Hold the ball.
This kick has to go.
Hold the ball.
It's either a chip kick sideways or it's got to go as close to the boundary line as he possibly can.
The Swans have the footy. Under a minute to go.
What's he thinking, you reckon?
Straight down the line.
Perryman does just that.
Boundary.
Sets it up to the wing. Mumford underneath it. Green in from the side. McCartan was there as well. Footy stuck underneath Taranto. And also Parker. And the umpire will throw it up. Giants by a point.
Numbers around.
They're going to get more behind the ball, the Giants.
Mumford the tap. Green the rope. Tackled. Holds on to it. Umpire Stevic lurks. That is fair. He doesn't have a long memory after the events of three-quarter time. He calls for a ball up at 65 out from the Sydney goal. Hickey after it, gathered it, threw it on the boot. It was smothered. Socket out of the pack by Parker. Bruin in the road for the Giants. Kicks back to the wing. Seconds ticking down. Giants by a point. Huge collision. O'Riordan has nailed Toby Green, who stayed down. Sucked in the umpire and will get the free kick. It was McCartan coming through with a fair bump. And Toby Green has the free kick.
He got up when the whistle went.
Toby Green will have the ball at the end of this game and he will dominate the headlines again for all the wrong reasons. Green hurls the ball in the air. The Giants will go on, but they might go on without Green. An extraordinary first ever final in Tasmania. The Giants progress by the smallest of margins, but it's the biggest of results. 11-8-74 to 10-13-73. We're stronger than the rest. We're the greats of Western Sydney Giants. We're the biggest and the best, and we will never surrender. Fight until the end. We're greater than the rest. They've been on the road for a large extent of the season, both of these sides. The road, though, comes to a close for the Sydney Swans. They will book a ticket home. GWS goes on. The Giants will book a flight to Perth, where the Cats awaits. Errol Goulden sits down on York Park in sheer despair. Sydney had its chances late, but couldn't take them. What an amazing game of football. Two sides who hold a strong rivalry. That rivalry went to new heights this afternoon in Launceston. The first ever final in Tasmania. It is not a match that will be easily forgotten. GWS winners 11-8-74, Sydney 10-13-73. The margin was 19 points to the Giants at the three-quarter time break. The Swans threw everything. The kitchen sink, the laundry sink, the bathroom sink, every sink you could find, but could not get in front in the final term. Heaney kicked the 2 goals, and then the Swans kicked in succession 6 behinds. 6 behinds in a row at the end of the game when they had chances to win it, and the Giants hang on to win by a point.
Giants kicked just a point in the final term. 2-7 to GWS, 1 behind. The second half, the Swans 5-9 to the Giants 2-5, and Sydney had the game on their boot, but they couldn't finish it.
The drama of finals football, hey. 3 goals to Toby Green, who, well, the role he plays, the fluctuation between those polarising positions of hero and villain. He wears the tag of both. In this instance, it's the villainous side of Green that will be talked about in the aftermath of this match. A confrontation with Matt Stevic, the experienced field umpire, following a decision that didn't go his way at three-quarter time. Green went to Stevic, confronted him verbally and then physically. He actually chested him and walked through him. And that will be something that might well cost Toby Green his place in the side next week. The goal kickers for the Giants, Green kicked 3, 2 goals each to Sproul, Himmelberg and Hogan in his first final. Singles to Taranto and Lloyd, while for the Sydney Swans, Isaac Heaney kicked 4 goals in the second half, 3 goals to Franklin. So his season finishes 995 for his career, 2 goals to Papley and a goal to Bell.
So the Giants win their 3 finals clashes against Sydney, and it sets up a mouth-watering final between Jeremy Cameron and his old club in a semi-final.
Could you come up with any more on the back of that, Clinchy? That's going to be quite the match as the Cats look to fight back from their position, which is looking a little desperate at the moment.
2 goals, 7 in the last quarter. Two of them rushed, but you think of Hickey, you think of Wicks, Haywood, Franklin set shot. Like, they're going to rue that goal kicking.
Clinchy made the comment with 15 minutes to go that it was just a question of when. That's how it looked for Sydney.
Absolutely it did. If you look at the last quarter in isolation alone, contested possession 37-28 in Sydney's favour. Possession 87-62. Inside 50, 17-7 in that last quarter. That one area that kept the Giants in it in that last quarter is they still applied pressure. The Giants laid 18 tackles in that last quarter. So there was always pressure. You look at that last minute when the ball's on that outer side wing and the Giants just pressure around the stoppage. Pressure. That's what won the Giants the game. Toby Green at the end, whether it's a free kick or not, he attacked that ball so hard. So good on the Giants.
It's hard to not come back, though. The Swans blew it. When you think of their shots, Franklin's was hard. Bell's was 30 metres out. Wicks was tough angle.
You isolate this game then and you go the 5 goals in succession in the second quarter from the Giants. They
doubt.
couldn't stop at the Swans. They couldn't stop that. Stoppage goals.
No doubt that they'll probably rule that sort of stuff. But I admire what they've been able to do this year from 17th last year to get a bunch of kids together who actually just challenged most sides when they play them. They challenged the Giants again today, but no, with not much success and not much luck. And you make your own luck in this business. Finals are brutal.
Yep.
It's not. Hey, we feel sorry for you.
Yeah.
See you later. You're out. You're gone. Ta-da. And unfortunately, they just didn't execute at the right times. And you know what? They'll learn. They'll live. They'll hate it. They'll have to fly home, and they won't enjoy themselves one moment at all. But gee whiz, you got to be proud of them for what they've done from last year. The recruiting, to get them to play the way they played, beat a lot of the big sides in the competition, and then play in a final after finished 17th or 18th last year. You tell me who else can do that.
So the Giants now take on the Cats in Perth.
Yep. Jeremy Cameron against his old team.
Scripted perfectly.
I'm not as... I get what you're saying, Sells, in terms of the maturity group. Sydney are a young side. They'll learn from that, and it'll burn for a long time. But
you don't know when you're going to get your next opportunity to final.
Yeah,
they'll get one.
Guys like Lance Franklin, they got the footy in the hands
they'll get one.
of the right guys. And if ever there was a moment for Buddy to stamp his authority, it felt like it was that shot on goal, and it just sailed right.
Yeah, but if you're doing what they're doing now, they're not ready.
Well, they proved they were in that last quarter. There's 2 goals set. They could have won the game. They could have won the game by 2 or 3 goals in the end.
I know that. Three could have, should have, maybe. You know,
3 posters to Sydney in that last quarter. Wicks, Bell, and also Hayward
Bell's the
all
other
hit
one
the
that
post in the final.
So that was a soda.
That was a simple one.
So that was the one I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that was probably the guy who got swept up in the moment, the elimination final.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Set shot you normally kick. You kicked one already, and all of a sudden you just find yourself
They should have run.
hitting the post. So the postscript will be as fascinating. Toby Green, suggestions are now the changing in the ruling is that it'll probably go straight to the tribunal.
Yes.
So as to how that's handled in the next couple of days.
He's just spoken to Channel 7. Let's take a listen to Toby Green.
Spoke about resilience before the game, and it got to the stage where your namesake Green was playing full forward, couldn't move his arm, couldn't run, but he went back onto the field just so you guys had an extra rotation.
Yeah, it's expected, to be honest. As I said before the game, this group's a special one. We've, Swans and us done it pretty hard this year, and it was a great contest, and we're just amazing to get over the line.
Mate, how is it against the arch rival Sydney come up? You always seem to meet him in finals.
It is, it's funny that we played them 3 times now, and we got them 3 times, so we got the wood over them, but they're a bloody good side, and they were coming so hard in the end, and it was just a great contest.
We saw that you had a collision with the umpire running past. Was that looked like you were tracked to being running towards your teammates and an accidental bit of contact?
I don't know what it was. It was just in the moment, and I certainly wouldn't even touch him. I think I was just talking to him about something in the game, but
you could tell us a total accident. But mate, how are you feeling now? You're off to the second final.
It was just big recovery week, and I think we're off to Bugle, so chill out on the golf course and reload and go against Geelong.
Excellent, mate. Well played. Congratulations, and go and enjoy the week up at Bugle.
Cheers.
So that's Toby Green speaking with Luke Hodge. I think the player's contract sort of coming to the fore a little bit in all of that. It looked completely intentional what Toby Green did to Matt Stevic.
Well, he could see. He walked into him, and it was total accident. That's not. Even Hodgie should be ashamed of that.
Well, for a player who can evade 3 players coming at them and dodge through traffic to walk straight into an umpire, I'm sorry, I'm not buying that.
No one is.
How will GWS attempt to defend that and get their star player into that semi-final? Is it even defendable?
They'll find a way.
No, not with umpires. You cannot touch them.
Well, that is the serious issue here for GWS, because that's a line you can't cross.
It'll be Matt Stevic and what his testimony is, what he says, what was said, what happened, did he move, all that. That's what it'll all come down to. I hope he plays. I really do, because
I hope he does.
He's a star of the competition.
I understand that. I hope he doesn't, because you've got to set some standards in this game.
I couldn't agree with you more. I don't agree. I do not condone touching umpires and the like.
Yeah.
I hope there's some sort of reason of why it happened, but for us looking at it, point blank, it's very hard to find a reason.
Yep.
He is a
You
headline
can't go
maker
both ways,
like
mate.
no one else in our game.
Unbelievable.
I'm not defending him, but I'm just
They keep finding ways to get him off, though.
Innocent till proven guilty. Now, it looks really bad for him, but give him a chance to defend it. Give him a chance to talk about it. Let's not hang him just yet.
No, first offer of an attempt to explain it was met with an explanation of I don't really know what happened. So
yeah, I'm not sure the vision of in the moment matched his memory of what happened in the moment, which will become what will be argued over the next 3 days.
That's GWS. Jason McCartney, I guarantee you, Dave Matthews are on the phone now to who they need to.
Yeah, but that's why. They shouldn't have to if he's right.
And the Giants...
he won't be right.
The Giants news sellers, Stevie Johnson went straight to Toby Green at the three-quarter time huddle. They knew the act that had been committed and probably the repercussions of it.
We'll wait till the week unfolds.
I kind of thought he'd kick a goal in the last quarter or something that would just be totally Toby Green.
Well, it was.
He had the ball at the end.
I know he had the last passage of play, but it wasn't quite the moment you thought he'd have. But
I think Talkback Radio's just got enough fodder to last through an entire week of football. They might be wishing it was the bye this week and you could get through 2 weeks.
You know what? Maybe Carlton will be out of the news.
Well, there you go, sellers. There's always a silver lining, isn't there? Let's go into the GWS rooms. Extraordinary result in Launceston. The Giants progressing to a semi-final with a 1-point win. GWS winners 11-8, 74 to 10-13, 73. Isaac Heaney drew the Swans back within 7 points at the 9-minute mark of the final term, and in the next 20 minutes, Sydney kicked 6 consecutive behinds, and the match resulted in a 1-point win to the Giants. They go on to play the Cats. Callan Ward from the GWS Giants, a heart and soul player, is going to join us on Grandstand AFL very shortly. If that sets the tone for tonight, we're in for a cracking final between Melbourne and Brisbane. We can be a little more impartial, not so invested in calling the game, Remo. We can go home and just enjoy it. That promises a beauty as well.
We were all so disappointed last night because we thought it was going to be just a terrific opening, and today delivered on all fronts.
Let's get into the Giants' rooms. He's been an outstanding servant of this football club for so long, Callan Ward, and he joins us on Grandstand AFL. G'day, Cal.
G'day, how you going?
Really well, mate. Congratulations. Talk me through your emotions right now. I don't imagine there's a hell of a lot of energy left in the tank. What are the emotions like?
No, there's not much energy. It's excitement. It's very proud of everybody. It's been a big season, especially the last 5 or 6 weeks where we played ourselves into some form, and obviously coming up against Sydney this week was huge for the rivalry, but also coming up against a team who's been playing some really awesome footy. We knew it was going to be hard, and to win 3 against them in finals now is huge for our footy club. So yeah, the emotions are just excitement and really proud of the club.
How did you hang on when the Swans were throwing absolutely everything at you? 6 consecutive behinds to the Swans at the end of the game in that final 20 minutes.
How did we hang on? That's a really good question. It was tough. I mean, I think because the start of the game was so intense, and it was going from one end to the other so quickly. We were pretty fatigued in that last quarter, and they were coming really hard. So I guess we were lucky they kicked 6 behinds in that last quarter, but to hold on by points, it's amazing.
Just those final moments. What's you train for those final moments, Cal? Can you take us into there? Who's leading, who's directing, or is it just second nature where you need to be calling players back? Just take us into those last couple of moments.
Yeah, well, I was actually on the bench for the last probably 7 minutes of the quarter. We couldn't get on because the ball was on the other side, defensive 50. So I mean, I wasn't doing anything. We were trying to scream from the bench, but we know the tactic. When there's a couple of minutes left, we're only up by a few points to save the game. We're trying to send one back and do a few different things around the ball. And I thought we actually, we got a few stoppages. We got that free kick late with about 50 seconds to go in our defensive 50, and all we tried to do was get some stoppages from there and try and slow the game down. So in the end, it worked, and I think our record in close games has been really good over the years. So it's good to continue that.
It wasn't the SCG, it wasn't the MCG, it wasn't Giant Stadium, but it seemed awfully loud in Tasmania.
Oh, it was. There were, I don't know how many people were here, but it seemed like it was a full crowd almost with the noise going on. There was, I mean, it's just good to play in front of a crowd. We haven't done it for a while, and obviously, you know, with everything going on, it makes it a bit tough. But to play in front of a crowd was huge for us, and I'm sure for Sydney as well. And hopefully for the next 2 weeks we can do the same.
Carl, did you think that Isaac Heaney was going to take the game away from you?
Yeah, he was sensational, wasn't he? And, you know, in the start of that last quarter, he really got going, took that step, he kicked a couple of goals, and I don't know what he ended up with, 3 or 4, but...
Kicked 4.
4 goals, yeah. I mean, he's been an awesome player, had an awesome career, and yeah, I must admit I was a bit nervous late there.
You should be proud of your boys. They've been fantastic. They were average sort of up till the middle of the year, and then all of a sudden it turned. What was the difference? What changed?
Yeah, good question. I mean, we had a really disappointing start to be 0-3 after 3 rounds. Was, you know, obviously not the way we wanted to start the year, and then we had a really good meeting just about, you know, releasing the shackles and trying to enjoy our footy a bit more. You could tell that people weren't enjoying it, and, you know, from then on we were up and down, but we were, you know, at least, you know, competing and, you know, got a few wins over the next few weeks, which was important. And then mid-year, obviously, it's been a bit of a roller coaster. You know, we've played some really good footy, but our consistency's probably been the issue. But over the last 5 or 6 weeks, you know, we've done the same thing. With 5 weeks to go, we said, you know, we knew we had to win at least 4 of the 5 to really make the finals. So all we said was, let's just try and enjoy this opportunity, make the most of it. And, you know, I think especially our young boys, the excitement they bring and, you know, the way they've played all season has been so important for us.
Well done.
So what happens now, Cal? You know you're playing Geelong. You know you're playing Geelong in Perth, but what does that mean for you guys? Where are you going now?
I think we're going to Barnbugle. It's staying in Tassie for the week, I'm pretty sure, until we get told otherwise. So I don't know. I honestly don't really know. All I knew was that if we lost, we go straight back to Melbourne. If we win, we stay here for a week or until the game. So I don't know. But I think, do we play on Friday night? Is that right?
Yeah, that's
Friday night against Geelong. So it'll be a huge game for us. And, you know, we can't wait now. We've got to recover from this game, have a really good training week, and, you know, hit Geelong really hard.
Have you guys got your golf clubs, Cal?
We actually, most of the boys do have their golf clubs. So it'll be nice. I don't know whether the golf club's actually open or I don't know what it is. But it's a top 20 course in the world, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is.
So there's enough social distancing.
Nice exactly. Bar there too. Just
beautiful. I think there's a couple of king-size snooker tables too. So that's nice.
All of that.
Cal, it's Matt Clinch here. Obviously, Toby Green had an incredible game in front of goals. Three goals next to his name. But did you see what happened at three-quarter time with the umpire?
No, I didn't actually. What happened?
Well, he's essentially walked into the umpire. You remember the incident in the third quarter where he gave away the free kick. It was overturned with Justin McInerney for the fend. At three-quarter time, he had a heated argument with Matt Stevic and then essentially walked into him. Just a very... Not a fierce collision, but he walked into the umpire. And he's definitely in a fair bit of strife, Cal, which is a worry for your team given his importance. Just looking at the reading of contact with an umpire, intentional contact with an umpire that is aggressive, forceful, demonstrative or disrespectful will be deemed intentional and the player will be directly referred to the tribunal. So I think at the very least it's going to be deemed as disrespectful. That whole incident, even the episode in the middle of the ground, it seems that Toby walks this fine line between being the hero and the villain. Is it something he's still working out as a player?
Well, yeah, it's a really hard one for me to answer. I guess the answer is probably yes. He's been to the tribunal a couple of times again of late, and yeah, I guess continues to walk that fine line. And yeah, I haven't seen I saw the first one live, but I haven't seen it slowed down or anything like that. I hope he's okay with that one. And then the umpire one, I did see them talking on the big screen. I didn't see what happened, so I can't comment on that one. But yeah, I mean, I think it is probably a work in progress. It continues to be, and I guess we've always said, you know, we love the way he plays. He's so passionate about everything, but he's just got to be careful with a few of the things he does. And I mean, I'm sure there was no malice in the umpire contact. If there was any contact, I just can't say anything. I can't. Yeah, it's hard for me to comment, so I'm not going to say too much at the moment.
Just take us into his personality, though, if you can, Cal. Why does it happen? What happens out on the ground with Toby Green, these things that make him such an inspirational player, but where he has these moments where he almost just loses himself out on the field?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. Like, his personality is just a competitive beast. He loves winning. He loves having a crack. He loves going hard, and I guess sometimes he gets himself in trouble because of that, but I mean, why he stepped over the line a couple of times in the past, I'm not too sure. You maybe he's over-competitive, maybe he's trying to do too much, maybe he wants to be the leader that stands up. I'm not too sure, but I think his personality is that. He just wants to win and, wants to inspire the team in his own little way.
And have you guys, more experienced players, tried to counsel him on it before?
Well, not really. I mean, we've had some casual conversations with him about it, but it's a hard one because you don't want to take too much away from him. But I mean, if it keeps happening, probably gets to a point where it's got to stop, doesn't it? But as I said, I don't want to talk too much about today with him.
Yeah, that's fair enough, and we appreciate your honesty. Obviously, the cameras were following the club last year, and it was a pretty tricky year. I mean, from round 8 onwards, you've been on the road, and from a 0-3 start, you found a way to continually rise to the occasion. What do you feel like has been part of the key to this group and the development from last year onto this year?
Yeah, we obviously had a really disappointing year last year, and this year that Amazon doco didn't really portray us in the best way. We had a really tough year, but at the same time, we had some really good times as well, which probably wasn't on the doco. But I guess we learned a lot from last year. We learned about how we should, being a hub and keep the schedule and try and get some more enjoyment out of that, which I think we've done this year. And as I said a bit earlier, we've got a squad now. We've got 35 or 40 players that can come in and play and have come in and played some really important roles. We've had some injuries again, I think about the 8th in a row, to be honest. And we've had some young guys really step up and really cement their spots, especially in our back line with Connor Wright and Isaac Cumming, who I hope is okay from today. And Sam Taylor has been playing some extraordinary footy as well. And those three, along with heaps of our other younger guys, have had terrific years. And I think that youth that we've got now is probably a bit different to what we've had over the last 10 years, or not 10 years, but probably the last 4 or 5 years. And I think that's keeping our, the older guys really, really inspired as well. So, and also that's bringing some more enjoyment to our game. So, I'd say that.
Yeah, and that was definitely reflected. I know Sam Taylor's had a lot of attention for his great season, but to see guys like Jack Steen, Zach Sproul play so well in elimination finals, given they're relatively new to the AFLK, but that must make you reinvigorated as, to use it politely, one of the older guys in the squad.
Yeah, it definitely does. And, those two guys in particular, they've been around for a couple of years now, 3 or 4 or 5 years, and just haven't really had a crack at it. But now they're getting a crack at it, and they're really having a crack at it and really cementing a spot in our team. So, it does. It's been awesome for me to see that and to be a part of that. And I'm really enjoying my footy because of that.
Just the last one for you, Cal. It's always great to get the opinions of teammates on Shane Mumford. Again, he had such an influence today. How would you sum up Mummy and his contribution on the field?
I thought you were going to ask his contribution off the field. I was going to say the biggest test there is.
Well, it's an open question if you want to go there.
But on the field, he's sensational. He's the type of guy that you just walk tall when he's around. And, honestly, like when you see him train during the week, which he hardly does, but he can hardly run, you think he can't get through a game of AFL footy, but he just continues to put his hand up and, what he puts his body through every time he plays. I was going to say every week, he doesn't play every week, but every time he plays is extraordinary. And, you talk about inspirations of the season. Mummy's definitely one for me because, the way he cracks in and, what he's going through with his body and everything to do with that is enormous for a big guy to get through games.
Hey, Cal, now you mention it, what's he like off the field?
Well, I said it, he's the biggest pest ever. I'll have a crack at him and say he's the biggest pest, but he's a really good bloke. He's good fun and always likes to enjoy himself. He's a big kid, he's got 2 boys, and he's probably the biggest kid out of all 3 of them. So, he's very annoying. I will say that.
You need some of those at the footy club.
You do need some of those.
He's got Jesse Hogan living in his granny flat out the back, and he said he thought Jesse might be a bit more sort of boisterous, and he's a big giant himself playing with the kids, and they love him.
Yeah, they do. It's a great setup. He's actually got a big bungalow in his backyard, a double-storey bungalow. So Jesse's having a good time there before he got taken away from Sydney. So, and that's that's been really good for Jesse as well to come out of his shell, and no better way to do that with Mummy as well.
Just one last one. What are the families doing, Cal? Because they obviously couldn't go and watch the footy in Tassie. They managed to reunite with you, and now you're going to be on the road again for a bit of an undefined period.
Yeah, the families are still in Melbourne, so they'll stay in Melbourne. There's a few that have tried to get, if they're from Perth, they've tried to get to Perth or wherever, with exemptions and things like that. But most of them will stay in Melbourne until the end of the season, whenever that is.
Yeah, okay. Mate, congratulations. That was such an engrossing game of football to watch. Well played, and all the best for the rest of the finals.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, well done.
Callan Ward, terrific to speak to on Grandstand AFL in the aftermath of that 1-point win, a 1-point elimination final victory over crosstown rival the Sydney Swans. It doesn't get much better than that for the Giants. 11-8-74 to 10-13-73. So how much damage can the Giants do, do you think? How much of a threat do they pose to Geelong? And how much of it hinges on Toby Green's availability?
Most of it, I think. But don't forget Isaac Cumming. He's a very good player. That ankle injury looked nasty. Obviously, they couldn't strap him tight enough or give him a little bit of help with the pain to get him back out there. So he's been a critical cog in that team this year. So, but yeah, look, Can I answer that question after I know the Toby Green outcome?
You look at their emergencies.
A few days.
Yeah. You look at their emergencies though. Phil Davis, Bruin was the medical sub. Stone, Briggs. They're stretching their list, aren't they? With
not much left.
Jeremy Finlayson obviously off with some personal leave. Brett Daniels with a hamstring. So Xavier O'Halloran's a calf, so he might be the only one who might be trying to fight his way back in. But it's that squad mentality that Callum was making mention of that they've kind of got to embrace, don't they? And I mean, for Geelong, given they had a pretty poor day at the office around the contested possession and the clearances, the Giants will think, righto, let's go to work again and see if we can do what we did against Sydney.
Rob on the text makes this point, and I know the circumstances are different. It was a different era, but you would think the penalty for this kind of thing would actually have become more severe, if anything, as time goes on. So he says if Greg Williams got 9 weeks when he put a hand on the umpire back in the day, then Green can't get away with it.
He can't.
It was dismissive from Williams. He shouldn't have touched the umpire. He pushed him away.
That was a shove.
But Green deliberately walks into an umpire in the modern game. I mean, that happened with Greg Williams in a very different climate, as much as they were cracking down on those things then. Gee, they don't tolerate that in the modern game.
It's got to go to the tribunal. He's going to have to explain himself and what happened, and Matt Stevick's going to have a big part in this as well.
I think someone should show him the footage first before he starts to talk about it, because he'll see that for sure. But let me tell you, look, society has got softer with this stuff, as we know. They have. We've got softer in society
maybe society's got stronger with it, Sellers.
Yeah, but
in reality.
Respect for the umpire is paramount.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I understand that completely. And if he doesn't get off, if he gets off, this is not right. Totally not right.
You don't have to search social media too hard to see examples like Ed Kerno and Tom Hawkins, and these are just for putting a hand on an umpire. So, I mean, the precedence has been set. Some people will say that
I don't think he's got one ounce of a chance to get off.
Yeah. So is there any chance that GWS does just acknowledge the error here and take whatever penalty is meted out? Or is this definitely going to end up being challenged all the way to the very last moment?
I think
they'll go to the courts. They'll go everywhere
for a final.
It's ridiculous.
For a final,
and you know
go
what?
To the nth degree.
And you know who's paying for it? The AFL, because that's their club. How stupid this is?
Yeah.
One of the most silliest things I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, dear. Yeah, it really did have it all today, didn't it? You made the comment that Tassie deserved a final like that, Rammer. I mean, they've been craving high-level and high-quality football down there. We had the Premier on earlier today. He's very buoyant about the possibilities that lie ahead for Tasmania, but proud that the state could host the final. There'll be another great final there tomorrow with the Dogs and Essendon as well.
Yeah, no doubt. They were terrific. The noise down in Launceston was unbelievable. It was loud. It was passionate. The colours were out. The faces.
I'll get a bigger crowd tomorrow.
Well,
I'm not sure they can.
Yeah.
10,000's the cap sellers. So.
Yeah, but the Essendon blokes are a bit louder, aren't they?
We'll just sneak in. We sneak in under the ground.
He'll find a way.
Hey, just quickly, I know Toby Green's going to dominate the headlines, but just a couple of performances today. Harry Perryman was outstanding.
Yeah, very good.
He had a very, very good game. I thought Jacob Hopper had some really big moments. I thought Steen was really, really good early. For Franklin's, I guess, brilliance, Taylor did a good job on him.
Yeah.
Considering how much of the ball was there. Like Sydney had 65 inside 50s in that game. So I thought Taylor and Steen had really, really strong games. And you look on the other side then, the Swans. Parker's had 34, and then the next best is 21.
Massive.
It just shows how much they miss Mills and Kennedy.
Yeah.
You know, one of those guys probably would have been enough.
Yeah.
It probably would have been enough, but then you look at the individual performances. Heaney was, I thought, was terrific. Papley had a couple of big moments. Hickey was pretty good late in that game. Goulden, in his first final, had some real moments. So
Melican had 10 possessions that probably didn't get the credit throughout the call.
The one that they probably wanted a little bit more out of today was McCartan. I thought the Giants did a really good job of kicking the ball away from him, not allowing him to intercept, which he's been so good at this year. So, I think it's a missed opportunity for Sydney. Now, you may... We always disagree on a couple of things, you and I, Sellers.
Not all the time.
But
not all the time,
only
just a couple.
When I feel,
the excuse...
when I feel like it.
But the excuse can be simply no Mills, no Kennedy.
Yep.
But that's got to sting. That's 2 goals, 7 in the last quarter has got to sting. And that's got a few of those guys that missed it, you got to live with that. Because in a final, Sellers, if you make a mistake or a critical moment,
you don't get them back.
You always, for the rest of your life, you always think about it.
You do.
It's just ingrained in your mind for some reason in a final. I don't know why that is, but you just think about it.
Well, the stakes are high.
Correct.
I'm with you, Rammer. 6 behinds in a row. I felt Sydney blew it. They had it on their boot and they couldn't do so.
That says to me they're not ready yet.
Yeah, that might be true.
They're not composed enough.
Progress made, though.
Progress made, clearly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I had that sickening feeling that we could be going to extra time.
I
I called
wanted
it
it.
Port Adelaide West Coast game,
The
which
Luke
went to the
Shuey
Luke
goal.
Shuey kick after the siren.
I
I
was
thought,
desperate for it.
we're going to be here for another hour. They're going to have to delay the next game.
Now, the next game is coming up very shortly, at least the build-up to that clash, the qualifying final between Melbourne, who finished atop the table at the end of the season, and the Brisbane Lions, who finished the season superbly. Some reports coming through from Adelaide that it's actually raining at the moment at the Adelaide Oval, so it might be a bit of a wet weather game. Just before we go, though, Rammer and Sellers, I wanted to ask you about the rivalry now and what layer this match today adds to it. That's the closest ever result in a match between these two sides. The Giants had beaten the Swans by a couple of points on 2 occasions, but in an elimination final, the way the game played out, the drama within it, what does it do for that rivalry, the Sydney Derby?
Well, the rivalries that have happened in Victoria have been going for 150 years, okay, and longer. So they're real, true rivalries. Now, this has been going, 10, 15 years? And all of a sudden, they're starting to get something that's pretty close to each other. They're pretty equal when you have a look at this game today. 1 point separates them in a final. And Sydney won't be happy with that. Sydney will sit there and they'll go, we've got to get these blokes next time. We had our chances, we messed them up, and it was our fault. And that's what they'll do. And so will GWS. GWS have been pretty good, but they haven't been outstanding.
Josh Kennedy summed it up best before the game. I like him less. And I think there was just a couple of little moments in that game where you could see players just having a couple little words to each other. So rivalries are good for the game.
My word.
I love it.
I can't wait for the next match between
exactly.
GWS and the Sydney Swans based on what we saw at York Park in Launceston this afternoon. So the Giants advance. They will take on Geelong Friday night in Perth in a semi-final. And for the Swans, it's season over. It finished GWS 11-8-74. The Swans 10-13-73. Thanks to the entire team for the broadcast this afternoon. More footy coming your way from the Adelaide Oval, the qualifying final, Melbourne and Brisbane.